Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and this weekend, actually, we're going to be doing a bunch of RPG speedruns. Before we get into our first run of the day, just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. You can visit GamesDoneQuick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important date section to learn more. If you are crafty, prize submissions are open until tonight. That's the date, so you have until tonight to get in any prize submissions that you want. Also, Back to Black 2025, which is the upgrade to UBAF, will be live February 6th through 9th here on the GDQ Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. Type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the all-black speedrunning community, type !BAF in chat. With all of that said, we have got Chrono Trigger up. I will hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm Jared Kandra. Welcome in, y'all. Excited to be running Chrono Trigger 100% glitches on PC for you today. And I have with me to commentate a fixture in the Chrono Trigger community, Diane Nutari.
I'm just the dusty lamp in the corner that everyone forgets about.
All right. Well, are you ready, Diane?
I'm ready.
All right. So I'll give a count of 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, we'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
So there is quite a bit of just big battle differences between the PC port and the SNES port. The PC port is vastly faster than SNES. You do get the nice quality of life like autosaves, but there's also, since a patch that got included about 2-3 years ago now, where auto battle never used to give a speed up, but now it's a 50% boost, which you can access anytime you have a menu open, or if you're just in battle in general. Sadly, it doesn't remember which text you do. So if you keep auto battle rolling, you're just going to default to the basic attack. But with one of the nice layers of difficulty in the run, I guess would be a way to put it, is going into a menu to use auto battle to speed up certain animations is a very, very core part of the run, and is makes it one of the more enjoyable retro PC port speedruns, in my opinion. So here, we're just changing battle speed to 3, message to fast, battle cursor to full, battle mode obviously to wait, because a lot of these animations are pretty long, and we don't want enemies to get more turns than they need to. So you might be asking, why not just play on battle speed 1? Battle speed 1 is incredibly fast. We will use it for some boss fights. But unless you're doing the same tech over and over again, you are going to lose a large amount of ATB just from waiting for the menus to pop open.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even on New Game Plus, when you're beefed up, Battle Speed 3 is still the optimal.
So there we're just buying 11 potions, HP curative items, and 3 shelters. They're this game's version of a full heal on a save point or the overworld. So this beginning part's kind of like a little mini game. We end up running into this lovely girl, Marl. We bumped into her. We made sure, because we're gentlemen, we made sure she was okay before picking up her necklace. Brought her to a nice little candy shop, and now we're going to go visit our friend that's showing off their little teleportation device.
And they're going to invite us to actually invite Chrono to do the teleport, and we're like, no. Marley can do it. Thanks for the GLs, y'all.
So yeah, just as Marl's... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just kind of, yes, this is the Steam version.
So Marl's necklace starts to glow very ominously. And she does her best Houdini and just kind of... She doesn't want to be here anymore. She's had enough of this tech stuff. She just wants to go enjoy the fair. So there are 2 different graphic styles you can pick with. I think they're called like normal and enhanced.
Something like that.
We're running with the enhanced, it looks like.
Yeah, I tend to run. Weird fact, you cannot run in the enhanced on New Game Plus. It just.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it only runs the old version. And whatever they did on PC, the old version looks more pixelated than it should. That's why I tend to run with this.
Yeah, there's been proven that like there's no real speed difference between the two. It just ends up being personal preference. So Chrono is the silent gentleman.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, she disappeared with the pendant. Let's see what happens with me. So it's important to do the battle speed menu with everything else before getting to this screen, because this screen locks you out of the menu until after this fight.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, I lost a couple of runs by being a dum-dum here. So here you kind of you can try to attack the right one to hopefully give a chance to skip an attack animation, but as you see there with auto battle, things just go incredibly fast. So that little skip right there, bird skip, incredibly difficult on SNES. On PC, Chrono is 2 pixels small, or every character is 2 pixels smaller than their SNES counterpart, which doesn't make that skip free by any means. It does give you some nice wiggle room, though. And you'll probably notice it, especially interacting with doors in this port, can be a little finicky at time because of that shrunken down hitbox.
Yeah, there's some doors where it's like you have to like walk to get through sometimes, or they don't let you through.
You kind of hug the pillar.
Yeah.
So that little glowing thing on the ground we picked up is a strength tab. It will increase any character's strength by 1. Strength tabs, we'll be picking up a couple. Magic and, more importantly, speed tabs are the big items we'll be going out of our way for. Pretty much throughout the run, we pick up every available speed tab we can. Just because speed is such a valuable stat in this game. So here we find out the young lady we found at the fair is actually the queen of Gardena. So she's like, I don't know. I went on the mountain. They put me in this dress, and now I'm kind of stuck here. He's like, I kind of like it. It's fancy. All right, maybe we spoke too soon. Oopsie. We will be grabbing this chest. It's an ether. It restores 10 MP in battle or out of battle. I know. I forget my wallet, and all of a sudden I just get teleported to another dimension. It's rough.
Yeah, it's tough to get back sometimes.
So here we end up getting our bestest best friend. Luca also kind of traveled through the wormhole for us. So here we're finding out that Marl is actually Princess Nadia, the current timeline's princess. But since the queen in this timeline got stolen, they kind of just replaced it. And Luca's like, hey, if we don't fix this, the timeline's kind of gonna go bye-bye. So she's like, we should probably do something while we're here. So now we're kind of our big adventure is, let's go find a bunch of missing people. So we're going to give Chrono the power glove we picked up on the mountain for +2 to strength. And then with that strength capsule, he's now at +3. Luca gets Chrono's old headband, which is +1 to speed, which is nice because Luca's not the fastest character. So any little bit we can get right now helps. We will be taking 2 encounters here to learn Cyclone and Flamethrower. This will give us the dual tech Flame Whirl. Cyclone early on is a very decent move. It's basically a physical attack with 25% extra damage. And then also combine that with enemies that have a potential fire weakness. Even though we're not going to be a very high level for this early in the game, we can still output some very good damage. So that's all we needed was 2 fights. This flame whirl also comes in handy for the fight coming up, because a lot of these enemies are physically resistant, but they're weak to fire. So even though we're going to lose damage on the cyclone side, we'll gain damage from the flamethrower side. A lot of dual techs and triple techs in this game will have hidden modifiers for damage, which is one of the big things we end up abusing quite a bit in the run to get over the lower level and stat discrepancy. This first fight with the 4 Nagas, you're really hoping that you just get 2 groups that are close enough together where Fire Whirl will hit. This fight can lose you an exorbitant amount of time just at the start. You might be better flamethrowering.
Okay. Yeah, ideally 3 of them come to. You can get 3 of them at once, and that's best RNG.
In the SNES version, they move around quite a bit more, but in PC, they like to stay stationary, depending on, I don't know if it's like what RNG cycle you're on, or because they did change up how the RNG works greatly from the SNES version to the PC version.
Yeah, and then they sit there slowing Luca, the slowest character. And
Yeah.
It's like, oh god.
Well, they still get like 4 turns in between a refill. So this is probably like the weirdest translation. Yes. Revives in the SNES version are now called Athenian waters in the updated versions. I don't know why, but it's definitely one of the, like, high potion to potion or tonic to potion is kind of okay in my little brain, but Athenian water is just a very weird divergence.
It is. I think Revive made sense, and this is just like, what?
So we will be taking a couple of fights. We'll be taking those double Nagas, and we'll be taking this 2 Naga et fight twice. This is just going to get us a little bit of extra levels for survivability for the boss coming up, and a little bit of extra damage, because you do gain some semblance of stats during a level up. And a lot of the techs in the game do also use your level as a modifier, so you kind of get a little bit of a boost in both ends.
It also guarantees that we get X Strike on the next fight.
Hit auto battle and pray for the crits. That's all you need.
We do that as soon as Chrono runs out of MP.
Look, just get lucky. That's all you need, right?
I just get lucky for 4 hours. What can go wrong?
Right.
One thing to mention is characters don't have an innate crit stat. The crit stat is tied to weapons. And Frog naturally just has like an absurdly high crit rate compared to everyone else. Like Chrono with his steel sword is sitting around like 12%. Frog's base is like 19 right now with the steel sword. And all of his swords just across the board have like an exorbitantly high crit rate.
As you say that, he crit twice in that fight.
Oh, it's like the Masamune, I think, is 24%. Where like Chrono's highest is 16 until he ends up getting, I think it's like the Shiva Blade and the Rainbow.
Yeah, and then the Dream Seeker, of course.
Yeah. I always forget about those fancy new weapons.
It's really nice for New Game Plus because it's like 90% crit.
Yeah, isn't it also like max damage, like max attack too?
I think so, yeah. So as Jared Kander was mentioning, those fights also allow us to learn X-Strike, which is
Chrono and Frog's dual tech. Yakra has a little bit of an interesting AI where if 3 people are alive, he does have a chance to counterattack with a full screen AoE attack. It does like 20 to 30 damage. It's not a lot, but when you only got 100 HP to your name, it is quite a bit, which is one of the reasons we didn't heal up Luca coming into this fight, because we want Luca to kind of guard the floor as fast as they can, because that'll completely disable all counterattacks, and then we can just pretty much go through, tap off auto battle right before one of the characters get their turn up.
Oof. Of course.
Ooh. So do a little bit of a heal here. Coop's not so healthy.
Oh, nice crit.
Nice. Good fight overall.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, Frog's default name is Frog. In the SNES version, you would reduce everyone's name to one character because the game draws one character per frame. Where in the PC port, text is instant, so renaming is just 100% a time loss. Outside of naming Chrono, because you do that before the timer starts. So you can get a little creative with like the 5 names for that.
Within 5 characters, of course.
Totally forgot we had to go save our friend. I was like, now we're just going to skip talking to Frog. We're going to go back and figure out why we're still stuck in this timeline. So we did a good thing, right? Like, we saved our new friend. We restored the timeline. We're just going to go home and celebrate. Game's over. We just put a really high estimate in case Yakra went really bad. Nothing else is going to happen. The world is saved.
Yeah, we're expecting to go home and get our heroes welcome. I mean, that's what we're hoping.
So we are going to kind of leave Frog sad and mopey here for a bit. You can go to left or right side. It doesn't matter. It's just runner preference. It's just additional dialogue that we don't need to see. So you can do something called the reverse bird skip. On either versions of the game, it is an insanely difficult trick to do.
Really? I thought you couldn't do it on PC for some reason.
You can't. I've done it with like slow-mo.
Oh.
But it was very, very arduous.
Gotcha.
The setup for it like loses more time than what it would save. Gotcha. Especially with auto battle. Like that's the big thing. Like getting into counters on PC isn't the worst because auto battle makes you run away like fairly quick. You are going to lose a couple of seconds unless you get into like an unrunnable encounter. Then you're just going to cry into a pillow. But for a lot of those small skips, you're just better off just running right into it, holding L and R, and away you go. So here we're back in our timeline. Luca's like, I'm going to go home and tinker with this a little bit. Marl's like, hey, would you mind bringing me back to the castle? Surely, like, nothing's going to go wrong.
No, of course not.
Not even doing the racing minigame. So it just so happens going through the forest at the left path is slightly faster than going through the right path. We brought Marl back to the castle, and we get arrested for kidnapping. Not the direction I thought was going to happen, but... So we end up going to the court, and this is where that mini game before we went through the time travel kind of comes into play. There's a bunch of stuff set up around the fair, like whether you eat the old man's food, do you bring the little girl back her cat, do you try to sell Marl's necklace, do you check up on her after you bumped into her. The only check we really care about is checking up on her after we bumped into her, because that allows us to just turbo through this whole segment, where on SNES we would avoid talking to her, because that cutscene, or that option, is about 8 seconds. It is nice they did fix the frame rate in this version, because the court scene on SNES is extremely laggy. I believe if you mash faster than 12 or 14 hertz, you end up inducing lag, just because there's so much going on with the screen. So like you have to kind of baby mash, because the game checks for inputs every frame, and then if you do an exorbitant of inputs, you end up pushing back certain instructions.
One guilty.
You can't really... The only difference between overworld movement is you can move diagonally in the Steam version over the SNES version. Diagonally, sadly, does lose time, but it's just fun to do for some of the longer walking segments.
It just feels good.
Yeah.
It does not
Especially when you get the Dancy Boys.
Yeah. It does not feel good when it's not on the overworld, I feel like. Then you really see the lag, yeah.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger on the SNES had very, very smooth diagonal movements. In this port, it feels like it's pushing up and right or up and left simultaneously. So it does end up creating quite a bit of an unpleasant experience, because SNES had the dungeon movement and that stuff just down pat. And I don't know if it's just the controller support or what, but diagonal movement is really choppy in this version.
But yeah, the second juror is based on, I believe, is based on the whether you save the girl's cat or not, or get the girl her cat back. If you talk to the girl and you get her cat back, then it's not guilty. If you talk to the girl, you don't get her cat back, it's guilty. If you don't talk to the girl, it's random, so it's RNG. And that's the one thing that's RNG for it'll be either guilty or not guilty on this run.
5 there's checks for 5, and then 2 of them are just random. So it could just be you're always going to get the yes no matter what, because if you don't fulfill some of the things, you're automatically guilty. But there are the 1 or 2 checks where the game's like, let's just leave it up to chance. So here you have the option of waiting here for 3 days, probably like every casual player did, myself included. Or you can just bash on the doors and freely get out of here. We don't have the physical strength to one-shot these guys with a normal attack, but because Cyclone's 25% damage increase, we can just one-shot these fools and move on. Those shield guys, you just want to run right between the middle of them. If you get into an encounter with them, you just kind of got to wait for the enemy to move the shield aside before you end up dealing any meaningful damage to them. These guys kind of operate on a 16-frame cycle between whether they're going to look left, down, or right. Which direction they look is completely random, so it is a little bit of a reactionary. You don't need to get right close to them. The game does give you a little bit of leeway. A little bit unfortunate there. He played peekaboo for a little bit. Sometimes he just looks down at the ground for a couple of seconds, and it makes it an easy skip.
Okay, Chrono's not on tech.
So with this fight, we do want to wait a little bit so we can get both of the soldiers into that cyclone radius. We are slowing down. This battle coming up with the next boss is probably one of the bigger walls you're going to get into while learning this run. Iakara and everything up to here is pretty tame. Like, if you kind of fall off the quote-unquote battle strat, you're going to be okay. Dragon Tank, not so much. So this is a 3-part boss. The head likes to do heals after it's fallen below about 300 HP. And the wheels will start powering themselves up for a devastating charge attack. So we're hoping to avoid all of this. Its first move is always a repair. Nice crit.
3.
So we'll wait for that first move to happen.
4.
And then we'll start going at it. We're looking for Chrono to attack the head 4 times, Luca to attack the head 3 times. Crits are double damage, so we count them as 2. And this will put us just in that nice range where after that's happened, a cyclone will kill the head and also damage the torso and the wheels. If we did a cyclone before this point, we would just damage the head and it would instantly go into doing a full body heal. And then, in the PC port, generally one person is going to go down unless you have very good spread with the damage. That's just one of the side effects with the faster ATB and slightly modified script. Still a very clean fight.
Yeah, not bad. Usually the crits can really mess you up sometimes because it's all about who goes first, Luca or Chrono in some of that.
It also sucks when Luca's the only one getting crits because Chrono needs more attacks. You're like, come on, man, just throw me a bone here, please. By hugging that right soldier's arm as we're leaving, we're skipping the event tile that starts these guys kind of running after us. So that's why you kind of seen these 2 guards in front of the staircase kind of just running in a circle because they don't have any other AI to cling on to follow around. So here the king's like, you should be more ladylike. And Marl's like, nuts to that. Let's get out of here.
Instant change of clothes.
Yep. So we end up running into the Gardena forest. We're getting chased by the soldiers. I don't know why we just don't try to fight our way out. So we see this little nice black chest there in the corner that kind of looks like a weird chocobo with squinty eyes. Those are something we pretty much will avoid for the whole run. We're not interested in those. They scare us.
We don't do those.
It's too much effort for those. So we're like, hey, there's this weird portal thing too. And they're like, what do we do with it? Marl's like, I don't care. I just don't want to be here anymore. Very impulsive. Hey, look, that same sigil, but on a door. I wonder what that could mean.
Probably that there's chocobos in that room.
Oh, they scare me.
Oh, there you go.
The chocobos fighting with the news. So, this room is really cool for tech. We're going to be keeping the text boxes active on screen. While there's a text box on screen, a battle cannot happen. It does make skipping, especially the little octopus bird people, I forget their names. I haven't seen their names in forever. But it makes skipping these encounters a little faster. If you fail it, you can just go all the way down to the south and kind of up and around. It's a minor time save. So here we're gonna equip all our new weapons. We got a nice little boost for Marl and Chrono's attack power. Move our battle speed back up to 3 because we're long past Dragon Tank. Here we kind of learn that humanity has been settling in these domes and Skynet has kind of taken over. They've invented these devices called the Enatrons that will give you a full night sleep in just a couple of seconds, but makes you extremely hungry. So it's almost like a reverse sensu bean. So Guardian is a cycle-based boss. So each one of these bits on the side have 200 HP. We need to destroy the bits on the side before we damage the main body. So if we end up damaging the main body first, it will counter with a delta attack that deals about 90 damage to everyone. So now that the bits are gone, we're just going to let auto battle fly. We're really hoping for crits from mainly Chrono because he's our physically strongest character, but crits from Mara will also deal some very good damage.
We got one.
So now the bits are going to revive. This is normally a 2-round fight unless you get pretty unlucky with the crits. Very, very rare you'll see a 3rd cycle fight. We're using Flamethrower with Luca. It's more damage than... It's almost double damage than Luca's normal physical attack. So this guy's got 1200 HP. We probably chunked through about 700. Marl's going to town. She's quite angry about what happened at the castle, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we find out all their food supplies that they've been housing have basically spoiled because the refrigeration system is kind of kaput. So here we do find out a piece of information that the rat has information we need. So we will be picking up a mid-ether. This will restore 30 MP in battle. Fun fact, if you open up the menu in the Guardian room, you spawn an encounter with 3 debuggers. So don't do that. I don't know the reasoning behind it. That's definitely one of the weirder things in this game. It would be kind of sweet if the game just allowed you to go right to this device without having to fight the Guardian if you already know the code.
Right.
Kind of be like a neat like New Game Plus type feature. So one nice thing about learning movement in the rooms is the room always gets redrawn as soon as you enter it. So it makes practicing a room-to-room movement extremely easy because all the enemies will always be in the exact same spot and will always move the exact same way for the first part of it. So you don't have to worry about dealing with a lot of randomness. Going from point A to point B is a little tricky your first couple of runs, but after that, it just becomes very natural and free-flowing. There are definitely some areas in the game where you can't go completely on autopilot. But for a large chunk of the game, you can just, once you get comfortable with the movement, you can kind of just sit back and watch the gameplay itself.
And here we have Marley saying, "What does this button do?"
What if I push this button? What if I push all the buttons? So here we learn about, while this post-apocalyptic land kind of got its way, a giant space tick in the year 1999 decided to wake up from the middle of the earth and cause a little bit of chaos that no one was prepared for. So now, because Marl is such a lighthearted individual, our job is to now defeat the space tick. And everyone else is like, cool. I guess, yeah, sure. It almost feels like Chrono's really trying to impress that one girl. And like, it's just like, whatever you say, I'm going to do. I'm the golden retriever boyfriend.
I mean, it's what happens when you have the silent protagonist, you know.
I know they made him talk in, I don't remember if it's like Flames of Eternity ROM hack, the ROM hack that's supposed to happen after Chrono Trigger. It's just weird. I'm not a big fan of the silent protagonist. It's hard to get like an emotional connection to a character that just doesn't express any emotions.
Interesting. He doesn't talk at all in Dragon Quest XI. It's silent protagonist as well, but he talks when you go back to a flashback of him as a kid, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I found that like very jarring.
Yeah.
So we kind of come back, and this old man Doan's like, hey, did you find us food? We're like, no, but we found you these seeds. And he's like, well, what good are these for? And we're like, well, hey, try planting them and see what happens. He's like, oh, here's the key to my motorcycle. We're like, all right, peace out. So you do need this bike key to progress. If not, you just get into endless waves of encounters.
It sucks because you can skip that whole dialogue with the old guy coming up there.
Yeah, there's been many runs done in the past where, because of this happens on SNES too, but you can just skip the event tile to trigger that cutscene. And if you're talking with chat or just kind of like going on autopilot, you just kind of run, you get to the screen, you're like, this is a pretty good pace. And then you realize you just get in endless amounts of encounters and you go back to the beginning of the game. So there is a surefire way to beat this race if you're not going for points. Just boost twice off the start and then kind of dance around Johnny until you have about 30-40 left in the top left corner and then hit the boost. It's a guaranteed way to win. You can do the boinking technique. Anytime Johnny hits against you, you save 13 frames. Anytime you hit against him, you lose 13 frames. So it ends up being a very minor amount of time save. It's like 2.5 seconds if you get all the bonks.
Oh, that is true about Chrono talking. That Chrono does talk in one of the endings. One of my favorite endings, actually.
Oh, it's like ending 8, where they're where the Luca and Marl are judging all the characters,
all the men in the game.
Yeah. That's one thing I kind of liked about how the all endings run lined up, where it was like you end with the meme ending for the meme run.
Yep. What are we doing here?
So we're going to do a slight...
Oh, we're good.
All right, we're not going to do a slight touch-up. My mistake. Sorry, chat. Didn't mean to lie to the children. So this fight, we're just going to auto-battle. They will kind of get a little bit snuggly. One thing to mention is Luca and Marl, because they use ranged attacks, their strength stat doesn't equate into damage. It's their hit rate. But when they do their physical animation, the game calculates it using their strength stat, which I always thought was a little nice touch instead of it just being kind of like a blanket statement. Every other character is level in strength, but those two get the different damage formulas just because they're ranged characters.
All right, I'm going to do the Robo Rick Roll song. This will sound slightly off from the music because of delay, but see what we can do here. Gives us 2 bars to start. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie. and hurt you. The Robo Raid.
There's so many good mashups between Chrono Trigger and that. So those enemies to the south of this cutscene, we walked by them. Their trigger to start an encounter is running movement. So they're pretty much going to stay there for the rest of the run. We're just going to silently creep around them like we're stealing cookies on Christmas Day from our parents.
Yeah, preferably. The other day I stopped running like on the last stair and I aggroed them.
Oh,
no.
So we just woke Robo up, we fixed him, and now we're just going to overclock his CPU. So the Berserker Ring is a extremely strong item. It's a 50% damage increase, and any physical damage you take is reduced by 50%. The trade-off is he just attacks the first frame possible. So for this area where Robo doesn't really have any text outside of Rocket Punch, so he can't do AoE damage, so we might as well try to maximize the amount of single target damage he has. So a lot of this movement will seem like wonky, but all of this is just to avoid random encounters throughout the map. So this slime fight is determined on which frame cycle you're on. So there's 60 different options you can get. The green ones die a lot quicker, but they give less experience. The reds are pretty high in physical resistance, but they give a little more experience. If you do end up getting 5 greens, you can be slightly underleveled for a boss fight coming up. Not the worst thing unless you're doing a manipulated SNES run. Since the RNG manipulation doesn't exist in the PC port, the fight just might take a little bit longer depending on damage rolls. It is funny watching the damage numbers with these red fights, because Robo can hit for 1 or he can hit for 13 and just very little in the middle. When you get that series of 1 damage, you're like, I know you can do better, buddy. Just dig down a little deeper. So this is another battle coming up that is quite time sensitive, so we will be slowing down the battle speed to 6. Just because it is multiple enemies on the screen, so leaking a moderate amount of ATB will lead to a bunch of extra attacks, and we really don't have the HP to become a punching bag.
Yeah. Auto Battle's great at messing up this next boss fight too.
I guess we should probably talk about the definition of the run.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So 100% Chrono Trigger is classified as just basically all side quests. The more, I guess, genuine 100% run would probably be the all endings run, which is about 2 times longer than the all quests run. But in 100% it's hard to define, because what do you define it as? Picking up all chests, as maxing out all stats? It can get, especially with retro games, the line can get very blurred very quickly, because everyone will have a slightly different meaning of what 100% is. And doing anything outside of just all side quests does require quite a bit of grinding. Like, if you're sitting there on Mount Woe grinding everyone for their techs, you're adding an hour or 2 to the run where it's not making it, or where you're not adding for the entertainment value. Yeah,
and in fact, to get everybody to 99 for a New Game Plus save is pretty annoying, actually. Takes a long time.
So the 6R fight, the reason we didn't heal Robo is he's kind of just napping in the trash compactor. Luca is very much a heal bot in this fight. So what we're going to do is use Cyclone on the first 3, use 2 on the back 3, and then we'll use Cyclone again to kill the front. This is to avoid any AI shenanigans, because as soon as 3 of them die, they'll start doing Beast Toss. So they'll kind of just start throwing whoever damaged them back and forth between everyone. So by getting the front row to within 1 hit of death, we can avoid a lot of just very lengthy animations. Fire Whirl is a nice damage increase, but it's not as much of a damage to save a turn. So it's better just to have Luca kind of sit there and throw a potion or a tonic if Chrono ends up getting too low.
It's also a fun, that second turn that she gets to throw a potion is also a fun like animation skip there, where you have a quick second during the animation to hit your Cyclone.
If you end up having a trouble with a lot of these boss fights between healing and trying to get a tech in, you can just merge both of them together. Because while a menu is open or an animation is going on, ATB in the battle is universally paused.
Yeah.
So you can throw a potion, just like Jerica said, and then that will give you a good couple of seconds to move from attack to tech or attack to item and get you to where you need to be without having to sweat about the enemy getting a turn in between. So here's where the game kind of Deus Ex Machinas to just the three-person party, because they're like, hey, when 4 people go in the portal, you get sent here because everything is very unhappy. It could just be 4 people doesn't work. Have fun. But we've kind of ended up in the end of time. So that little bucket to our left is a nice full heal. The book to the right is a mystery and it still scares us. That's why we ran away from it so quickly. So Specchio, this is the frog version of Specchio. Depending on how aggressive you skipped encounters in your playthrough, a lot of players will not see this. I think it stops existing at level 8, and it goes off of Chrono's level. So here, he's just like, hey, give me a couple of laps. And then he's ended up giving us magic, which thankfully, because since we haven't learned anyone's tier 2 ability, or Marley even hasn't even learned her tier 1 yet, we basically get techs for free. So we've gained a free level 2 tech and a free level 3 tech. Now from this point, a tech point route is kind of going to be running in the background. There is something that's just natively built into the game you can't get away from, and it's called TP duplication. So if you get into a battle with a rubble, because it's a nice round easy number, and it gives you 100 tech points, and if you end up learning a tech off of that 100 tech points, it gets duplicated to the next ability. So Chrono, you get 100 tech points, Chrono learns Spin Cut, he'll also get 100 towards Lightning 2. So that battle is now effectively worth 200 tech points. There's some places in the game where we'll abuse this heavily, but just throughout the run, getting an extra 20 to 40 tech points on a couple of bosses does speed things up pretty quickly, especially because our main goal is to learn their level 10 tech on one character. So if we end up missing tech points or gaining too many, we'll miss those duplication windows, which can create a pretty big headache down the road. So welcome to the, we just learned magic. So of course the game is going to force us to use the magic. So welcome to the Cave of Magic, where every enemy is resistant to physical abilities. So that first encounter we take just because we want Luca and Marl to learn their dual tech antipode. It's ice and fire put together. You don't get any damage multipliers from it, but it is just a faster animation than doing both of their attacks separate, which we will be leveraging on the next boss coming up. We did buy Chrono the Crimson Blade in that battle. That just gives him a little bit of a magic boost and a little bit of an attack boost. Slash and Lightning are very comparable for damage. I think Slash is magic stat times 4, and Lightning is magic stat times 4.3 or something. So they're extremely close. Slash just does have a slightly faster animation. A lot of Chrono's spells are very powerful, but they're offsetted by the fact that his magic stat is kind of in the toilet until you really start pumping either magic tabs or levels into him. So Hecarim is another cycle-based boss. So we'll be getting some chip damage in here, and we're going to be getting just enough damage before his AI changes due to an HP threshold. And then we're going to be waiting for this first counterattack phase to end, where if we attack him during it, we're going to end up seeing Water 2, which, especially for Luca, is going to deal quite a bit damage. So this is the counterattack phase, so we will use this just to heal up either with mid potions, or Aura Whirl. And then it's pretty much just rinse and repeat until, if you get unlucky, especially with the Nerid Cyclone targeting, because he will do a... if he targets the same character twice, they're going to die. So you can either play it risky and heal in between the cyclones, or kind of push for it and hope that just the damage is going to be spread out between everyone. So this should be a physical. Nice targeting. So you might be one hit away, or one antipode away, I should say. We did get a lot of damage into that first and second cycle. Apparently not.
No, at least it's not trying to pull everything.
There we go.
Yeah, I was just a hair too slow to heal fast enough, so thankfully he targeted a different person than the one he originally started with.
One thing to be very careful of is where you land. If you're holding turbo down or mashing A, you'll jump back into the cyclone.
Oh. Yep.
And it doesn't put you right where you fought Hecarim. It puts you like mid-dungeon. So then it's a little bit of a time loss. It's a little bit aggravating. But it's one of those silly time losses that kind of just sit in the back of your head for a little bit.
No, I've never done
so
that
we did.
before.
So we sat at the top of, as soon as Tabin starts walking up the screen, up the stairs, that flags him to give us the Tabin vest, which is fire resistance and 25% for Luca. It's also +2 to speed and is a fairly decent piece of defensive equipment. Luca is going to be pretty much married to this for the next hour and 45, 2 hours. It's just an insanely useful piece of gear. So we do need these 3 tech points from Gato. It's extremely important. No, we're farming silver points for later on in the run. And this is the only time we're actually running through the fair, so it makes sense to grind them here, opposed to previously where we couldn't one-shot them. So this is, even with turbo, sadly, this is still the fastest way. The pop drinking game only gives you 5 silver points and works out just to be slightly slower, even with turbo, which it made a lot of us sad, Panda, when we were trying to do a lot of routing to this just to try to get away from the Gato fights. So the game does have a nice mechanic of where when you find a new time pillar or teleportation spot, it will open up something to another area as well. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. So with going to the Millennium Fair, the Melina Fair, we end up getting new access to 600 AD. So at this point, the Gardena troops are holding off the troops of the Magus on this Xenian bridge. Story-wise, you're supposed to go to the castle, find out what's going on, go back, report. But we know what's going on, so we can just go right to the bridge. And that's a plot flag to activate the next set of events from the game. So there is something you can do with the text boxes here. You can kind of run out of the zone. You can either just kind of wobble back and forth, and the text boxes will close just as fast as they open. Or you can just yeet skeet to the north, wait a couple of seconds, and then kind of bail. If you bail too early, you won't end up getting the jerky and the power tab. This is one magical piece of jerky. It feeds, like, granted, there's not much of an army left, but, like, it feeds everyone.
I was going to say, by the time we get there, like, they're killing the last couple soldiers.
Yeah. Like, either Magus has some really good troops, or this army was just not expecting anything.
Yeah.
These guys don't even have their swords out. Like,
I know.
I think they just gave them armor and was like, go have fun. They're like, you got this. Don't worry about it. In this fight, you can try to kill these descendants, or you just hit Ozzy 3 times. Ozzy has 2 win conditions: deplete his 600 HP, or smack him 3 times. And the fun part of it is you still get full experience for all the descendants on screen. It just ends up being a much faster way to get through them.
Which we like.
So this is where auto battle can kind of be a little tricky, especially if you end up playing pretty greedy with it. Because just because characters get full ATB doesn't mean their text screen is going to pop up right away. So there's a lot of times you're just sitting there toggling auto battle on and off, praying that like something's going to pop up, and then after a while, if it doesn't, the little threat pops in your head of like, did it auto queue an attack? So there, we're giving Luca a little bit of speed and magic through the tab. We're bringing in our good buddy Robo, which, depending on how he feels, is going to be a really good fight or a really bad fight.
Yeah.
So Robo is still berserked, and Zombor has 2 parts: the head and the legs. We're hoping Robo just attacks the legs, and if he doesn't,
the other way.
No, I want him to attack the legs.
No, don't attack the butt. We always tell Robo, don't attack the butt. He's kind of a butt man, though.
So we want to get rid of the head first. The head has a lot of just devastating AoE attacks. Doom, Doom, Doom is definitely the big one that we want to try to avoid. Where the legs are pretty tame, and they're also weak to fire, so we can deal quite a bit more damage to them after we've kind of eliminated the first half of the fight. Good targeting. So now that the legs are dead, we can end up using Slash with Chrono and Flame with Luca just to deal a little bit of extra damage. Slash does work out just to be a better animation because we don't have to have Chrono run to the boss. overall, very uneventful fight. I'm disappointed in Robo.
Not bad. So this is probably a good spot.
At least for a marathon run, like I'm not jinxing or anything, but I am. But like this has been going really smooth so far.
So this is actually a good time to pause if we're talking about taking a break.
Sure, yeah. Let us know whenever you're done with your menus.
Okay, I'll just do a shelter right here, and then we can pause.
Perfect. So yeah, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour, so just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break, if you'd like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the 2024 Season 4 shirt over at theyeti.com/AGDQ. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Chrono Trigger. See y'all in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are showcasing some RPGs this weekend. We are in the middle of a Chrono Trigger run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right. So we'll start the timer again. 3, 2, 1, go.
So at that shop, we sold our ethers, mid-ethers, and every weapon but the air gun. We picked up 11 shelters, 21 revives, 11 panaceas, which will just heal negative status effects, and then around 50-ish mid potions, and this will carry us for a good chunk of the run. Thankfully, in Chrono Trigger, there's not a whole lot of shopping segments. A lot of the items we'll be getting from either side quests or just general dungeon progression. If you are a new runner, you can kind of cut down on mid potions for a little bit more Athenian waters, or vice versa, if you find like you might be healing a little too much, or you're not healing enough but you're reviving more, to kind of help you work through that learning phase.
Yeah, I personally I used to use a lot of mid potions, and so I'd go back and get more mid potions at certain points in the game.
Thankfully, the game we do pick up more items than what we need. So even though we won't be selling a lot of our inventory, there's a couple of items you can pick up around the game that sell for very good for little to no time cost. Danadaro has always been one of my favorite places to run through.
Oh, you gotta be.
Ooh. Cheated the wall a little too much.
Ooh.
So this next screen coming up trips up a lot of runners. You want to hold up and then go left. If you kind of just go diagonal right off the bat, which is 99% of these rooms, you end up getting into a 5 encounter gauntlet that you can't run away from any of them. It wastes, on SNES it's about 2.5 minutes. On PC it's probably about a minute 20, minute 25. And it sucks because you have to go through the room twice.
Yes, it sucks to get 4 back-to-back encounters that you can't escape from.
So that item we fell down, the waterfall for, is the silver earring. It'll increase any character's maximum HP by 25%, which for the speed run, it does get quite a bit of use. If you're doing an RNG manipulated run for the SNES version, you can skip it because as long as you follow the script, you obviously know like what damage is going to happen to what character and when to heal. But in a non-manipulated or PC run, it's a very big gamble. Even though sometimes it only gives you 50, 60 HP, that 50, 60 HP is monumental.
Oh, it's required on Magus though, isn't it?
You can do the lol get lucky. Like you could definitely throw the barrier much later, so it eats the two dark matters. But like you're playing with a lot of explosives in that situation.
Speaking of, we're playing with Robo and which one he's gonna hit here.
I love this strat. So more Berserker randomness. So we only need to kill Massa or Mune. So we're hoping that Hypno Wave hits and puts him to sleep, and then Chrono's kind of just going to follow around Robo like a lost puppy. So what you're hoping to do is Robo just continually hits one character over and over again, which never happens, but you can always just reapply Hypno-Wave. At that point, it's a full moon with a unicorn outside grazing in your backyard.
Well, thankfully that's not going to land.
So these guys only have 1,000 HP.
Okay, Robo.
So Robo's kind of focusing on the blue one. All right, now he's focusing on the other one. Nice. I like how both of them are almost dead.
Yeah, it's...
And Robo's just like spreading the love around. There we go. All right, so now that they can't beat us individually, now they're going to fuse into Skip Leg Day Mon.
The Big Daddy.
This guy's a pork chop with 2 toothpicks. It's the best way to explain it. So if Robo wasn't Berserk here, you would just do Fire Punch with Robo and Luca. But with the Berserker's 50% damage increase, it does allow Luca up to either be a little more aggressive with healing or just to get in a little bit of chip damage herself. Her attacks and fire damage will add up over the fight. One really nice thing is once you get Moss Immune down to about 1,800 HP, which is about 50%, his attack strength doubles. So this is very much a Lucker's strat, is you're really hoping Moss Immune just targets Robo, because with the Berserker, he's got that 50% damage reduction. And with Robo having a very large HP pool, you can get lucky if the stars align, where you can just let auto battle completely roll through, and Robo is going to be just taking chip damage. The one thing you do have to look out for is this storing energy, which a simple slash will end up dissipating it. The first one does happen at a semi-consistent time, and then after that it's kind of just, you have to feel out for it.
Really? Is it not on a timer?
Sometimes it doesn't feel like it is. Cause I've had some fights where I've only seen one wind storage, but I've also had some fights where I've seen 4 or 5. So I don't know if that's just pushing through different AI phases, or because I know with like Inner Lavos, they tweaked his AI from SNES, so that might be something they did here in the PC as well.
Okay.
It could also just be kind of like with the Flea, where if they're trying to target a Berserk character, they can't find like a valid target.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff is kind of just like, it's very hand wavy because none of us can read game code. So it's kind of just, I spent 4 hours of my life on this fight and this is what I found. And then someone else is like 5 minutes later, they're like, yeah, that didn't work for me.
I feel like you do though, after you get used to kind of feeling it out, like when to wind slash.
So we got the blade of the mythical weapon, the Moss Immune, and now we're gonna have a very stern talk to this little kid for the hero's medal, because he kind of stole it and then got a bunch of praise for nothing. So this, we have a 25% chance to see new coming into Frog's Den, and we have a 33% chance to see a new leaving Frog's Den.
And he kind of gets in the way.
He's kind of like right smack dab in the middle of the screen. Some people view this sighting as a blessing. Some people view it as my run is going to die. And there's no in between. It's good, or it's like drastically good or drastically bad.
Yeah, I like to say no news is good news. And Vidu got him for saying that. He's like, I said that first.
So we found out Frog's kind of been hoarding the hilt of the Moss Immune. And Robo's like, I've never seen anything like this before. So we're like, hey, we know a weird weaponsmith in the demon village. Let's go talk to him.
Yeah,
This part of the game just feels very like side questy back and forth.
Yeah, doesn't the hilt say Melchior on it or something?
Yep.
And
or
then,
like Rolamek.
Yeah, Robo says it backwards or something. Roy Clem or something.
So maybe there's something to this Melchior guy that we're just not picking up on yet.
Yeah, we bought a sword from him, so.
So we can eat the cake here for a free HP MP refill if you've had a pretty nasty Masa fight. For the second or two it takes to eat it, it's far better to grab it and not need it than need it and not to grab it. So we talked to Roy Clem, and he's like, I need this dream stone, but nothing's been around for a long period of time. We're like, I guess we're going to the past then. Maybe we're born with it. Maybe it's Melchior. I love that. So fun enough, if you don't talk to Roy Clem, you kind of just fall down this mountain and nothing happens. And then you sit there debating life decisions for a couple of seconds. So you can do this fight with, instead of Robo having Luca, or instead of Robo having Marl, to save a little bit of text boxes. These dinos are weak to shadow magic, which even though Robo doesn't have a classification, a lot of his moves do fall under the shadow element. It is nice also that it's just a full screen ability. However, if you forgot to unequip the Berserker ring from him, if you're doing those strats for Masamune, this fight becomes infinitely more difficult because these little reptites like to put people to sleep.
The worst.
Just fish.
That was one of the big issues when we started doing the routing for that, was because if you're doing the fire punch strats, you don't think about it. You just go about your way. And there's a bunch of us that were doing runs. We got here and we're like, why can't we? Oh,
yeah, definitely have been there. You notice I put the Guardian Bangle on like immediately after Mazavine.
Yeah. I always wait till I'm like, I'll do it right before the time swap. And like, it never happens that way.
Right.
So here we meet the best physical character, Ayla, just because we never need to buy a weapon for her. She is the weapon. So this is a little party segment. If you did use Marl for the Reptites with Antipode, you definitely want to switch Marl out for this. Marl just eats up a lot of time because she wants to go dancing. Where Robo and Luca are like, I just want to sit here and watch from a distance. So we talked to Robo. We're going to wait for him to do 4 little dancing cycles. And then once that's done, we're going to talk to him. And that'll cue up the next segment with Ayla.
Soup drinking contest.
Yes, soup.
Hey, Scotter. I saw Pojo in there too.
Pojo. So this is an incredibly intense mini game of mashing for the mines. Like, you can't hear it because the tech here is really good, but like Jerica is just going absolutely bazonkers holding that A button. So this run does allow turbo. You can do it through Steam. A lot of people will set it to it pushes a button every 10 hertz. The slider goes between 10 hertz and 1,000, which is basically hertz is just milliseconds.
Yeah, any more than that, it just hurts.
Yep. Jerica is the tool-assisted speedrun. She just needs no external help. So here, we'll swap in Ayla. We did pick up a second Berserker ring while walking through the mines. And we wake up to find out that we kind of got robbed. They didn't really steal any items or weapons. They just stole the gate key. And Kino was like, I gave it to the Reptites because I'm jealous of your new friends. 3 minutes after meeting us. So Ayla's like, hey, give it back. And they're like, well, I already gave it to these people. And we're like, all right, I guess we'll do something about it.
Yeah, I think at the end of that conversation, Ayla's like, men.
A lot of the movements in this area, and especially the next area, are pretty basic. There's nothing special. It's either hug a wall or don't run into what's in front of you. So this area was a pain in the butt casually, because there's a bunch of different little paths you can take for items, and if you were trying to go for old treasure chests, you were really hoping these weevils were just going to dig in a certain spot. I always thought it'd be kind of arduous for the speedrun if we had to wait for them to dig in a certain spot to progress instead of the game just giving it to you on a silver platter.
Yeah, that would not have been good.
But this is also where we kind of learn that most dinos are weak to lightning, especially if something like this pterosaur where they got a very high defense, and then once you hit them with a lightning ability, their defense drops greatly and they get a paralyzing type effect. So normally every time you attack him, he would counterattack with a frame breath move. But once you have him shocked, you can kind of just let auto battle roll and do its thing. Nice little skip there. So this fight is one of my favorites. There's not a whole lot that goes on with it to make it interesting. It's just, I like watching NPCs do the battle for me. So we gave Ayla and Robo the Berserker ring. So this next fight coming up, Nisbel, we're really fishing for crits. We want specifically Ayla because she's just at a much higher level. We're looking for at least 2 to 3 crits from her to make this a 2-cycle fight. So no matter what happens with this, just because Berserker making the characters act at the first available frame, you're never going to outspeed Luca, but you also want to wait for Nisbel to do his first action to put his ATB at a known point. Because generally, I don't remember if it's 2 or 3 turns after he gets electrocuted, he'll discharge it. You need to reapply lightning. A couple of crits from Robo, which is nice. So because the time in between shocking him and discharging is so low, Robo is not going to be in this realm much longer. He's going to go back to the scrap heap. Nice crit. So it's just too hard to maintain 3 people while doing consistent damage. So this is routed into the tech point route.
Oof. Okay, we did get 3 crits.
That was getting sketchy near the end.
I was like, okay, we got 3 crits. This has to work.
If you're relying on Robo crits, because Robo and Ayla, the crit difference is, I think, 50 HP. Sometimes you can get kind of damage rounded with it, which sucks when someone pops up in chat. They're like, "Hey, you're 8 HP short." And you're like, "I could have lived without knowing that information. Thank you." Like, if he's close to death, I don't want to know about it. If he's far away from death, then maybe tell me.
Yeah.
Dead characters do not get experience or TP. But like I said, with Robo, him losing out on that small amount doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. We're not looking for Robo to learn his ultimate tech. Once he gets to his level 8 tech, we're pretty much done with him. Luca is going to be the big character we're really focusing on. We're looking for Luca to learn Flare before the final dungeon. We're obviously looking for some characters to learn certain abilities for battles, but Luca is the big main focus for pretty much the rest of the run. So we got our gate key back. Ayla gave us a nice chunk of Dreamstone. So now it's time for Melchior to kind of do his thing. There is a fun interaction that can happen during these cutscenes, where when characters kind of stand in a stationary spot due to a cutscene, if you push into them with a character, you'll reduce that waiting around time. So in this cutscene, you can do it, I think it's 3 or 4 times against certain characters if you want it to be hyper optimized. It does save a handful of frames here and a handful of frames there, but it's by no means required. So because we weren't able to unequip Ayla, we are down 1 Berserker ring. Very sad, Panda. But thankfully, we only really need 1 going forward. A few of us did play with trying to keep the 2 Berserker rings, and it ended up just being more of a hindrance than a help, unfortunately. So now that we got Frog his freshly new minted sword, we're going to go back and give it to him and just give him a little bit of a pep talk. He's a little down in his cave. So this is our last chance to see if we get some good news or some bad news. Also, our last bird skip.
I was going to say, I thought that's what you were going to say.
Honestly, I forgot about the bird skip. I kind of spaced out there for a second.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, bad news it is. Everyone, you're welcome for the curse. Erica, I might or might not be sorry for what happens in the future. I'll save that for after the events.
Yeah, there you go. Don't even talk about it.
So here we just get a nice expositional cutscene about Frog's background. So Frog had this really good friend named Cyrus, and Cyrus was the knightliest knight in all of the realm. But Glenn was much better with a sword. So Cyrus is like, I'm going to free this land of the dark evils and slay Magus. So the king's like, I'm not going to give you any troops. Go have fun. Like, this is your own little crusade. So Glenn and Cyrus end up going through. They end up defeating the Frog Prince. Get all your worldly tales out of the way. And then, spoilers, unfortunately, Cyrus ends up falling to Magus. Magus ends up shattering the mass immune. And ends up killing Cyrus, turning him to effectively a ghost. And Glenn ends up getting turned into Frog. And they started like Frog's kind of vendetta against Magus.
Fun fact, I have a music video parody of Shania Twain's When called Glenn, and it's all this whole story put in, chronological order. Because right now we kind of see it kind of bits and pieces of it out of order. But
I do find it a little bit cruel that they scoured the land looking for this mythical blade. And as soon as they find it, they basically find out it's just paper mache. They're like, hey, we defeated Masa Immune. We got the sword. We can take on Magus. And Magus is like, haha, so you think.
Yeah.
So in the game's code, the Masa Immune was supposed to deal double damage against magical beings. Unfortunately, that effect doesn't take place. That kind of ends up leading to bunked codes in both versions of the game. But thankfully, the Masa Immune itself just has a stupidly high attack power and even more stupidly high crit rate.
And it can, cut through a whole rock.
Only once, though. So while giving Frog the hero medal for an extra 10% crit rate, you can also give him the Berserker for a just flat 50% damage increase. Church, which one do you think we're going to go with?
I mean, logically it would be the damage increase, but always lucky, right? You gotta go crit chance?
There it is. All right, routing on the fly. Let's go. You heard, Church.
And that was how the run died at Flea. No.
Yep. This is how the estimate now is 6 hours and 20 minutes.
You're a marshmallow, Glenn.
You're a wizard, Harry. I love his little tongue sticking out.
Yeah, it's
One of the nice things is we kind of been skipping. There have been a lot of them up to this point, but there are the good old Akira Toriyama cutscenes left in from the PlayStation 1 port. I kind of wish they would have thrown in a little more. Some of the cutscenes are very well done, and you skip the best one, just like not even a second shot.
Oh, you expect me to let it roll?
At least for a second, give him a little tease, a little taste. You put the band hammer on that hard. Sure, we just watch the same thing again in 2D, but
without the annoying noise that it has.
Oh, and the high-pitched whine. So I kind of do feel bad for Frog in this route because 95% of the time he's just a berserk bot. So we won't teach him to learn magic with Specchio. His physical attacks are all we want out of him. And to go back to Specchio to have him start learning like water is like 3 minutes. It's so much of a time dump, and you can't get anything valuable out of it, unfortunately.
What about Frog Stomp?
Frog Stomp is the highest damaging ability in the game at max level, because you have the HP to support it, and you have the stamina stat to support it. Being in like a speedrun setting, having under 45 stamina really hurts Frog Squash damage. Because there was a point we were looking at that for the SNES route.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
So in Magus' Castle, it doesn't matter if you go left room first, right room first. It doesn't matter. It's just runner preference. The goal is to hit the event tiles for both rooms to kind of progress the story.
So quiet too until you actually do this.
I got no audio, so everything's quiet. So Ozzy does kind of lie to us a little bit. There's not 100 enemies in this castle. There's 105. So I already can't trust him. This fight goes pretty decent. You're just going to Cyclone the bottom two. Frog's going to attack the left side. And then Robo's going to laser spin. He's going to turn this into a disco party.
He's a dancing queen, you know.
So this next fight, these four little spoopy children are blocking an item called the barrier. Now, barrier reduces all magic damage by, I don't know if it's 33%. I think it's 33% for a fixed amount of time. With the way battle speed works in PC, it doesn't last the longest, but for the time we use it, it does make the fight a lot safer.
Thanks for the GLs, Dark Nasty.
So this flea fight is interesting in both versions for slightly different means, but there is a manipulation we can kind of fall upon in the PC port. So it happens with Frog being the lowest HP character and having the Berserker on. Flea can't find a valid target for its next attack, similar with what we were talking about with Masamune. So if you end up falling into this cycle, sometimes it takes a little bit, sometimes you're just blessed, sometimes it's Maybelline. Flea will kind of sit there and do nothing for long periods of time as Frog just ends up whacking everyone with the sword. Poison is something we do want to get rid of. It does decrease physical damage by 25%. So although the ticks aren't the important part, Frog is the big carry for these next couple of fights. And him being down any kind of damage just really hurts. We are hoping Robo does kind of head to the junkyard once again. Just so it will eliminate one of Flea's more terrifying counterattacks called Stare. So Stare will take control of that character, and that character will attack the other two party members. But because of random targeting, sometimes it just ends up being really sketchy, and it's not like you can hit your own party members to kind of hasten the product. It's a completely reactionary fight. So now that Robo's dead and everyone's healthy, we're just going to let auto battle pretty much fly for the rest of the fight. Yeah, Frog with the Masamune, like we were saying, is just a stupidly large damage increase for no work, especially with the Berserker properties as well. So these fights, just nothing special. Everyone will one-shot whether they crit or not. They just decide to feel fancy at the moment. These enemies, I don't remember their exact HP, but I know it's under 100. And then the slash fight, for anyone that's watched a manipulated SNES run, this fight is like 2.5 pages of manipulation. And on PC, it's lol, hold X, and heal when needed. So, like, physicals are just gonna be like the most time efficient ways. Like most of Chrono's skills are magic, but he has no magic stat to back it up. And Robo, he does have Rocket Punch, which is physical, but his normal physical attacks also just deal a good amount of damage. So it's not like there's really much you can do about it. This is efficiency. So the first phase, Slash has, I think 1800. So then this is where the real fight happened because he grabbed his sword off of the wall. So we're just gonna spend the time healing up. We're really just hoping Slash doesn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. I was not fast
more
enough to get
specifically.
that.
More specifically, if he ends up targeting more than one party members, Robo is quite weak to lightning damage. And you're really hoping he doesn't stay to the outer edges, just from enemy, like just from a party member travel time.
Oof.
Oh, he's living his best life at the moment. He's so healthy. So we can see Frog really putting in the work. So once Slash gets down to about 1200 HP remaining, so we've dealt about 2000 damage, he will counterattack every instance of damage with Come Here or Yes Sir, which is a multi-hit attack that does quite a bit of damage. So there is a little bit of damage counting that's kind of going on in the background, because once you hit that counterattack phase, you just want Frog to be the only person dealing damage, just because if you're going to end up eating a counterattack, you might as well have someone deal the most damage they can. So here we hit the counterattack phase. It was yaw. I was completely wrong. So this is where it kind of becomes pretty easy, because Slash can also do normal attacks during this phase. So Chrono eating 140 to the face does not really equal good times. Overall, very good Slash and Flea fights. We'll pick up the Slasher just because it gives Chrono a little bit of extra speed. Frog is no longer the angriest amphibian in the world. We're going to swap out to Robo for Luca just because Luca needs every tech point we can give her. So this is all just forced encounters. We will be running away from a good majority of them. There are some we're take just because we are looking for Chrono to learn Spin Cut before we get to the boss of the castle, which will give him and Luca the dual tech Flame Sword. Spin Cut is basically a 4 MP move that guarantees a crit. One of the nice things with it being a dual attack with Flame Saber or Flame Sword is it gets a 25% damage boost on top of that, not including any elemental modifiers from the enemy being possibly weak to fire. So this room is slightly better on PC, and SNES, when the text boxes are going on, the guillotines stop, where in PC they still going, which creates a very nice free-flowing area, instead of a kind of janky, like, stop and go. These outside platforms, the only enemy that has a hitbox on this screen is those green rollies. So if you just kind of stand still, or swag dip to the left, you don't have to worry about the bats running into you. This room, however... Oh, I hear the taps. Very nice. If you end up hugging that lower pillars, the corners will push you down, which ends up dropping you into a nice little fun area. This room's the same. don't get hit by the rollies or don't get hit by the sword people. This encounter skip is kind of fun where your party members don't have a collision box, or they don't have a hit detection box, but they do have collision boxes. So if you put Frog out in front, you can watch that outlaw just kind of like walk off into the distance. So this fight we'll be running away from. The next fight with the 4 jugglers, they have an interesting mechanic where they start off as physically resistant, and then if you hit them with magic, they become magic resistant. So, but the magic attack doesn't need to deal damage. So by doing Hypno Wave, we're going to make everyone physically weak, and then just one-shot them with X strikes before they can start changing around the resistances. So X-Strike is just a much more MP efficient way to go through them than instead of using something like Slash or a flamethrower attack. Or like flamethrower in a physical.
Got Fire Sword.
All right. Speed Belt is a relic that will give +2 to speed, so it's just basically the bandana's slightly bigger brother. This room, you want to be looking at the left wall while going through the staircase to avoid the encounter. So this fight is kind of a little bit of a gimmick. We don't actually want to hit the giant iceberg, we just want to hit the switches. In SNES, the damage we get off the last switch will give you a very big opening into the RNG of Magus. So in SNES, RNG goes from 0 to 255, but it's segregated into windows. And all windows are just varying in size. So with RNG manip, you don't need to hit a certain RNG value. You just need to be in a certain window. Well, the Magus fight condenses all those windows down to 6. So you'll only get 6 damage values off that chain, and then you can real-time manipulate the fight based off what damage values you got. RNG for SNES is very, very simplistic. In PC, none of that exists to the best of our knowledge. So we don't know what we're going to get. Jerica was very happy that she worked out the kinks before the run. And I just said, lol, you think so. So let's see who's right in this. Because I'm on Team Chaos here. Church, how do you think this fight's going to go? We talked a lot about this before the run.
Always lucky trying to do it, so like, it's gonna go great.
I like that. I am wearing a Scollins pendant type necklace on purpose. All right, we're hoping for
Magus,
fires and lightnings here.
Magus has 6,666 HP. For the first 2,000, Frog Sword will remove his barrier effect, so he takes 33% more damage from magic. And then, depending on what element he uses against us, is what he's weak against. So our only option is Lightning, which is minor damage and it kind of makes us sad. Shadow and Ice, which make us really sad. Or we really just want to see a boatload of fires. Lightning will deal about 250 damage. Fire Sword will deal 500. It's a very big damage increase. Frog going down for a nap isn't the worst thing. He will be taking several naps during the during this fight, I should say. Nice fire.
I'm rolling with it.
You have to at this point. You can't skip a fire barrier like that. So this is a purely reactionary fight. You can try to force your way through it, but Magus just has so much HP and so many means of dealing damage to us that you're going to end up being in a worse time than anything else. So just kind of keep your party members all topped up. Frog, I wouldn't worry about healing. Just because he's only there to remove the barrier if you have a good element.
Well,
all right, well, this is going... This is going.
it's going.
I don't want to say anything else right now. I kind of feel a little bad at the moment.
We didn't want to save time anyway.
No, it's not like we were on a good pace or anything.
No.
Nice. All right. I haven't been damage counting, but I think this should be kind of close. All right. So if we don't see another element after this fire sword, nice. All right. So we might be lined up for the Juicer. Oh. So there's a very, very brief moment between the last elemental attack and before Magus does that barrier spell, where Magus becomes very weak to physicals and very weak to that element. So we end up calling that fire sword the Juicer. So if you end up getting a fire sword off in that window, instead of it dealing 500 damage, it deals close to 900. Which is a just very large damage increase, and it does make going into these later phases a little bit easier. It's definitely not needed, but having that little bit of extra padding is nice. But you can still see like Frog rocking 400 HP crits. So now he should be going down in the next fire sword or two. Frog has been critting quite a bit. There's no point in healing up Frog or Luca. Just full damage all the time.
Oof.
Very nicely handled.
Thanks. Yeah. Not as bad as this morning's like a million shadow and waters. So
Magus, if you're going for serious PB attempts, Magus is definitely the ender of a lot of runs, especially in the community. We call them barriers. So it's how many element changes we see before we get to the second phase. And if you're running against a PB that has a 6 or 7 barrier fight, which is already an exorbitantly low amount, and you open up, do you see 4 or 5 shadows or 4 or 5 ices like we've seen here, there's a very good chance you're just going right back to the beginning of the game. And that's just the nature of the run, unfortunately. Where sometimes you end up losing 2.5, 3 minutes to Magus, just because, like we've seen here, you get everything else except the elements you can do anything with. There have been a handful of runs where Frog doing 50 damage at a time has pushed him into the second phase.
yeah, those are not fun.
No. But we've defeated the big baddie. It's also worth mentioning that Magus has largely more So our biggest enemy we fought up to Magus was Nizbel with 4,200. And then Magus having close to 6,700 is just a very big endurance battle as well. So we end up defeating Magus. We end up getting sucked back in time to 65 mil BC. Ayla's first instinct upon seeing Frog is, "Ooh, look, breakfast." So we had to tame her off a little bit. So here we found out that the Reptites have burned down Azula village, and Ayla's kind of out for blood at the point. So the Elder's like, no, you can't do anything. She's like, fine, I'll take some pterodactyls, I'll go there myself. And the chief's kind of like, well, I can't stop you really, so...
Yeah, she says something about one of her lines is like, man's alive but dead inside or something, or you're alive but dead inside. I forget what the exact line is, but
First started.
This encounter, there's no skipping, so you're better off just kind of flagging it as fast as you can. We will be picking up... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, if Frog hits not the monkey dude, then it's a quicker escape because the monkey dude counterattacks.
Oh yeah, he picks up the boulder and throws it at you.
Oh, she's talking about this skip.
Yeah, it's easy. So in PC, it's a very convoluted setup unless you're corporate image. Then you just YOLO it 100% of the time and get it 100% of the time. Well, in SNES, you run over, you kind of run up to shift your pixel, and then you run back down to kind of clip the side of the boulder. Where Corp has this setup, he just kind of like holds diagonal and it works. And I've never understood it. I was doing a marathon run from him and I was prepping the audience for it. And I'm like, yeah, it's this very intricate setup. And he's just like, oh. And I'm like, oh, apparently I know nothing. But yeah, in PC, because of the shrunken hitboxes, it does make it a cool skip regardless, because you just kind of walk up to the wall and then you kind of just hug it right around the rubble. And it doesn't even notice you're there. It just free pass. Gandalf's got the day off. So here we're just giving Ayla a little bit better piece of defensive gear, giving her the power scarf for, I don't remember if it's +2 or +3 to strength. I think it's +3. And then Chrono gets the speed belt to make him just that little bit of extra speedy. All these jailers we can just freely run away from. So our main goal right now is to go down and see how Kino's doing. Maybe Joe and Matt could have helped. Slackers.
Ayla's like, doors? Where we're going, we don't need doors. You still there, Dave?
Still here. So here we kind of hit the first grinding segment of the run. We're going to be fighting these rebels 7 times. This is for a little bit of levels for damage, HP for survivability, and more importantly for Ayla to learn Cat Attack, which will allow her and Chrono to do the dual tech Volt Bite. As we can see, like with trying to start these battles, it's not just as simple as running into the door and calling it a day. You do kind of have to do some little bit of shenanigans by rubbing against the pillar to kind of slow down your movement, so the game's like, hey, you've actually hit the right spot. And sometimes if you just go 1 or 2 pixels too far, you end up triggering this other encounter, which isn't the worst thing, but it is quite a bit slower than just doing like a cyclone and a physical attack. So it is kind of easy to zone out during this grind and maybe take an extra battle or 2. If you take 1, it's not a bad thing. If you start taking any more, you start to run into potential issues with Luca. So this dungeon is one, like, running SNES or PC, there's a lot of like very finicky encounter skips. And especially if you end up going on autopilot, like we've talked about a lot, it's very easy to mistake rooms and do the wrong movement. And then all of a sudden, there are quite a few unrunnable encounters in this, where this is where autosave really comes in handy for the PC port, because you can kind of just do the good old Alt F4, load the game back up, kind of get your bearings, and then go from there. Another fight, we're just going to slightly decrease the battle speed, because Nisbel 2 is a cycle-based boss. Nisbel 2 has a lot of just very interesting mechanics. So you're supposed to hit him with a thunder ability to lower his defense. So this is where Volt Bite comes into play, because we kind of get the best of both worlds. Cat Attack is still a very good damaging ability. So as we do more and more Volt Bites, our damage is going to start increasing. If we did any physicals in the meantime, his defense would raise, which would lower our Volt Bite damage. So we're effectively gaining 200 damage per Volt Bite. And then after the 3rd instance of an electric, he'll do an AoE shock like this. And you kind of just rinse and repeat the cycle over and over again. Much like with the Hecarim fight, we're hoping that he does a lot of split-based damage. Like, he doesn't focus on one character. Chrono being just lightning affinity, being able to use those elements doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be strong or resistant to them. For the characters, that's just how they're coded. Enemies are a little bit of a different bag. So Nisbel will go through 2 cycles. He'll do an AoE attack, and then he'll do single target. And these are the only 2 moves that he'll do outside of electrical discharge. So sometimes you can get through this without having all the characters heal. Ooh, Ayla's looking spicy. And sometimes you just need to spend 1 or 2 rounds kind of like healing and reviving. Knowing that he's set to a fixed pattern of AoE and then single target really helps you start to revive people if some people have fallen down, because you don't want to revive until he's done an AoE move, or like that person's just going to get up and then flop back down again. So here, coming up, we're giving Chrono the Ruby Vest just to give him a little bit of extra fire resistance. We're taking the Berserker off Frog, giving him the Guardian Bangle. This fight is very much runner preference coming up. You can do it on Battle Speed 1. You can do it on Battle Speed 3. You can do it on Battle Speed 4. Obviously, the faster battle speed, the faster the battle gets. The difference between Battle Speed 3 and Battle Speed 1 is about 23 seconds. Just because this is a heavily gated cycle-based boss. But doing it on Battle Speed 1, if you're slow on any of your inputs, has a very, very large cascading effect throughout the fight. This boss has 11,000 HP. And when you're only dealing 800 damage a round, it's very easy to start falling behind over and over again. So in this fight, we're going to Hypno Wave, and hopefully to put Azala to sleep.
Hopefully first try. Yay.
So now what we're waiting for is for Black Tyranno to lower his defense. There's absolutely no reason to deal damage to him during this phase. We do want to keep our characters pretty topped up during the chomp attacks. They do have a sap debuff from the roars, so they will slowly be losing HP over the battle. So now that he's lowered his defense, we're just going to go in with cat attacks and flame sabers. Ideally, we get 6 cat attacks and we get 5 flame sabers. But you can already see going from battle speed 5 on Nisbel 2 to battle speed 1 how fast characters are getting their turns. And ATB doesn't stop until the menu gets opened. So like Ayla's already starting to get good chunks of ATB over Chrono, even though they're basically inputting their text at the same time. Like a 5th or a 6th level bar doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're doing this many attacks, it does add up exceedingly quickly. So we got one more round in. Ayla might be able to sneak in a cat attack, depending on the frame cycle. So this comes to the point where we don't want to do a lot of healing. Because if he does a chomp attack, he heals himself for how much damage the character takes. So Chrono's going to kind of sit there. We're going to be throwing out flame kicks just for additional damage. We're going to be reviving people when needed to really slow down that HP regeneration. In the notes, it says throw 3. For battle speed 1, I highly recommend throwing a minimum of 4. Just because even if you did have a good first cycle, depending on the frame cycle you're on for the second cycle, you can still end up missing out on a little bit of damage. And at this point, we want to leave this battle with very low HP. So it's better just to be safe than kibosh the run trying to finical over a few seconds. Once a character gets inflicted with a status effect, like sleep, it will stay with them permanently until it's removed. So the only way to remove the sleep effect for Azala is to someone to attack it. And thankfully, since Black Tyranno is the default, that should realistically never happen. Good fight.
That was a gold.
Oh, dang.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Oh, and I guess this is once the cutscene finishes, this is a good time for a break.
So now we get introduced to the original Lavos. La means big and Vos means fire. So this is when kind of Azala has summoned Lavos to the time and when it starts sleeping in the middle of the earth like a giant burrito.
Burrito.
Earthy tortilla. So Ayla's like, hey, Azala, come with us. Like, I know you're kind of a bad person, but like, you don't need to wipe out here. And Azala's like, I'm not letting you monkeys save me. Get away from me, you Saiyans.
Going down with the ship.
Yep. It is this sound effect really nice that you hear the Lavos scream in the background. You kind of hear it doing that echo and reverberation.
All right, this is a good spot to pause if we want.
Perfect. So yeah, during these longer breaks, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. GDQ's next all-women in Feb speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 25, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/famefatales for more information on the event. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we are showcasing a bunch of different RPG speedruns. We are in the middle of a Chrono Trigger speedrun. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right, we're going to hit the pause button, start things going on 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so we have a very lovely crater where the Tyranno lair used to be. And looky here, we have another dimensional portal. So much like everything else, let's just see where it takes us. This is by far my favorite timeline. The music in this area is, I think everyone that's played Chrono Trigger or anyone that's heard the soundtrack can wholeheartedly agree. This is the Zeal OST is a banger of a track.
I thought you were talking about the wind sounds. It's so good.
No. There's something iconic about like the long bell chimes. So this land has been very much divided by the quote-unquote enlightened and the homebound people. So about 2,000 years before this, they started harnessing the power of Lavos, because why not harness the power of a space stick that's been sleeping inside the Earth for millions of years? And through this means, they've been able to develop technology, and more importantly, they've been able to develop the ability to use magic. So everyone that lives above the snowy wasteland are people that have been chosen by Lavos, the Mammoth Machine, Queen Zeal, to use magic, and everyone that can't got stuck in Siberia.
Accurate. Hey, Nanvin.
Sir, we just made a little stop off to grab a speed tab, because they are, as always, oh so important. And here we find out about the lovely Scala, or Shala, depending on pronunciation. I know a lot of people get heated over either or, so I'm probably going to mix it up just to annoy people.
Fantastic.
So here we're kind of like, hey, she's got a fancy pendant that does stuff. We also have a party member that has a fancy pendant that doesn't do stuff yet. Maybe we should throw it in the microwave.
I mean, accurate.
So here is the game's... Oh. So this is kind of like the hint of like, hey, like those the black treasure chests and the sealed doors in 2300 AD, the game kind of describes them as Zeal chests. So since we've powered up the pendant, we now have access to all those chests we've completely forgot the location for and will never touch again. Unless we get a really bad steal, then we'll have to touch one of them, which is icky. Shayla, I'm adding that to the pronunciations now. Getting a notepad open for this. This is one of the most lovable enemies. That is also our biggest headaches. So this is one of the reasons we ended up wanting to be in low HP, because you can either fight this guy for experience and tech points, or you just wipe to him. The result is still the same. We just want to get there the fastest. So this is where not hitting those convenient instant heal squares on the ground or not overhealing in Black Tyranno come into play. If you do end up hitting them, it's a little bit of a time loss. It's definitely nothing to like reset a run over unless you're going for like a serious time. So here we have this wondrous prophet that kind of showed up just a little bit before we did. Seems to have like some really good knowledge of history, and his first instinct is to banish us to the Shadow Realm.
Suspicious.
Which, I mean, we did cause a little bit of a trouble. So Shala will use magic that we'll never see again to kind of seal off the dimensional vortex. So we're like, hey, like we need to go back there and help people out because we're good people. And I'm a golden retriever boyfriend, and Marl will like this. So the first thing we're going to do before finding a way back is we're going to go to Medina Village, the village of the demons. The game expects you to kind of go to this place much later in a playthrough than what you do. But by going there now gives us an extremely large speed and attack boost for Chrono. So you have an option between the Guardian Helmet, which is a good piece of defensive gear that gives you a permanent barrier or protect effect, which is 33% damage reduction. Or you can get the Swallow Sword, which is +3 to speed and a boatload of offense. The Swallow Sword is one of Chrono's like best weapons before you hit the end game property. And that +3 is also especially important. So every other stat in the game maxes out at 100. And when you get it to 100, it becomes 2 stars. Speed maxes out at 16, which is what makes speed a very, very stupidly important stat. So with Chrono, even though we've only fed him 1 or 2 speed tabs, with the bandana and the swallow, he'll have max speed, which means at pretty much the start of every battle, he's going to start with full ATB. Which is nice, but also on the higher battle speed makes it very, very unruly to control. This is where the game really starts punishing you for overextending with auto battle.
The last sword Chrono will ever wear, it's true. Fun fact, I tried to route the swallow out for an 80% route that I've been working on, and it's too good to not
it's so hard to route it out. Like just the attack boost alone, once you start using Falcon Strike, like you feel the difference. You went left, and I had a slight heart palpitation.
I always I'm not holding turbo as I walk up. I've yet to pick the wrong chest. I don't want today to be that day.
I think it was B-Dude's first Chrono Trigger run. He grabbed the Guardian Helmet by mistake on SNES. And he was like, let's just rock through it. In his second run, I think he saved like an hour and a half just from grabbing the swallow. Like everything. Everything just became infinitely easier. Yeah, 100% is defined just by all side quests. So basically every quest given to you by the Guru of Time, because that's the only thing the game really tracks. There is a category for the Dimensional Vortex on PC and all endings for PC and SNES. All endings on the PC is like 9 hours, 10 hours.
Yeah.
it's quite a bit longer. So now that we got Chrono, our fancy new sword. So this is also the sewers were something the game was kind of expecting you to visit also as well, like during a casual playthrough. But for story progression, there's just really nothing here for it. So we end up just pushing it off to this point. You can get a very nice accessory from here called the Rage Band, which is a 50% counterattack chance. Casually, that carried me pretty hard for a lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
So this whole screen is a giant troll, and I love it. So all these items you can interact with, and they cause encounters. The cheese is also a lie. This save point will also cause an encounter.
Yeah.
It is the biggest troll. Casually, I was going through, and I took quite the beating because I wanted to kick the can and eat the cheese. So I was like, oh, thankfully a save point. I could get my health back, and it's like 3 or 4 enemies just end up swamping me, and I'm like, well, I guess we're going back to the beginning of this area now. So funny enough, Crawley can't actually kill any party members. Crawley gets stuck on Chrono's hair, so it'll just continually do 1 HP attacks over and over again. Which, if it does it, you're just healing. Once again, not the biggest thing, especially if you're still carrying over Battle Speed 1 from Black Tyranno. So we just found our own way there. We went 88 miles per hour in the DeLorean.
Exactly. With 2 flat tires.
So I still want to know how they ended up chaining up a mountain like a puppy. I need some lore behind this because the game does not explain it. Coming up are some interesting enemies and an even more, let's call it, interesting boss fight. These beasts get a attack increase every time you deal damage to them. So our plan is to just kill them in 2 attacks before they do anything. It is extremely easy, just like everything else, to let auto battle roll just a couple of frames too long, and you end up attacking, and they end up dealing, instead of 70-80 damage, it ramps up very quickly to with 2 or 3 attacks, especially if you lose focus on the window or just don't catch it right away, to them start one-shotting fools very quickly. So we're going to have a spectacular mud imp fight because I need to earn some credit points back from Magus. So this fight is also just a giant bag of randomness. If you do this on Battle Speed 1, you deserve your name on the side of a building.
If you do it and survive.
Our big plan is to put the two beasts to sleep. We're not worried about if the red one wakes up, but we definitely don't want the blue one to wake up because then they start doing triple attacks and it hurts. A little bit unfortunate there. So what Mud Imp is resistant to all forms of damage until both beasts die, but Mud Imp himself only has 1200 HP. So it is, in a optimal fashion, much better to just try to deplete Mud Imp's HP 200 times at a round and hope you don't see healing phase after healing phase after healing phase. Because the healing phase pretty much removes the damage you've done from Flame Kick, which is by far your biggest damaging ability at the moment. So this is one, thankfully he's getting very rock heavy.
We like the rocks.
Yes. And you can see how much Chrono having max speed, just how fast his bar is filling up.
Nice.
Very nice
Pretty
fight.
clean.
Not even the red beast did anything.
The main thing was he didn't wake up the blue one at all. Once he starts doing that, he just keeps doing it. It's really bad.
So coming up, we gave Chrono and Ayla the Berserker. There are enemies on Mount Woe called Rubbles. They lock you out of techs pretty much right away. They also have just a stupidly high evasion rate, and since we are quite a bit underleveled, our hit rate is also not up to snuff. But these enemies are important because they give 100 tech points. For anyone new coming in, we have been following a pretty strict tech point route because there is something in the game called TP duplication or tech point duplication. Okay. So with Chrono learning Lightning 2 on that Rubble, Chrono got 100 tech points for Lightning 2, and then he also gets 100 tech points towards his next skill.
Technically, it was Falcon Strike, though, right? Oh.
Yeah. I just used that as a random example.
Got it.
So a large point of this run is learning abilities on enemies or bosses that give large amounts of TP to kind of just extend that a little further. So we did end up learning, as Jericho was saying, the good old Falcon Strike. And this thing is, I hope you like this ability because we're going to see a lot of it.
Yeah.
Falcon Strike doesn't use any damage modifications from Ayla's Rock Throw. It's purely just spin cut damage, but since Chrono's our beefiest DPS character, it probably works out better that way. It's basically a guaranteed crit in a line. Also, the fact that it's just a stupidly fast animation for only 4 MP apiece. This function is also present on the SNES, the PlayStation 1, and the DS. This is just an inherent game mechanic Square has never fixed over the years. Which, thankfully, they didn't.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
it cuts out a lot of grinding. Like, the only way to get around the duplication, if you wanted to do a, true glitchless run, quote-unquote, would to be anytime someone learns a tech, you have to go fight Gato for 1 TP. So you would either have to route everything around learning something before a dungeon, or, leave that dungeon to fight Gato to get 1 TP and then go back into the dungeon. It makes it very awkward. So here we're just picking up a couple items for selling. The Time Hat, very good for money. Magic Tab, very good for damage. So I love this boss. He is so happy to be here and a part of this run. There's words I'd like to describe him, but I can't because this is PG, but he's just so happy to be here. Like, look at him. Look, he's just a big cuddly guy. So you're really hoping at the start of the fight, both Chrono and Ayla get their tech boxes up. It does make this fight a little safer, but once again, not needed. We don't really need to heal in this fight, thankfully. Giga Guy is very much follows a very strict script that we can abuse quite easily. So 2 Falcon Strikes will destroy the arms. Luca is going to end up tossing napalms, and then we're just going to keep Falcon Striking. The reason we set up Falcon Strike individually on Luca or Chrono and Ayla is whoever initiates the dual tech does get a slight ATB punishment. So Chrono's speed, instead of it being 16, drops down to 15.5 or 15.2, depending on like what dual tech. So there are times Ayla's text box will show up before Chrono's. So by setting them both to the ability, you don't have to worry about micromanaging who shows up. Basically, when everyone's turn is close to coming up, you can turn off auto battle, hold your turbo button, and then re-enable auto battle. And these napalms are just to kind of throw in a little bit of extra damage. So as long as you don't kind of overextend and leave especially when the arms regenerate, if you don't leave them around for too long, because they always regenerate with 0 ATB, and then their first move, they'll start cycling through the double hand attacks again. So you do have a pretty decent window to eliminate them before you end up seeing some devastating attacks over and over again.
It's kind of scary on Battle Speed 1, but it also lets you turbo a little easier because Luca's so slow. There's something about that shift between Battle Speed 2 and 1 where you can just get her in there in time. Then you have to remember to turn Battle Speed 1 off again, too. I can usually do Dalton with Battle Speed 1, but then in the Ocean Palace, I'm changing it.
Yeah. Ocean Palace, you can get very easily burned on Battle Speed 1 with the Warlocks or the Wizards. So hey, what's Melchior doing here? You're supposed to be in another timeline.
And he doesn't know us. What gives?
You fixed... Maybe we should have brought Frog. He would have remembered him. He's got a very memorable face. So here, Shala's kind of come down to give us the warning that, like, hey, like, Queen Zeal knows we're here because the mountain fell, and they're not really happy with us. So Dalton comes back to kind of kidnap the Princess Shayla, and then throws a smoke bomb, kind of like Shadow from Final Fantasy VI. And everyone's like, where'd he go? So Melchior ends up giving us a dagger created from the Dreamstone. They call it the Ruby Knife. And because the Dreamstone was harnessed from Lavos, it has the ability to absorb magical energies. So he's like, hey, I helped create the Mammoth Machine. This might help you destroy it. Let's see what happens. So for some reason, since Dalton kidnapped Scala, they've opened up the teleporters up to Zeal Palace now, which is a very big oversight. It's almost like he's taunting us. He could have just left us stranded down here for eternity.
And they didn't take the time machine either at this point.
No.
Is this your favorite song, Dime?
Oh, it is.
It's a lot of people's favorite.
So good.
Mine is still like Black Omen, I think, or the final song at the end, the ending.
I think it was because like the first time you hear this, it's the soundtrack or the OST is quite a bit different from what you've heard originally. But like Black Omen's still a very big banger too. So there we kind of started off the side quest. We told that girl not to burn the plant. If you accidentally tell her to burn it, or there are some situations where you close the text box at the wrong time, you do get other chances to kind of rectify the issue, which is nice. So with the Dalton fight, we'll be doing a Falcon Strike with Chrono and then Luca. And this is just to spread out the Iron Ball damage, because Iron Ball will target whoever initialized the dual tech. So this is just us forcing the nice HP.
Gotta love it.
Just spreading out the damage, because we do want Chrono to live for a little bit longer. Ocean Palace is another good track too.
True, yeah.
This place is just a giant maze at the start. Thankfully, there's not a lot of tricky encounter skips in this area. This one, I'd say, is probably by far the trickiest. Trying to plan your movements during the jumping animations. If you end up hitting them, once again, not a big deal, just a free runaway. Now, it is possible to skip over this encounter. Which a couple of runners have done, because you just end up yeet-skeeting through and you're like, I didn't learn Fire 2 when I was supposed to.
Yeah.
Which is a very necessary spell to learn before we get to the next segment. Also, Ayla to learn Charm for the dual tech Boogie.
How you make a tissue dance.
So here we get to see Queen Zeal worshipping the giant mammoth machine, the machine they invented to kind of just absorb Lavos' energy. Surely nothing bad will come from this. So this fight we will be taking twice. Just for Luca to learn Fire 2, because after this, she will be taking a little bit of a side bench, because we do want Ayla and Robo to learn Boogie, and also Robo just needs a little bit of loving with the tech points as well. So this is also a nice place to kind of catch up if you've managed to skip an encounter, because you can respawn this fight instantly. If you do have to take this more than twice, though, it is a good idea to throw an ether or a mid-ether, or just use another shelter. The MP route for this elevator is extremely tight. So if you end up overusing an ability, or especially after Chrono ends up learning Lightning 2, it throws you back to the top of the tech menu for an unknown reason. So it's very easy just to still think you're on Falcon Strike, and then you go through it and you end up using Cyclone, and you're like, oh.
Where we go?
So all these encounters are fixed. It'll always be the same enemy grouping. There'll be 3 encounters on this way down. On higher battle speeds, if you're not really good with the inputs, it is very easy, especially later in this next encounter coming up, where things that can start snowballing quite quickly. Or especially any encounter with those wizards, because they do have an ability, I believe it's on second turn, where they can lock you out of using Ultex.
Yeah, those guys drive me nuts.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason I switched to Battle Speed 3 for this segment, is because of those guys.
This skip in SNES, you can kind of walk around to the right and hug the wall to get behind these guys. Leaving is a little bit more tricky, just because it's awkward to see where Chrono stands compared to the enemies. Sadly, even though we have the reduced hitbox, I don't know if they just moved these scouters back a little bit too far. But that skip becomes quite a bit more difficult on PC. Basically, I don't think any of us have got it to work yet. But with the power of auto battle and not letting it run for too long, because they will counterattack if you have a physical hit, which is one thing to keep in mind. But during that small time you can auto battle, or going into the menu and auto battling will also build run gauge. So Golem Twins, they're something. We're going to modify the AI script because they're going to copy any elemental attack they hit with, which will buy us 1 free turn. Very nice. So these, if Boogie doesn't land, their next turn is going to be a giant fireball move that does close to like 400 to 500 damage. And at that point, this fight snowballs very, very quickly out of control. You can keep kind of spamming Lightning 2 over and over again to lock their AI script. But there comes to a point where the damage just starts, especially if stop misses on both of them.
Yeah.
It just ends up getting out of control exceedingly quickly. One also nice side effect of stop is it increases damage dealt, or damage received, by 25%. So it does save us a little bit of attack animation in the long run.
Yeah, we got some good RNG there. I had this week when I was running this, I had Boogie not land on the right one 2 tries in a row, and I managed to finagle it. But yeah, we got the best results.
If you manage to work yourself through it, if 1 or 2 Boogie misses, it's such a good feeling. And then you look at the timer and it's such a mixed feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, was it worth it?
Yeah.
Was I here just to suffer?
Exactly.
So the red knife comes in contact with the mammoth machine and turns into the moss immune. So that might explain like its original properties of dealing increased damage to magical beings while also removing Magus's barrier during the fight. So it doesn't really it destroys the mammoth machine, but it also makes it stronger at the same point. And this Lavos is not like other Lavoses. This guy has double the stats and 3 times the amount of HP as the Lavos shell that you'd fight near the end of the game. So it's got, instead of 10,000 HP, it's got 30,000. So there are a couple of like YouTube videos where people have done an insane amount of grinding to beat it, which does give you the best ending right off the gate, which is kind of cool. But you're better off just going to the end of time and talking to the book.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're doing it for some kind of swag points.
Challenge round or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I knew.
Find out Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I was gonna say, I wish I knew boogie strats growing up as well on that fight.
Anything that caused a status effect, I genuinely ignored because I always would just try it on bosses and it would never work. So I'm like, these things are dumb.
Yep, pretty much. Sleep barely ever lands. Main character.
Chrono lived as he died as he lived. A speed tab.
I remember seeing that when I seen that shining thing there and being like, what is something supposed to happen with that? Like, what? You can't tell me that this, when my main character I've put so much effort into is now gone.
We find out Magus was the prophet. Magus actually did good for himself, coming back in time and setting himself up in such a prestigious spot. So, but we accidentally just kind of like poke Lavos a bit. He's look, the alarm clock happened a couple of thousand years too early, and he's not happy about it.
Yep.
So he ends up just destroying the island of Zeal, the Zeal paradise, and then he kind of just worms his way back into the mental burrito and stays there for about another 14,000 years. But the good news is the Enlightens are now one with the Homebound. So equality has happened.
Yeah, we have achieved equality.
I love how these guys, all the Earthbounds are like, hey, there's something weird going on outside. They just walk outside to this giant, like 40-foot tsunami, and they're like, oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh, we should probably go back inside, huh?
Yeah. We should probably hide in our cave that's directly in front of this. So thankfully, we were able to somehow survive the destruction of an entire palace. And Ayla's like, hey, like, where's Chrono? And they're like, this is the only thing we found of him. Here's the pendant that didn't even belong to him.
I thought you were going to say a speed tab.
Man, that would have been so good. It'd be like, got Shala's amulet, got 1 speed tab. So this is actually quite a notable point in the game. The main character that hasn't said one word is now sleeping with the fishes, and we also lose access to every triple tech in the game if you've grinded that much, because all of them revolved around Chrono.
Oh yeah.
But also, we get to actually have a customizable party. So we're ending up good. So here, Dalton's kind of just harassing the village a little bit, and we kind of step in. Luca shows that she hasn't lost her golf swing, but only this one time. So one very important part of routing to make this next area really easy is to bring Ayla. So after Dalton kind of knocks us out, we get all of our items, equipment, and money stolen. So thankfully, Ayla's fists are her weapons, and they didn't cut her hands off. So Ayla can still participate in battle. If you bring, like, Robo, Luca, Marl, anytime you kind of run into an enemy, they just instantly shove you back into the prison. Where Ayla does give you a lot more freedom around this area. Now, we don't need to collect our weapons or money. The money we've pretty much already ended up spending when we bought the 11 shelters, 11 revives, and the high potions. So the money we're not worried about, and our equipment we'll get back after this segment is over. So the only thing we're looking for is inventory items. And our party makeup is done this way for a very specific and really interesting method. These two Thrashers can't walk past Luca or Robo. So the only thing in this battle that can deal damage is the little bit to the left that ended up missing Ayla. Besides that, everyone else just gets stuck on people. And this was one of the reasons very, very early in the game, if you were around for Denadaro Mountain, why we didn't sell the air gun. Because the characters need to have a weapon equipped to be able to participate in battle. And with Robo, we've picked up multiple fist items for him along the way. Luca, we really haven't, so we resort to her bare basic gun. So this Golem boss is very much a joke boss. Battle Speed 1, this is where it helps out, but it does make the next fight coming up a lot more sketchy. So he gives you the good old double fake out countdown. And then after that, he's like, oh crap, I'm scared of heights. See you later. So we do end up, even though we don't get experience or TP, we still get the ability to learn dual techs. So this is where Flame Tackle will now come into play and will be used quite a bit. Flame Tackle is Robo Tackle and Fire 2. So Robo Tackle just has an insanely interesting damage formula. So Robo Tackle is level times level, and then it throws in the strength after that. So even though Robo's later techs like Uzi Punch from level about 39 to 60 will outpower Robo Tackle, anything after level 60, Robo Tackle will end up dealing more damage. So even though it is a much weaker skill on the tier list, depending like obviously how much you're grinding in that, it will become the far superior ability. So Dalton is a very interesting fight. He will counterattack with whatever the opposite element you attacked him with. So we'll have Ayla throw a Lapis, which is a 200 HP heal for the full party. And after this, Ayla is going to do Boulder Toss. We're going to do one more Flame Tackle. And the battle is over. So here he tries to summon Golem Boss, but Golem Boss is already pieced out. So he ends up just getting sucked into his own dimensional vortex. I also find it cheap that this is the only time we get to use the Epoch's weapons. Yeah. I wanted to have a mini game where the Epoch just shot lasers at the Lavo shell.
Opportunities lost.
Square, add that in as a DLC. So we ended up taking down the Blackbird. Dalton was nice enough to supply our Cadillac with 4 new tires. So now we have the ability to time travel and we have the ability to fly. And you might think it's side questing time. I'm going to say just not quite yet. There's still 2 more things we have to do. So we're going to sell the Red Katana, Kaiser Arm, and Time Hat for 30,000 GP. This is all the money we're going to need for the rest of the run. As you can see, our inventory is still pretty stacked. So if you wanted to stock up on extra Revivifies or high potions, now is a very, very good time. And if you thought one of the most stressful parts of this run was going to be text boxes, you are wrong. Church, what do you think happens with this text box? I am throwing Church under the bus every chance I get.
I do not have an answer for this.
All right, we'll get back to that. We'll put a pin in it for a little bit later. So lore time. Balthazar, Melchior, and Gaspar were the 3 gurus of Zeal. Each of them had their own speciality. And once, obviously, Queen Zeal started summoning Lavos, Lavos didn't like these extra people talking to his queen. He got very, very jealous. So he ends up sending these 3 prophets to different time periods. So this is how Melchior got to Medina Village in 1000. Gaspar did amazing finding lumber at the end of time. He is top notch right there. If you're looking at Chrono Trigger's timeline, this is where things start to get really, really wonky, because for the most part, things have been pretty linear. We've definitely affected on how some of the timelines have interacted, but this is the big divergence points where we start changing with a lot of things. So there's one text box, and because of instant text, it shows up insanely quick. You're looking for Luca to say "you pig," and then you want to say, "Do you want to fight Magus?" And you want to select no. For 2 reasons: 1, fighting Magus is slow and Frog can't win, and 2, Magus is just an insanely good character for the speedrun and casual playthrough at this point. More so for the speedrun, because he's like 10 levels higher than our highest character. And his base spells he has, Lightning 2, Ice 2, and Fire 2, have a better damage formula than Luca, Marl, and Chrono do.
Yeah.
So it's just, you're getting a higher level character that deals more damage because of stats, and his spells are just naturally geared better. Magus also gets access to some really cool, really useful equipment that we'll be taking advantage of in certain spots. So now that we got Magus, we're now finally able to leave 12,000 BC, and this is where we're going to just start up a bunch of random side quests. This is part of the Frog side quest with repairing the northern ruins. We're going to go to the end of time to get the time egg, which is the reviving Chrono side quest. So also there have been an upgrade for Luca that we've been kind of sleeping on for a while, just because we haven't had any good means to head back to our house. So we'll be picking up the Tabin suit and the Tabin helm. Tabin suit is 50% fire resistance, as well as +2 or 3 to speed. And the Tabin helm is just a very good piece of defensive gear. And we'll be rocking this for probably about the next 45 minutes to an hour. The Tabin suit, she's married to. She's going to have that till end game. The amount of speed it gives is just too good to pass up. Best way to play this on PC, controller. Can you get this on any other means outside of Steam? I don't think the Microsoft Store has it.
I'm not sure. I mean, iPad.
Cell phone?
Yeah, iPad, iPhone.
Man, I want to see someone on mobile try to do Death Peak.
I do not believe it's on anything other than Steam.
Okay, because I know with like the Pixel remasters, for instance, the Microsoft version or like the Xbox Store on PC ended up being vastly faster than Steam. So like their load times mimicked the PS5 very quickly, and just between those two versions, it ended up saving like 10 minutes off of like the FF6 Pixel remaster run.
Oh wow!
Just from switching to different versions. So we kind of did a stop. We bought the world's most expensive jerky for 10,000 gil. And now we're kind of like, hey, we know these tools are like 100 years in the future, but you know how to use them, right? You're a carpenter. And Buddy's like, I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. So we're not going to fully restore the ruins. We're just going to do 2 trips. This being the first one, we do have to clear out a couple of enemies, and then the second one will allow us to finish the side quest. This is where Magus is just going to start one-shotting people. It's hard to route them out, even though if the end game changed just for this middle area, because Luca doesn't have the stats to really solidify like a one-shot kill. These sentries are also can be rather bothersome. They have a choice of 2 different upon death attacks. One of them is Grudge, which is 250 hit points of damage. And another one is MP Buster that will delete all of your MP. Which for the first 2 fights isn't a big deal. For this one, if Magus ends up... Okay, so if Magus ends up seeing more than 3 grudges on him, he dies. And that sucks because those things are actually worth a large chunk of experience. So it's more notable to happen on PC rather than the SNES version. It's still a very rare occurrence, but you do end up having to take an extra couple of fights down the road to kind of make up for that lost experience in TP.
Yeah, it's like an extra elevator fight or something. But
you have to take an extra 2 raptor fight because you need Magus to hit level 38 before that rubble, because that level gives him like 9% hit chance increase.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't remember what level it is, but I know that level just gives him a massive amount of hit. So here we're kind of just giving Frog a little bit of solace, being able to free his buddy Cyrus's spirit from the world and letting him rest. On top of this, we do get another free upgrade. The Masamune turns into the Masamune 2. And Frog will use it exactly 3 times. And then he's going back to the bench.
Poor Froggy.
And guess what? Those 3 attacks, he's going to be berserked.
Yep.
And that's really the last time we use Frog for... Oh, I guess we use them in the Marl side quest, but...
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully, whether you're on PC or SNES, a lot of the reason people run all quests or 100% over, say, any percent is there's not drastically that much of a time difference. Any percent does require a good amount of grinding because you do end up having Ayla learn Dino Tail, and that's your main source of damage. Where 100%, you're always kind of constantly doing something. These side quests, a lot of them are pretty short to do, and you end up just getting nice rewards from it. So the extra, even though the run's an extra hour or a bit longer, people prefer that just because you're always kind of doing something.
Yeah, it's also just really like geniusly routed. I don't know. It's just really, really fun.
The routing in it is... The routing in it makes it really fun. Sucks we haven't been able to change it in like 7 years.
I know, right? Also, any percent lavas is really hard.
Yeah, that's a fight you need a lot of repetitions in. So we're popping by Ozzy's Fort. We won't be finishing Ozzy's Fort until much later. Ideally for these refights, Frog crits, does normal attack, 1 fire tackle, and you're done. This area has just a lot of really good gear from Magus. The Doom Sickle is an item I slept on very heavily as a child. We'll be using it for 2 bosses just because their AI script is pretty easily exploitable, and it turns Magus into an absolute powerhouse. The Gloom Cape and Gloom Cat are good for speed. They're good defensive pieces of equipment. So we're kind of just going to get to that point where we can get the Magic Tab, those pieces for Magus. We're going to bounce and come back later. We haven't really found a good way to fight all 3 of them together and it not lose either a very large chunk of time or potentially kill the run. Because they do have a lot of nasty counterattacks, but when we come back later, we just grease through it in 2 attacks and call it a day. So we will be switching party members. This is to really help abuse the Sice ability. So this will put everyone in the party to 1 HP. Which is really important for you don't want to mess up the party order and you don't want to accidentally shelter them.
Yeah.
So we're kind of done with this little visit for the moment. We'll be back later. But thankfully, right to the south of us, if you end up buying a soda pop and pouring it on Toma's grave, where we did that little sidetrack for speed tab behind the grave, it kind of gives you the location on the map. But thankfully, if you've played the game before, you kind of know it's there and the game just allows you in it. The Giant's Claw is a recreation of Tyranno Lair after Lavos kind of smashed it. So there is a lot of good pieces of equipment. The Zodiac Cape, I'd say is probably one of the better defensive pieces of gear before you get endgame. It giving you plus 10 to magic defense for all characters is a rather beefy upgrade in just terms of survivability. This fight you have to be pretty quick on. These guys, these guys hurt.
How am I going to do it? I guess I'm going to do that again.
Do that and then swap Robo out for Marl.
Yeah. Make sure Luca gets her XP.
So we're just swapping Robo out because we don't want him to gain too many tech points. Once again, just to keep this tech route intact. Marl's learned every ability we need her to, so if she gets extra tech points, it doesn't matter. So we will be picking up a relic that allows triple techs without the use of Chrono. Now it does It sucks that you have to equip the accessory. I think it would have been cool if you could have just used it as an item and it became usable. But there's 5 or 6 of these relics spread out across the game in random places where it'll allow you to do triple techs. I believe 2 of them allow you to do it with Magus, and I'm not familiar enough on the other ones to comment on them. But Magus with the Doomsicle, Gloom Cape, and Berserker, especially when you gain that level, makes these rubble fights very nice. So there is a slim chance that Magus will miss the rubble and it will run away. Thankfully with PC, with the autosaves.
Okay.
You're doing good.
As you were saying that, like, oh no.
That's why I stopped. I was like, I don't want to just compound onto this right now. Well, saying it's Magus's best equipment is not 100% truthful, because it requires very specific situations for it to be useful. So this fight you don't want to do on Battle Speed 1, because we want the girls to go down from the sap effect, and on Battle Speed 1, the sap timer just keeps refreshing, so they never end up dying. And with the Doomsicle, if one character goes down, you get a 100% damage increase. If 2 go down, you get a 200% damage increase. And this compounds with the Berserker. So the reason this works for this fight is because of Rust Tyranno having the countdown. So there's a good 5 turns where he's not doing anything, and then getting Magus up to 14 speed and hasting him for another 50% bonus to speed. You can very easily chomp through the 25,000 HP he has. You are hoping for crits for a faster fight, but you can completely kill him before the countdown finishes, even if you don't get any crits. And like I said, this just because there's a long period of time where the boss just doesn't do anything. If you try to do this on something like Mammon Machine, you're not making it out in like a new game setting unless you've power leveled quite heavily. So we got the red plate steel, which absorbs 50 or 100% fire damage. It absorbs fire damage.
All right, we are 3:05 if we want to take a break. I will grab the speed capsule and then we can just do it out on the world map.
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay, we can pause here.
Perfect. So during these longer runs, everybody would like to take breaks every hour, so just get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. Games Done Quick is hiring. We are looking for new showrunners for 2025. If you are interested in part-time work with a reoccurring show, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information. You can take a quick break and we'll be back with the last of the Chrono Trigger run. But yeah, okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we are showcasing some RPG speedrun. We're nearing the end of a Chrono Trigger speedrun. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right, we'll hit the pause button in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're giving some jerky away for free.
So this is part of the next side quest we're doing, the Sunstone. So if you play this game casually, in 1000 AD, there's just a really stuck-up, snobbish mayor of the southern continent. And by giving the mom the most expensive jerky in the world, she treats her generation to be really nice and kind. Which works out to our advantage. We're kind of just sequence breaking. how the game expected you to do things, but it just works out for travel time to be the best. Son of Sun. This is a cycle-locked boss. We're going to be burying Ayla. She's the only one that won't be absorbing fire damage, or she'll be absorbing fire damage with the red plate, but she won't take the eye laser damage very well. So we're doing flame toss here to hit 3 of the flames. Whichever flame doesn't counterattack is the flame we need to hit to deal damage. So on this reduced battle speed, you can generally get 5 to 6 hits in. You need 10 in total.
4.
For this boss to kind of extinguish itself. So here we're just going for round 2. Unlucky. So now we're going to kind of fish around a little bit.
5.
Very nice. So without that barrier, Ayla would have died to that attack, where Magus just has a boatload of HP, especially since we threw the silver earring on him.
And 1 for good measure.
So even though we've done the 10 hits, its AI doesn't figure out that it should actually start dissipating until its next turn. So it's very easy to think like, hey, did I miscount or did I miss a hit somewhere? It's just, you have to count, be confident, and then just wait for the game to kind of catch up and do its thing.
Yeah,
So we do this quest here. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, pretty decent Son of Sun for once.
No, especially since that second one kind of left you with that 50-50 guessing game.
Yep.
So we kind of do this quest just because A, it's here, but B, it gives you some of the best equipment in the game. Equipment and accessories and weapons. It just gives you a lot of good stuff. So after we kind of let this cook for about 66 million years,
In one take, we find.
yep. So now this is where being nice to the mayor and the mayor's great grandparents will come into play. So he's just like, oh, this is yours? I deeply apologize.
Blunder shot.
Surely nothing will go wrong with this. So we got the sunshades, which is a universal 25% damage increase. The wonder shot is a piece of equipment. It will either be the cause or solution to all of our problems going forward. And then it will help us get some better equipment just in a little bit after we're done this segment. So when you're trying to revive Chrono, Depending on how many correct answers you get during this guessing game, the cost for the clone drops down. So if you go to 14, you get the clone for free. We're just going to be going to 4 answers, and that will pretty much deplete the rest of the money we have, but it does just save time in the long run. So in the SNES version, you can kind of run into an issue if you grab the clone too fast. That the game never, even though the clone disappears, it never puts it into your inventory. Which, unless you do like a double check to find out, you are quite far away from home, Toto, before you find out that like something's rotten in Denver. So here we're just getting everyone set up. This is the Marl side quest. Pretty much, the kingdom has been renovated a little bit since they've kind of been storing the rainbow shell for us. But 400 years later, the chancellor's like, the king stole our kingdom's like most sacred artifact for money, and now he's getting put on trial for it.
That whole timey-wimey thing, it's like the king doesn't remember about the heirloom at all. And here Marley forgets too, and we're like, Marley, we just gave your ancestors the rainbow shell. The store.
I spent the next 100 years digging out the ground to store it, and then what'd you do? We started a casino. Where's Fargo in this?
Yeah.
I like how the guy runs up to the chancellor during it, and he's like, did I do a good job? Did I lie good enough for you? And he's like, that's my boy.
It's like, gonna wait until you got out of the courtroom?
Yeah. It's okay, the judges know better in a little bit. So I do find it funny that they had the enemies from like the very beginning of the game kind of just sitting there guarding it.
Yeah.
Instead of like some kind of beefed up version.
Right.
And this leads to one of the most iconic scenes in the game.
Perfectly good window.
I think Marl's just invincible. Like, not even one cut. Jump through that thing without, like, a shred of fear. Everyone pay attention to the judge. Because as soon as the fighting happens, he bounces so quick. There's a trapdoor underneath his seat. I'm 100% convinced. So this is a fight you can do on Battle Speed 1. Because we're not really looking for a sap attack to kill. We're just looking for good targeting. Haste in this fight does matter, much like the first fight. Getting those extra turns in is very crucial. Sometimes Marl just hangs around for a little bit too long. But Megas is making up for that with some crits, though.
There we go. Yeah, sometimes...
And it's just an... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I've had him not, like, extra crits, and he won't pound the ground, and then she doesn't die, and that sucks.
You're just kind of like, any second now?
Yeah.
Any second now? Because every time Marl lives, you're losing effectively 500 damage to 1,000. Like, it's a very decent chunk.
Yep.
And this just happens to be another boss with 18,000 HP that has a very long AI phase where he just likes to talk to you.
You had to get that villain monologue out, right?
Yep. He's just like, I remember you from my ancestors. So this scene, like her father almost going to jail, kind of like makes her realize she hasn't been the best of daughters, and maybe him not the best of fathers. So this is kind of just like a family reunion moment, and Frog's kind of looking at the glowy thing. He's like, interesting. So a good reason to do the Son of Sun side quest before this is you get all of the upgrades in one shot now. So Melchior kind of shows up and he's like, hey, I can make some really nice stuff with that rainbow shell.
Yeah, if you ever do this run and you go through and you go to Melchior and he just stands there looking at you after making a couple things, then you probably forgot the Sunstone.
So we get the option to make one really good dress or 3 really good helms or decent helms. We pick the helmets. We also will be getting the rainbow sword for Chrono that he's never going to equip. And we also get the prism shades, which is kind of the Sunshade's bigger brother. So instead of increasing universally all damage by 25%, it universally increases damage by 50%. So it's basically a berserk character for magic and physicals. And the prism helms are especially important because they offer complete status immunity until it's removed. So especially with a lot of enemies coming up in the last dungeon, their first move is to inflict some kind of negative status effect. Chaos is like confusion. Blind makes physicals hard to hit. Poison reduces damage. It'll completely nullify all of that. So now, just because the kingdom is fairly close to one of the other side quests, this is where you find out if you've actually grabbed the doll or not. On PC, because of the hard locking of the animation, you're guaranteed to get it. But it won't let you it won't let you have access to Death Peak unless you have the Time Egg and the Chrono Doll. And this is where some people heavily judge the runners. So this noob will give us access to get to the top of Death Peak to rewrite time. And then, depending if you're a monster or a good person, if you're a monster, you won't put the noob to sleep and you'll just let him sit there. So he's got a little switch on his body where you can turn him off. It's a couple of seconds, but a lot of runners are viewed as not nice people if you don't flip the switch. There we go.
I did it. I think that's the first time I've ever done it. You guilted me into it.
Peer pressure for the win. So there's no point in taking the epoch to Death Peak just because of the raising and lowering animations. It's just faster to walk. Overworld movement, thankfully, in this game is pretty expedient. Robo doesn't have the Prism Helm.
Oh, you're right. Thanks for catching that. That menu
I
was a
seen you
little-
equip it and then equip the iron helm and go down. I was like, I think that might have just been a misclick.
Good call.
So thankfully, you don't need to turn these little Hoyos into trees. They offer the same effect whether in the dull or tree form. This tree can be a little iffy if you hit it on a wrong angle because you'll start sliding to one, like either the left or right side. This area, especially this one coming up and the next encounter, are two simple but tricky encounters. Especially when you're learning the run and just trying to memorize how the rooms go, it's very easy to just run into them. So this is one fight. There's a lot of fights you don't want to auto-battle accidentally. This is definitely one of them. You do not want to attack the spiky shell. That leads into a lot of headaches. Thankfully, 2 Megas attacks and 2 fire tackles takes care of it. Because of the TP duplication, you end up, even though we only end up taking 6 fights here, we end up getting like close to 700 TP on a couple of characters. Like that Lavo Shell was worth 240 TP for Robo alone, because she ended up learning Heal Beam during it. So even when it comes to like routing this out to a later point, this is just such a massive spot for gaining tech points for just little to no work. So we will be taking 2 of the 3 Lavo Shell fights. Thankfully, this one we can run away from. The other 2 have a no run flag, but for some reason the game didn't give this enemy it. And we will be taking 4 encounters with 6 egg yolks, I believe they're called in this translated version, or blood yolks.
Oh, am I still in Battlefield 1?
I think you might be.
I always forget to change it.
They're definitely agreeing with you.
Yes, they are.
So there is a pretty consistent setup to consistently get 6 of them, which makes this grind really nice. We're doing this for a little bit of levels. We're also looking for Megas to learn Magic Wall, and this kind of just gives Luca and Robo enough experience where we're going to get another duplication on the shell. So these enemies aren't naturally weak to ice. Ice 2 is the animation we'll pick if the spell will one-shot, just because it has the fastest cast time. Lightning 2 and Fire are both pretty slow in comparison. I think Luca stubbed her toe on a pebble there. I don't know what stopped her. So this fight is pretty much the exact same as the first one. 2 fire tackles, 2 Megas attacks, and the head is dead. So one nice thing about... Yeah. I was going to ask Church, but I felt like I've already overstepped my boundaries quite a few times.
I don't know what to say. I don't know. It's much funny. Even try to finish it, or if I just watch them at speed.
That's even the better time to ask questions, just because you absolutely have no idea what's going on. Just throw you right on the hot seat. So normally we would take Marl and Luca out of this cutscene because they end up wanting to hug Chrono. But because it's a marathon run, it's something cute to do. It doesn't really eat up like an exorbitant amount of time, but it is something nice to see for these type of runs.
Yeah, it's adorable.
So Frog kind of uses the time egg, it kind of shatters, and now he's like, what am I fighting for moment? Because nothing's happening. So what it allows us to do is it allows us to go back in time to when a loved one dies and kind of change the outcome. Now, it's a very, very silly set of events because you also need to replace that person with someone. So we're just going to replace the real Chrono with a doll, and apparently Akasha is not going to know about it. Like, the root of the world is like, it checks out to me.
Seems accurate.
And then we get Christmas lights.
But yes, we didn't do the cutscene with Frog.
No. So we got the hug.
Yeah. Be happy with what you get.
So even though Chrono was a mainstay, A, because he was forced to, and B, he had pretty good attacks, because he's been out of the party for about 38 minutes, he is now obsolete.
Yeah. Aww.
Don't leave us. Sadly, Frog won't give him a hug. It's only Luca or Marl that will.
Yeah.
Just get a coconut and paint a face on it. So I didn't know you could skip the text boxes here because I always held turbo.
Oh.
So like I would always be like, oh, the forced party formation, and B-Dude would be like, what are you talking about? I'm like, after you get Chrono back, and he's like, I've never seen it. So he showed me a picture of the bot. I'm like, how are you doing that? He's like, just don't hold turbo. And I'm like, oh. I was like, I didn't know you could talk to him from that distance. All right, so we're pretty close to finishing up every side quest. There are one or two lingering. This one is obviously Robo side quest. This is the Genodome where not Super Metroid Mother Brain has been creating robots to try to overtake the world. So we've kind of just entered Skynet.
Yep.
Once again, even though these enemies are weak to lightning, ice will just outright kill. So we're not really worried about getting in the extra damage. On PC, there is a pretty decent argument for this being the best grind spot. It does kind of suck you're forced to have Robo in the party for it. But for the SNES runs, fighting the 6 blood yolks is a much better experience in TP grind over doing this elevator over and over again. It also has the added bonus of once a character gets to a certain point, you're not kind of locked to one character in the party that everyone will just generally kill, especially once you start abusing either like sunshades or prism specs. So here we will be skipping a couple of the levers and switches along the way to kind of make this puzzle easier. On SNES, the elevator skip, as we call it, is quite a bit tighter with the movement. On PC, it does feel like they've given you a little bit more leniency with, especially the charge mechanic. Not saying you're going to pick it up first try by any means, but it is nice that like you can kind of rub against the wall for 12 frames and not go back to the charge station. So here, there's just a little optimization. The charge timer doesn't decrease in battle. So with nice fast movements, we can hit these switches and then get up to that Poyo doll.
I bumped
just
the corner
barely. So one kind of interesting thing is you want to wait for the electrical charge to be pretty close to done before you refresh it. Because what happens is the game will just refresh the animation, but not the timer for it to do anything. So if you kind of run in while you still have the effect, you'll run to the chamber, you'll get halfway there, you'll step into the opening, and just nothing happens. So it's one of the nice things about trying to fit in that first charge with flipping the 2 switches. So this little skip has caused me to lose a couple of followers, and it was hilarious. So you don't need to walk that robot all the way around. Like those little colorful pegs that stop movement, they just walk right through them. So as you can see, Buddy he does not care about them. And some people were angry because apparently that is a glitch. I mean, him facing through the wall makes the escort mission much better than trying to like walk him around the long way.
That means you don't have to take out that robot too.
Yep. So here we're getting ready for the next little boss fight. Robo will be getting the speed belt. We'll give him a couple of speed tabs. We'll be giving him also the Gigaton arm, which is a nice little damage increase. And also the prism specs, because it is kind of a one-on-one battle.
More of a bug than a glitch.
Yeah, I'd say, like, what's the argument of a glitch, a bug, an exploit? It varies so much from person to person. It's the reason why, like, I like calling this run all quests instead of 100%, because all quests is more a definitive answer, where, especially with retro games, everyone has a different definition of, like, what everything you can do in the game entails. Like, does it involve doing quests? Does it involve maxing out levels, maxing out stats, stepping on every tile? Yeah. Like, there are some of them where it definitely, you can get overboard insanely quickly. So this fight, we're just going to Uzi Punch 5 times. As long as you can get into Robo's tech menu very quickly the first time, you're pretty safe in this fight. Robo will take pretty much consistent damage from run to run. Thankfully in Chrono Trigger, the damage values don't vary exorbitantly amount outside of like the red slimes at the very beginning of the game. Beating this battle is a good way to get, I believe Robo gets some speed and magic defense out of this fight from Atropos's add-on chip. So if you're looking for a little bit of safety, that room to the north has a Mega Elixir and a Magic Tab. Not needed. If you grab it, it's not going to destroy any of the battle strats. Just a nice little safety. Here we're just going to end up coming back to Ice 2ing everything. There's a weird graphical bug that can happen when you're putting these Poyo dolls on the switches. Sometimes they won't exactly be the color they're supposed to be. So instead of them having like the white body, they'll be a black body with like a white outline. So here we meet the Mother Brain. Greatly different than Super Metroid. And in this fight, the panels only have 1 HP. So a Dark Mist is pretty much an AoE version of Dark Bomb from Magus. So 1 Dark Mist will take out all of the panels and deal some decent damage. And then after that, Uzi Punch with a Megaton Bomb. Megaton Bomb from Luca is one of the strongest single techs in the game. It's not better than like Frog Squash or Robo Tackle, but it is very high up there on the magic multiplier, especially since we've been shoving really nothing but magic into Luca.
And Robo's HP ends in 9.
So now we get to some fun numbers. I hope everyone has a pen and piece of paper ready. Church, we're getting an exam later.
All right.
So,
I've been prepping for this my whole life.
so we get two really nice weapons. One of them I've already forgotten the name. I think it's the Teraton arm. But the Crisis arm is the only thing we care about. So the Crisis arm will take whatever the first digit of Robo's HP is and multiply it by 0.5. So at 9, all of Robo's attacks will get a 4.5 times damage increase. Ideally, if you're leaving the Mother Brain damage or Mother Brain battle at Robo being 7, 8, or 9, you don't want to use a shelter. You just want to manually heal. But if you end up getting 1 through 6, just shelter and hope Robo kind of gets hit to change the numbers a little bit. So this is going to be not like a big thing. This will save you a good 20-25 seconds on this fight. It sucks because it's also completely random. But the Crisis arm, it does make you, from this point going forward, pay attention to a lot of his HP if he's doing single target attacks. Because there's nothing worse than Robo being at a 0 and then you do an Uzi Punch for nothing. And with how the game is set up actually really ingeniously around this. I think until about level 68, his HP will always end in 5. So there's no way to like, hey, if we get an extra couple of levels on Robo, maybe it'll help out. The game's just like, no. The game was a little too smart for it. And another fun weapon, since we're here, actually, is Luca's Wonder Shot. So the Wonder Shot damage is calculated by the every 10 seconds, the ones digit in the in-game's clock. Oh, that's not good.
Well. Okay.
Depending on what that singular second is, you'll get a damage multiplier. So 3, 4, and 5, 6 will give you 2 times damage. 7 and 8 is 3 times. 9 is 1/10 the damage, and 0 is half. So, which is another just RNG segment. You're really just banking on good values you can't see. Now with that Red Knight fight, having the core run away is really painful because the core is worth 100 tech points. So we only end up getting 40 instead of the 100. And we really wanted Luca to learn Flare at the end of that fight. So the reason we want Luca to learn Flare is with equipping the blue gemstone, it allows Luca, Magus, and Robo to do a triple tech called Omega Flare. Omega Flare is the best, or the second best triple tech you can get in the game. So it uses most of the damage comes from Luca's Flare. So by giving Luca the Prism specs, you get a 50% damage increase. And then by using the triple tech, you get another 25% damage on top of that. So you're effectively getting almost 2 flares of damage in one attack. And it's using like Magus's Dark Bomb and Robo's Laser Spin. So it is very MP costly for Luca, but for the other 2 characters, it costs pretty much nothing. And it's going to be a good static 4,000 to 4,500 damage to the whole screen. The only one that's better than it is the Grand Dream. but that also requires to have a level and stamina stat to back it. Which is what we were talking about earlier about it's hard to do this in one trip and not lose time just because Omega Flare makes this an insanely quick fight. Also, it's just consistent too.
Yeah. Kitty.
Ozzy, you tried to be a joke. Alright, so every side quest now is finished up except the Black Omen and the Fiona Forest. So the reason we kind of took a break is the Fiona Forest kind of forces us to go to 1000 AD to get Robo back, where it's just a short skip and a hop, head to Ozzy's fort, get that fixed up. And then start rebuilding the desert. And no, before chat asks, we're not doing Black Omen 6 times. We're doing it once, and that is it. Someone always asks that, where it's like, are you doing every variation of Black Omen? And it's like, no.
Well, it's not even that cool because a lot of the mobs aren't there anymore once you do them once.
Going through it once, and that's it. So one of the nice things about kind of all endings is you don't have Chrono sleeping on the ground yet because you haven't revived him, because you need to do the ending where Chrono is still kind of in the Shadow Realm, which doesn't mean anything, but it makes going to the portal that's going to spawn a lot easier because you can just hold down. You don't get stuck on his spiky hair. This always felt like just a very touching scene in general. And it's really nice for the speedrun that it's kind of like one of the last scenes you see before going to Black Omen. Like them sitting around with the campfire with Robo trying to figure out how Lavos has influenced things over the world. This password is thankfully always the same. It's LARA. It's faster to save. And so there was a runner back in the day called Azrael Hobbs that somehow forgot to hold L, R, and A on his SNES controller. And yep, that scream is still as blood-curdling as it was 25 years ago. Like, whether you save her legs or not, it doesn't change the outcome. It's just faster to save her. And you skip the scream.
It's nicer.
That was one of the few decisions I made in video game history where I felt bad because I couldn't figure it out. So this is where getting the Prism Helms over the Prism Dress really helps, because this enemy's, the Mega Mutant's, first move is to use Obstacle, which will inflict any negative status effect that the game can offer. But with the Prism Helms, we get immunity from that, so it's something we don't have to worry about. The game does do a very good job on letting you know, like, hey, you shouldn't maybe be here yet. instead of letting you get too deep and then trying to backtrack. Also, much like Falcon Strike, I hope you really like Omega Flare. You're going to be seeing a lot of it.
Exactly.
So we switch out Megas for Ayla here. Even though we've been grabbing every speed tab the world has accumulated, we're still not happy with the fortune we have amassed. So these panels coming up, they have a chance. They hold a speed tab as a steal. Also, these guys have a gold earring that we're hoping not for a turbo ether. Thank you.
Always good.
So we'll be stealing 2 speed tabs over the next 4 panels. Just to get everyone to a very, very nice point where the end game becomes very, very consistent. Nice. That gold earring will be plopping on Robo. The gold earring will increase your max HP by 50%. So it'll guarantee that Robo's HP will max out at 999, which for Crisis Arm damage manipulation makes it incredibly easy. Nice. Nice 3 good steals. Yeah. This room, I always forget exists after the panels. I just end up holding up and I'm like, crap. Black Omen feels like some of the boss fights aren't the best because you just hit them with 2 Omega Flares and they go out, but movement through Black Omen is one of the more rewarding dungeons in the game. There are a couple places like these where the encounters are forced no matter what. So there are 2 elevator segments in Black Omen. We are hoping for exactly 1 encounter. Any more than that is pretty much a time loss, especially if you end up seeing the goon enemies, the giant flying monkeys, because they won't die to just a flare, so you'll have to do a flare and a fire 2 from Magus. But we are looking to hit specific level points before going into the final boss gauntlet. Just to make the last couple of fights a little more consistent. There's still quite a bit of RNG, but at least you know your damage is going to be correct. Here we're just picking up some good pieces of equipment, mega elixirs, haste helmet. There are a lot of like recolored bosses that don't have a no run flag, much like the recolored Yakra, so we can kind of just bail out and not worry about it. This skip coming up is a little tricky on PC. Oh, nice. Very free-flowing.
I love when it works. You don't get stuck.
On PC, it's very easy to get stuck on the door frame. And as the Rumigators are kind of running by, you don't really get a good sense of when you can kind of try to work yourself away from it. So this encounter, after this one, we'll be doing a slight setup for it. The enemy down to the south is a turret that moves on a frame cycle. So we're going to be doing just a little bit of walking back and forth, and this will let us know, or we're just going to inch down. All right, make me a liar. I see how it is.
Sorry. Oh, I hate that chest.
Both ways work. But because if you end up just running right down, you're going to end up forcing the encounter. So here we're going to equip all of our new shiny equipment. Robo is going to remove the Prism Helm, but the Nova Armor will also give him status immunity. The Haste Helm is an interesting piece of equipment where it grants you haste at the start of the battle, but you don't get the effect of it until your first turn is completed. So Robo will be kind of slow boy for the first turn, and then he'll be very, very speedy boy after that. Which doesn't matter for a lot of these fights because they die in 2 turns anyways. There we learned the best dual tech in the game, Double Bomb. Come on, 0 encounters.
Yeah. Oh, we got it.
Hey! Now you might ask, well, if you get extra elevator encounters, can't you just skip these? No. You're stuck taking these, unfortunately. So this skip just is a little bit of patience. If you didn't end up getting, if you got 2 elevators that gave you 0 encounters, you are forced to take those encounters with those 2 bats going back and forth. So even though you save time on getting a 0 lift, you do lose a little bit of it from forcing that encounter. Zero is an option. It depends on what frame you select the elevator switch. So you can get anywhere between 0 and 3. So once again, on like a serious PB attempt, it sucks running against the 0 and then getting 6. You're just like, I didn't want a PB anyways today. It's okay. So even though the bottom absorbs shadow damage in this, we only need to kill the top part. And then the bottom part will just very quickly follow suit. So coming up is the Lavos spawn or Elder Lavos fight. In this fight, we're really hoping for good Wonder Shot damage, and Magus's main priority is keeping Robo pretty much at full health for that 4.5 times damage increase from the Crisis Arm. Luca's HP, we want her to be healthy, and that's it. Ooh, nice. So having Robo with the gold earring really makes the Crisis Arm damage a lot more viable. Also, Luca critting for 2300 is always a good sight to see.
Yeah.
Coming up, we're going to do our last set of equipment. We're going to give Magus the Gloom Helm for +1 to speed. That'll put Magus at max, Luca at 15. Robo's kind of laying behind a little bit, but the Haste Helm's going to help him out. This is kind of a neat use of double tech. Robo is going to be the leader kind of coming forward. At least after these two battles. Zeal in this is a very scripted fight. It's going to use Halation, which removes your HP down to 1. If you can get the second Omega Flare off pretty quick, you skip that little bit of an MP Osmosis kind of steal. And then after the second Omega Flare, we have it hit an HP cycle where it just does Halation again. So if you can have all 3 characters, or at least 2 of the characters set up on Omega Flare, it's a very easy just auto battle and turbo. This fight is generally the same thing, although we will be dealing damage, but we'll also be powering it up by using magic abilities. This fight, you're in a little more of a time gate, because it will end up releasing that energy at some point. So if you're quite slow on getting the Mega Elixir off, or quite slow on getting the Omega Flares off, especially on the higher battle speeds, you're going to see a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, Halation's not a fun one.
And with the third fight, we got the Masked Zeal in the Sky. So this is where Robo being in the lead spot really comes into play. So Double Bomb is basically a circular AoE around Robo. And for this fight, unfortunately, we can't rely on Omega Flare. Because the arms will start counterattacking, where Double Bomb, even though it's a dual tech, is still very, very close to damage on what Omega Flare will do. Just because we've boosted Lucas' magic stats so much, and just Megaton Bomb having a ridiculously high damage modifier. So Magus will do a Dark Bomb just to round out a little bit of extra damage. Thankfully, the default target is the face, so you don't have to worry about accidentally hitting an arm or anything. So after this, we put it in an HP threshold plate, where the next move coming from the head is going to be Halation, which is going to reduce everyone's HP to 1 again. Mega Elixir to heal them up. We're going to get a Double Bomb, which is going to trigger MP Buster. So we're just going to throw a Turbo Ether on Robo to get him back to being healthy. One more Double Bomb and...
So healthy.
So healthy. Yeah, it is a pretty nice Easter egg. If you bring Magus here, you get a different battle theme. at this point, Black Omen has been defeated. It's going down, getting disintegrated. So now we enter the good old Lavos Gauntlet. And Chrono is finally getting taken off the side bench. So there will be the Lavos shell will be picking various bosses throughout the gameplay, throughout the playthrough. And not really mimicking them, just kind of being like, here, this is it, go have fun. So we're going to be bringing in Chrono and Ayla, just because thankfully they're all kind of in a really nice line, and Falcon Strike still does really well against level 5 enemies. It would have been crappy for the manipulated SNES runs, but I think like having them get a little bit of a tweak to stats would be nice instead of just kind of feeling like a joke boss.
Yeah, that's true.
So this one is Hecarim, which means it's weak to magic, so it gets a flare to the face. Because if there's one kind of damage I like, or if there's one kind of killing I like, it's overkilling. So we're going to say goodbye to Chrono. We're going to welcome back in Robo and Magus for exactly what you've guessed. Mostly Omega Flare.
Oops.
Oh, come on, Luca.
Auto
I was
battle.
expecting more. So because this is Nizbel, we do need to lower its magical and physical resistance by using a lightning spell. And then we nuke it with Omega Flare. So coming up, the bosses are going to start having slightly more HP. So we're just going to give Magus the Sunshades for the little bit of extra boost. Robo no longer needs the Gold Earring because we don't plan on using Uzi Punch. So this is the Magus boss. Fire is still nice. If we end up getting a Shadow Barrier, we could one-shot kill. But this is still a very decent setup. So here we have to use Flare at the start because Azala will absorb Shadow Magic. So now we're just kind of like sit around, wait for the defense to drop. And we're pretty much done the Lavos Gauntlet. There's 2 more bosses coming up before we start getting to the fun bosses.
Fun.
Yes. Very fun. This attack does a lot less damage now that we actually have good equipment.
Yeah, a lot.
It also feels kind of a joke, just because this Lavos doesn't have as much HP as some of the bosses it's taken over.
Right.
Like, it's still got 10,000, but it's still going to be just a very quick 2 Omega Flare fight. And you can see, like, we're just barely killing the shell at the moment. Like, we overkilled by 50 HP. All right, Inner Lavos. I'm looking towards a lot of chat disappearing to the Shadow Realm. It was nice having you. Hopefully you stay around through the end. It's not too much further now. Inner Lavos is another time-gated, not time-gated, but very strict fight would be the best words for it. You don't want to leak really much ATB at all. So it's going to open up with Doors of Destruction. Kind of poopy. Luca didn't get her turn up during that, but that's a scripted first move, like right out of the gate. And as you can see, Robo took 1,200 damage to the face. So this is just going to be 2 Omega Flare to kill the left arm and deal very good damage to the right arm. And then after that, 1 Fire Tackle is going to get rid of that right arm. And then we're gonna wait for the body to do, I think it's Obstacle, Dark Will. I don't remember the translated name. Will. All right. And when it does Dark Will, that means it's lowered its defense. So now we can have Omega Flare do its full capable damage. So if we were slow on killing the arms, that Umbral Embrace would have inflicted Confuse or Poison on someone. If it inflicts Poison on Robo, you're not going to notice a meaningful damage decrease just because Laser Spin is a very, very minor part in this triple tech. If it ends up hitting on Luca, you end up losing anywhere between 800 to 1,000 damage on an Omega Flare. It's a pretty significant chunk of damage. So now the last, and this boss can go incredibly easy, or he's going to make you work for it.
Yep.
So it can pick a bunch of different time zones. A lot of people will say 2300 AD is the worst. I personally think no time zone is probably the worst. Mm-hmm. No time zone is deceptively hard hitting. But like 1000 AD is preferred just because the only thing it does is really negative status effects. And with Nova Armor and Gloom Cape and Prism Helms, we don't care about status effects. Ooh. Robo taking a nice 2500 to the dome. So now that it's lowered its defense, we're just waiting for Robo to get its ATBs. Magus with the barrier will survive that. Without the barrier, he's also kissing the ground. So it takes 2 Omega Flares to kill the middle part. And then the only thing where the right bit doesn't do much, it'll revive the other 2 parts at some point. Maybe we'll put its defense back to being resistant to everything. In SNES, the revive isn't super scary because this AI script will reset. On PC, the AI script just resumes to where it left off, which can put you in some very, very sticky situations. Because it sometimes it won't go for the temporal shift. Sometimes it'll go instantly into like Heavenly Light or the slap attacks. But now that the middle's dead, that's all we're gonna have to worry about is a counterattack. 1 or 2 more Omega Flares, and this boss is pretty much done.
There's time.
GG's.
GG.
Thanks.
Clean run.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, everyone died.
About 4 minutes above average.
That's still not horrible for the Magus fight and the hug.
Yeah, considering. Thanks for all the GGs, y'all. But yeah, that is the Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless run.
Do either of you have any shout-outs you want to give or anything?
Yeah, sure. Well, first, huge shout out to Dine being like a really awesome commentator today, giving me a chance to concentrate on the run and get a good time. Also, shout out to B-Dude, my senpai, for helping out also me learn this run back in the day. And everyone who came and supported me, and Games Done Quick for letting me do this fun run on Hotfix. Dine, do you want to shout anybody out?
Thank you, Jerica, for inviting me. These events have always been fun. GDQ for allowing this run to be shown off. It's always nice to show kind of like these old retro type runs to an audience that normally they wouldn't be reached, because these are still just really fun games, or just fun runs to watch in general. It always has a little bit of something for everyone. Church for being awesome as always. Railcoon for doing all the behind tech stuff that not a lot of people think about during marathons. Railtoon, Hip, I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting 1 or 2 people. All the people that do tech checks and make sure everything runs smooth so the viewers have a very enjoyable situation. Big shout out to them as well.
And then if you want to learn the Chrono Trigger speedrun, join the Discord. It's Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross Discord. Lots of helpful people, lots of helpful notes. It's a great time.
Yeah, and thank you both so much for being on, for showcasing the run. I absolutely love Chrono Trigger. Like I said, I'm sure I beat it, but that's not. I've seen so many runs of this. With all the answers to the question Dine's asking. That's the problem.
Well, if you did, the answers wouldn't be fun.
That's very true. It's like you have a secret power. You're like, I know Church doesn't know this question.
That's just my general awkwardness coming out.
Well, appreciate you both so much for being on. Make sure you follow both of them. Both very good speedrunners of various RPGs. With that, we do have Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles coming up. We're going to take a short break while we get ready for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we're showing off a bunch of RPG speedruns. We've got Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles as our second game today. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders. You can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. Also, if you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. With all that said, I will hand it over to our runners and commentary here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. First of all, thanks for having us. My name's Kefka14. You all last saw me just a couple weeks ago running a Dr. Slump for PS1. I'll be back, actually, on New Year's Eve running something as well. But today, we're doing some Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles co-op. Yes, you heard that correct. We're doing a co-op run, and I'm joined today by 7th Armstrong, if you want to say hello.
Hello.
And I'm also joined by another final...
with you.
Mm-hmm. I'm also joined by another Crystal Chronicles runner by the name of Shamana, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Shamana. I speedrun a bunch of games, mainly a Katamari speedrunner, but I have dabbled in any % Crystal Chronicles, briefly had a good time in it.
Yeah, so this run is it's pretty long, but this is an RPG event, so that's expected. Let's go ahead and get right into it, Seventh. You can give us the countdown since you're on player one.
All right, here we are. 3, 2, 1, go. Multiplayer.
Like any good RPG, we're going to start off with a really long, unskippable cutscene, but it's good vibes, at least.
Yeah, I love this song.
Yeah, it's around 4 minutes, so get your stretches out now.
All right, that's on.
Oh yeah, this is when you go make that bowl of cereal to eat while you watch the first 10 minutes of the run,
Go get
and then
a
you finish
drink.
it before we even start the gameplay, so you just have to get right back up anyway, Like- So my history with this game, I've been speedrunning since 2012, and I went to SGDQ 2014 and met another runner of this game by the name of Ghoul02, who kind of got me interested in it. I never did finish a solo any percent run, mostly because the game was just hard and it was much longer than other things I was running at the time. Fast forward to just a few months ago, and Seventh Armstrong approaches me wanting to do some co-op speedruns, which is something we've kind of been doing a lot the last, 6 or 7 months or so.
Yeah, about that.
You'll notice our avatars above are appropriately Crystal Chronicle themed characters. They are from a game called The Adventures of Cookie and Cream, which is a PS2 game made by FromSoft, which is another game we run co-op, and we've kind of just
Yeah, that's
kept rolling
where we
with it.
started. So we were just like, you know what? We'll just keep the atmosphere from when we started and give them a little bit of a cosplay for each game we pick up.
Yeah, we even decorated the chicken, which is another character from Cookie and Cream. We made it Moogle themed, so fun stuff. What's your history with this game, Seven?
Actually, Crystal Chronicles was one of the very first games that I wanted to speedrun. It was that
interesting.
and Mega Man 64 as well. But both of them were too challenging for me at the time when I was getting into it. So I have a very similar history. So I started playing a bunch of other games, working on my speedrun skills, getting better. And it wasn't until we started doing go-op that I finally got my first Crystal Chronicles run done as well. But it was very interesting because when I approached you with it, you were like, yeah, I know tons about this game. I was like, what do you mean? You don't even have like a run on the board. And our history was similar. We both got really good at the game, and then we got to the final level and we just couldn't. So we were like, you know what? This is a great opportunity to make past amends with this speedrun.
Absolutely.
So we kind of helped each other get there.
What about you, Shimano? What's your history here exactly with this game?
Actually, similarly, I was always interested in running Crystal Chronicles because it's just one of my favorite childhood games anyways. I loved it growing up, and I actually got to experience playing 4-person co-op on Game Boys as a kid. I was lucky enough to know some other kids that played the game and had Game Boys, and it all worked out. And
I got to do 3-player like that. It's an experience for sure.
Oh yeah, it's such a good time. If even like as like a novelty thing nowadays, if anyone's interested in trying it, definitely try it out on like NetPlay or something. It's a really good time. But yeah, anyways, was always a fan of it. The speedrun always seemed really interesting, and I started learning any percent glitchless for a while, and that was around the time that Neviat's had record. And it was above 2 hours at the time. This was way before any sort of crazy skips were found or anything. It was just like a really respectable run. And I always thought it was really cool. Just the any percent category also had a couple things that had infinite gill glitch, which you'll see in this run here today. And yeah, just always thought it was cool. Never really put too much time into it. I started learning glitchless with my friend Zella a bit. And neither of us ever fully committed to glitchless, but any percent down the line ended up being a lot more appealing. And I ran it a couple of years ago, or about a year ago, when a big glitch was discovered.
And we're off.
So you'll probably notice some smaller screens next to the main game feed. Those are Game Boy Advance screens. The way this game was played in multiplayer back in the day is you had to connect Game Boy Advances to your GameCube, and all of the menu and HUD elements essentially would be displayed on the GBA screen, which also means that the GBA was your controller. A little less than ideal, but as Shimana was saying, it was a cool novelty for sure, at the very least, back in the day.
Yeah, Nintendo was up to something. They were really trying to push the Game Boy connectors. It's kind of I don't know. It's an expense. Even back in the day, it was an expensive way of playing a game with friends. And then if you think about collector prices and stuff, and having to buy all the used stuff to get the optimal setup for this, it adds up. So NetPlay is a great option, which is what's being played on here, and the accessibility of being able to play this on NetPlay is so huge.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm even using a regular controller. You know, spoiler, we're not using Game Boy Advances as controllers in this instance. So fun fact, in that instance there, they were asking us if we wanted to do a tutorial to learn how to do a lot of the basic things in the game. And it can ask either me or Seventh, or if we were playing 3 or 4 player, it could ask any of the players.
Yep.
So coming into the first level here, this is River Bell Path. We'll talk a little bit more about the basic gameplay loop of this game as we kind of go throughout, because we're going to be here for a bit. But starting right out of the gate, we're going to see a glitch that is exclusive to co-op, I believe, where if you take damage while reading something, you can essentially push objects around very easily, including whoever is carrying the chalice. Now, those of you who are familiar with the single-player version of this game, you normally have a little Moogle with you who's carrying the chalice, but in co-op, a person has to carry it. And that movement is quite slow. So anywhere where we can get this push glitch, which isn't in a whole lot of places, but in the few places we can, we like to get it. And try to...
Okay.
Whoa, that's interesting. Never seen that before. Okay. Yeah, we like to kind of, push the chalice holder along. Saves us a little bit of time. You'll also notice we were both playing as Selkies. There are different character classes you can play as in this game that have different perks, pros and cons, if you will. Selkies in particular, very good attackers, very high movement speed. Kind of glass cannon-y though. Their defense is pretty low. All right.
This is the GameCube version emergency. There is a remastered version on the Switch that has multiplayer.
Get a little hurt.
But this is the GameCube one. Yeah, this is the first boss of the first dungeon. There's not multiple bosses in the dungeon, it's just the first boss that they're fighting.
Ooh, okay, that's a little unlucky. That's fine.
Yeah, you'll notice that
a big variety of where it can go. Sometimes it can be quick, sometimes it can be slow. All depends where the boss jumps and what it decides to do.
This one's been pretty average.
Yeah. Oh, landed on top of me. Okay, it's fine. A few more hits. There we go.
Cool. So you'll notice that the chalice we're carrying, though, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this game, has a ring around it. Essentially, the lore in this world is the whole world has like a poisonous miasma kind of mist going all over it, and we have to get crystals, or we have to get these drops of things called myrrh to power up crystals to essentially create a barrier that won't allow that poisonous, fumes and whatnot in. And as we're moving throughout the levels, you'll notice the chalice has a little crystal on top of it and creates a nice little barrier.
Expel the mist that poisoned your world.
So what just happened there is at the end of every level, you get a random sort of assortment of what are called artifacts, which are basically just stats. Starting immediately, I grabbed what is called a pocket. which will allow me to carry more things without having to access my menu, which is obviously going to be pretty useful. And you'll notice 7th picked a different artifact. That artifact was strength. So if you look at the blue Game Boy screen, you'll see the top value there says 23 now, which is, 7th strength stat. In general, player 1, which is 7th, will have a higher strength throughout this run than I will. Mostly because 7th is just a little better at the game, if I'm being real. So it's the 7th. 7th is going to be the primary attacker, I suppose. You walk around with a humidifier. Yes. Yes, you do.
Air purifier.
So we're getting pretty good RNG right out of the gate here. We had an encounter immediately. Every junction point on the world map can lead to an encounter, which was just like a little bit of story that you have to watch, and it's completely random. There are some fixed ones in the game that we have to watch, but a lot of them are random, and depending on how many of them we get, we'll save or lose time. This is an event run, so of course we hope to see every encounter in the game.
All right, now we're going to go into town
Want a
and get a little
noob.
geared up with one of the glitches we were
Yes.
talking about earlier.
A very
More of the
powerful
sign
glitch.
there too.
Yes, we did use the sign glitch going through that stream as well. So what we're going to do here... Actually, you know what? You explain this, Shamana.
The infinite gill glitch? Yeah,
Yes,
the infinite
please.
gill glitch is exclusive to the Japanese version of this game, and it actually got discovered so early on that it was patched by the time it came out in the West, which is pretty sad for the Western copy owners that wanted to speedrun the game, because if you want to really take the game more serious, if you're not playing glitchless, then you'd have to get a Japanese copy. But yeah, essentially you do a little menu tomfoolery in the Game Boy menu, and it lets you drop gil while also keeping the gil in your inventory. So they're going to be able to take advantage of that and spawn themselves a bunch of gil, which is gold money in the game. And using that, they can upgrade their gear without having to farm for money anywhere.
This is a low amount, but that's fine. We'll try. We're a little on the low side. We can make more later if need be. Oh, you're just gonna make more now? Okay, cool.
Yeah, let's just do it now.
Okay. Yeah, and then one for you for later. That's good. Okay. And then under your glitch.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should hopefully be fine.
Yeah, the Game Boy menus on this game, there's probably just some oversight with it, but there is a lot of craziness you can do with the Game Boy menus in this game. As of the past year, some pretty crazy stuff got discovered for any percent. And I would totally recommend checking out the recent runs of any percent if you're curious about like zipping across the screen and whatnot, and having extremely maximum damage, extremely crazy high maximum
Yeah.
damage when
We
fighting.
we
Like,
do
one
have a
hit.
we have a minor problem, 7th. I just wanted to let you know. I couldn't buy 3 mithrils, so let's get you a master weapon and just
hold
get
on.
to the end.
No, let's get you your mithril. That's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mass mithril is 5k. Oh, you're just gonna dupe more? Okay.
Well, I was just gonna pick that up, but okay.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, here you go. Have that. That should be enough.
Whee!
Yeah, everyone could be a good fan of
Alright, cool.
a nice
Yeah, now we're good.
It sends you right to the end and sends you right to the boss on most of them.
Yeah, something got a little weird with the Gil cloning. I only ended up with like
Yeah.
16k. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was the first batch that didn't come out quite right, but that's fine. Woo! +1.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so what we just did there, though, is we cloned a bunch of money. And we got a bunch of equipment. You'll notice our stats are a lot higher now, our defense and attack. And it's going to make the first half of this run or so a lot more comfy.
Yeah, conveniently, the blacksmiths in this town are much better than the one in hometown. And on year 1, there's a merchant that just sells like mid-game materials. So, very nice.
Someone's asked about the remaster. I'm not sure how it differs exactly, if I'm being real.
Yeah, I actually haven't played the
Solo play,
remaster.
it's pretty similar, but on co-op, because of the nature of how co-op works on the remastered version, you can't progress with another person. So it'd be like you'd have to.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky how it all works. It's a bit different because of that, because of not being able to progress the same.
So one thing you'll notice here, because I got that strength artifact, I am now at 33 strength. And this is going to put me in something we call meat bracket. There is an item in the game called literally just meat. Oh, there you go. You can add that back. And whenever I eat the meat, it gives me +2 strength. It also works with fish, but the character that Kefka has created is a rancher family trade. So we're going to just get a bunch of meat from the cow farm on year 2 to carry us for the whole rest of the run, to just get a little extra stats and help us kill bosses a bit faster.
Another thing worth mentioning is that 1 strength it isn't as useful as 5 strength. Now that seems obvious on paper, but what I mean by that is the way the strength and defense increments
Also,
in
let me
this
get
game is if it only goes up in multiples of 5. So every 5 strength,
Oh,
you
that's
do
not
more
100%.
damage.
Ew, how's lied? Internet lied to me.
Let's farm 1 on wall 1 then.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just gonna go ahead and heal us.
Yep. So right there, I used the item meat, had a nice snack, and now the damage we do is just much. Well, the damage I do is much larger. So every time I shoot, you can see the health bar just go way down. Yeah, on the resource. So on the internet, some of the resources from this game get a little confusing, and that's actually due to the remaster. It's hard to tell if some of the things are meant for this game or the remastered one. Sometimes. But oh well. We'll make it work. Alright, there's your heart. And there's my strength. Let's go.
Nice. Something that's unique to co-op is bonuses. So on the Game Boy menu, it'll actually tell you during a dungeon what you would have to do to earn bonus points. So it'll be like, take physical damage, do physical damage, do magic damage. And if you do more of that, the points go up. And then you'll be the first selected to choose an artifact in your co-op group. That's how the bonus points work. It's just who gets to go first when picking your upgrade.
Oh. Okay, I'm helping. Oh, nice, nice,
got
nice. So
Yeah,
the way
sometimes your
attacking
characters
works
will,
in
like-
this game is
Being
you
able to see it is
actually
unique to
auto
co-op,
attack like the thing closest to your character. Doesn't really matter which way you're facing. So since we need to whack this cart, if an enemy is too close to the cart, it just happens sometimes. Like right there,
Yeah.
just complete 180 turnaround, and there's really not much we can do about it besides just getting the enemies out of the way. It's fine. You can walk out of the ring, but the reason that I tried to get Kefka in the ring there is we're going to try and do this level without a cure spell. So we're just kind of keeping our HP up the best we can. Well done. Backflip for joy. Let's go.
You'll notice a lot of the times the strats we're doing here will have one person carrying the chalice and another person sort of running ahead to kite the enemies and get aggro so that the chalice holder can just continue to work their way towards wherever it is we're going. Because every time we drop the chalice, that's a bit of a time loss. It's not a huge time loss, but that can add up over the course of a run for sure.
Okay, perfect.
So since we're going to farm Master Weapon, no need to talk to Dad on year 2.
Yeah, I'll do it anyway.
Well, I mean, we're not going to be making the novice. Well, it might become in handy later, actually, for me. You have a point.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. If we get a second Master drop, you're right. One thing I do like about this run is, well, the co-op category a bit more so than solo, is that there's a good bit of room for improvisation in this run, and just kind of doing your own thing, at least with where the meta currently stands with it.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get the drops you want, and you just gotta make do.
All right.
Ooh, 5 points.
Yeah, that third phase of the boss, Wob is mentioned in chat there.
Okay, you can get strength.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'd say go ahead and take the heart.
Yeah.
Now, as long as we get enough defense, we should be able to tank 2 hits from some of the in-game bosses.
Yeah, the classic Phoenix Downs of Final Fantasy.
Yeah. What? Okay, there we go. Now I talk to Dad, gotta find him. Hello, there you are. Okay.
The reason we did that is so that we can, just in case we get good RNG, we can craft a particular weapon later. Oh God, he's in a weird spot. So then we're gonna talk to my dad, and he's just gonna throw a bunch of meat at us. And we're just gonna take all of it.
I'm gonna push this one to you. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay.
Like I said, co-op improv.
I need to put a meat on the bar. Speaking of,
True.
forgot to do that. I didn't know if I was gonna get a strength or what out of mines. I didn't think ahead.
But yeah, every time we're waiting for the letter from the Moogle, we try and do as much menuing, and we'll put like meat on the command bar for the next level. Usually, is the play we try and do.
Water. Wait, no, this ain't water.
Yeah. Okay.
Water is mushroom.
You can.
That's my bad. Every time we pass there, I'm thinking we need to switch to water.
I know. After that one run I did where I only forgot the element water for the whole run.
Yeah, it's just in my brain now. Exactly.
All right, here goes the mithril.
Yeah, the one we circled back to get. Yeah, this particular encounter here, they just steal something random from your inventory, which could definitely come back to bite us later.
Yeah.
We'll find out. It'll be exciting.
Oh, it
Didn't look like Mithril to me.
It kind of looked like the alloy again. Makes me sad.
Yeah, it did look like the alloy. I agree.
Goblin Wall.
Ooh.
Goblin Wall.
Master Weapon Hunt. Hopefully.
Yes.
Please and thank. Ooh. Ah, that slows the little unfortunate. Ooh, not me. Okay. Oh, get that a little closer for you. Would I win? Oh,
Nope.
nope. Try again later.
All right. So what we just did there is there's a particular blueprint you can get out of that chest, which does have a random chance of appearing. That gives us a blueprint to forge a master weapon, which is a much stronger weapon than what we're currently carrying. We need at least one of those to finish this run. So once we beat this level, I do believe we're going to farm one.
Yeah, that's probably for the better.
Meaning we'll be entering this level repeatedly and checking that chest and
Okay, that's fine.
until
is it
we
okay?
get the item that we need.
Alright. And coming.
Just need some marathon luck.
Ooh, I'm very stuck. The enemy's
You
in
are
a perfect
indeed
spot.
Very
No, I'm still
stuck.
stuck. Ooh, okay.
There you go.
Hold on,
I got you.
hold on. Okay, I wanted the cure.
Fair. Yeah, we normally don't both have cure here. This is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I noticed that one of our runs, so I'm like, it takes like no time for me to walk out of my way and get it, so might as well.
Helps.
Unless I get stuck. Ooh, I'm a little out of the... Okay, there we go. Cure myself in the corner. Oh no, you already did it. Alright, even better. I'm cutting them to the right for you. There you are. Well done.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, sometimes the situations where we have to find a key can get a little weird, just depending on what the enemies decide to do. Ooh. Bro. We're not going to talk about that. I like to call that. Yeah, I like to call that just me getting very confused with menuing. Not my strong suit.
I missed you for the cure. Ah, well, this one is. Alright, let's take out the gobbles.
Yeah, this boss likes to teleport around, which can be a bunch of times.
Oh, that hit. Careful.
Or you can get really lucky and he just sits himself in one place.
Ooh, hello, buddy.
You can also free aggro him and try to convince him to not move around too much because he likes to move
this
around
one
when he
goblin.
knows you're
Okay,
close.
What?
Yeah, just barely. And then I should walk away because it was targeting me, right? Oh, okay. Hello. That's good enough. Ooh, that's scary. Oh, that hit me? No. Cool. Yeah, this boss can go super quick or super slow. It just depends on how many times the boss wants to teleport.
Yeah, I noticed someone talked about how good the graphics look in this game. I remember we were talking yesterday about how good the water, in particular, in this
Yeah.
game looks.
Yeah. This game came out in late 2003 in Japan around the holiday season, and just 2003 and having such good looking graphics, Square Enix was really good at making things look good.
Right?
Can't believe how good these Final Fantasy games look.
Ooh, I guess I take the defense.
Yep.
Then you get another strength. We have the same strength.
I still forgot to put meat on the bar.
Whoops. It happens.
We can play. We can make a game out of it. Like, oh no. Yeah, we need to. Yeah.
Yep. I'll just get the element ready. Oh no, it doesn't matter because
Nice.
we're gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're gonna leave by switching it if we don't get what we need.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ideally, this wouldn't even be happening. But we got bad RNG on an enemy drop earlier and didn't get a weapon we needed, and as such, we kind of got to do this.
Yeah, thankfully it's pretty close to the beginning of the stage.
Yeah. Nope.
This altar is so troll sometimes.
This altar is also very buggy.
Not to mention there's a ton of enemies just surrounding it.
Oh, that didn't count either. What do you mean?
Oh my gosh.
It's
There we
buggy,
go.
dude. It's buggy. That altar's really finicky.
Just the one we need, right next to the master weapon check. Love that. All the others, like, you can miss them by like a mile, and the chalice just flies over to them perfectly. This one, nah, you gotta be super accurate. Oh,
Oh, that was unfortunate.
This is the one.
this is it.
The one. And it
This
was.
ain't it.
Oh my god. Go ahead.
I'm trying. Okay,
Nice.
got hit. All right, cool.
All in one.
Oh, yep. Yeah, it's weird on re-entering stages. You don't have to press the same buttons to start the stage. That's why on Game Boys, every time you start a stage, you're like in the Game Boy menu and you usually have to go out of it and then say you're ready. But when you just re-enter a level like this, it's just, you don't need to do that first part.
Oh my god.
How did that not count? That's so funny. Uh-oh. Okay.
Excellent.
I heard one of us die back there.
So this is what you call marathon luck, right here.
Yes. If it gets really bad, we can continue without it, but
Then we'd have to do vanilla Damon's Court, though, man.
I know. Ooh.
Ugh.
Please. Thanks.
There it is.
Woo! Freedom! Woohoo! Oh. There we go, okay.
The blueprints
that
needed
particular-
to craft a really strong weapon that makes the ending
No,
of the
no.
game super useful.
It's not just
helpful.
that, but there's a skip that we do that requires that blueprint.
Oh, you're doing
As
the
well.
Damon's Court jump on this too?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Yes, there's a skip that requires us to be able to do a boost attack. It's worth noting, not every class would require it for this particular skip. And Selkie technically doesn't either. You can do it with the novice weapon as well. But we didn't get lucky and get the drop for the novice weapon blueprint, meaning we had to stop and farm one there so that we can do the skip later, unfortunately. But it'll also speed up some bosses and such too. So
by a lot.
It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely an event run. We're getting event.
Now we get to
RNG for
see
sure.
if my alloy got stolen or yours.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We get to see if we can even craft one. Well, we'll be able to craft one. One of us will just probably have to drop something.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. We're getting all the encounters too. This is great.
These encounters, though, this is what gives Crystal Chronicles its charm. Like, I loved this sort of stuff, playing it casually for the first time. Like, this world building is amazing. It got me so invested into the game. It's like, yeah, you're not the only town trying to survive out there. Got all these other carts also trying to get Myrrh, keep their town afloat from the evil miasma.
Yeah, we believe it was an alloy as well, Wob. We think it was specific. I don't know whose it was. We'll find out. Hopefully, it was mine.
Yeah, they did not get the myth.
Yeah, it was yours.
It was a longer name.
Oh, now we know.
Yep, it was. Looks like it was my alloy. Should we just skip my master checks then?
We can if you want. You can if you want. Think on it. We got until year 3 because that's all I'd have to buy you another alloy.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll notice here I'm getting the sign glitch, push glitch, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't save too much time in these miasma streams. You forgot water.
Oh, I forgot water. No, why is it always water?
I was wondering what was going on. I was like, wait a minute, what's happening here? That's the first time we've ever forgotten an element and went into the stream after forgetting it.
Yeah. I was too busy thinking about the master weapon for you. Oh,
Right. And we get another encounter as a result. This is great. Good stuff, gang. Real good stuff going on here.
Oh, there goes the... What do we lose?
There
this
goes
time?
the up.
no.
There goes my mithril. Let's go.
I hope they take a warrior's weapon.
Nice.
I have like 6 of them. Didn't even show. Did they not take anything? Or were we just mashing
Were we
that
just-
good?
I don't know.
I wonder.
I don't know.
Yeah, we forgot water. I have here in my notes on the side, don't forget water in like bold and caps. Oh my god. Classic
To be
me.
fair, I dropped the ball too and reminded you at the wrong time to get it.
Hey, I
We
doing
didn't
nothing
need
but
it.
watching it, and I didn't even notice. I should have been there to help too for that one. Whoops.
Whoopsies.
Took me a long time to take damage there. That was weird.
Whoops.
Oh, they just
I was
stole. They
hearing the
stole
earth.
nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I didn't know that was an option.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was
Steal
a thing.
nothing. That's cool.
What good thieves. I
That's
looked
nice of
at
them.
our caravan and was just like, look at all this junk. We don't want any of this. Like, walked away.
They're like, wow, they're missing a bunch of alloy. We can't do this to them.
Wait, didn't we steal from these guys already?
We already have these people. Let's leave them alone this time.
They stole time. Yes.
They stole time. That's true.
Even more encounters. Fabulous.
Yeah, even more.
That just means we have more memories for the final boss, right? Woohoo.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
true.
Oh right. So this is Tita. Tita's a pretty cool level. We're gonna have push glitch going through most of it.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Yeah, sorry, Master. We know. There just hasn't been someone to update the game title and all that. We know it says Chrono Trigger.
This is Chrono Trigger. What do you mean?
I appreciate you letting us know, though. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that was weird.
Yeah, that was really strange.
Every now and then, the push glitch, like if you're pushing someone for too long, you get pushed inside of them, and things get a little weird sometimes.
So what we're doing here is something a little optional. Oh, whoa.
Okay. Then I get this. Oh, okay. Would you like to do the check since it's for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, push glitch works on. Oh, you got it!
And we got one! And we're missing an alloy!
Wow.
It's fine. We'll get it later. You can pick that. Okay.
Nice.
Bad luck into good luck. Let's go.
Hey, marathon luck. Turning out.
Good God, man. There's a straight up mess following us. Like, what in the world?
All right, new push. Yeah, get him over there. Oh, not up there.
He went on top of the bomb. Let's go.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you go on through.
That's so funny.
I absolutely love this dungeon, by the way.
Same. This is one of my tops.
Love the darkness and gloom of it all. It's very, very cool. Like the whole using fire to get through the web doors.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with a little fire on a cobweb in a video game.
It's a classic. I know that's how I deal with cobwebs in my house.
With flames?
Yeah, just pull out a flamethrower, just torch the whole spider web, just get rid of it.
Oh,
I'm with you. I 100% I'm on your side on this.
hey, just be safe.
You said safe. I imagined it like I imagined Dr. Evil from Austin Powers doing the quotations. Safe. You know?
Hey.
Safe.
Austin Powers.
Yeah, I never thought I would ever get a chance to reference that on the GDQ channel, but here we are.
All right, hopefully I can do this. I'm trying to make them do the magic over here. Okay, now we're good.
Yep, go.
Okay.
Go. All right. The Chronicles of the Humidifier.
I need to eat a meat. Okay. There's Hammer Bro. Get out of here, buddy.
Yeah, I was wondering where he was at. Oh God, we need to.
Watch out for the.
I'm gonna go kill this guy. You fight the boss. All right.
Yep, that's my plan. Oh, come here, boss.
I guess on year 3, let's pass through Mars and buy me another alloy or something.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be smart. And that's when we'll craft as well while we're in there.
Yeah, since we got to pass through anyway, that makes sense.
Yep. So we'll do river with the weapon you currently got, and then go from there. I think that checks out.
Yeah, that works.
Like I said, there's a little improv going on in this run, but it's part of the charm. One meat for me. There we are.
Oh, I went to the wrong one again. Whatever.
Go. Oh,
Too late. Rip.
Close.
it's fine.
I'm bad at menuing.
All good.
Ooh, 2 strength for me. What do you want? You want your 1 strength? I'll put you over. Put you in your pocket. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take my pocket. I might come to regret that decision, but All right, this encounter here is not random, unfortunately. It's also one of the longer ones in the game, too.
Yeah.
It's alright if it's like forced. That means everyone has to deal with it.
We'll help with this caravan. Can you help us, please? They're like, yep, we scammed him. Gotcha. So did you go through it while we were distracting them? Huh? I was sleeping.
Yeah, I know the plan. We're gonna, while you distract them, we'll go get the stuff.
Didn't we try to rob these guys twice earlier?
I just woke up. Didn't we try to rob them? Didn't we already try to rob them? This is the third time this week.
Why is it taking me longer to take damage in the stream now? Does it take longer to take damage in the stream if you have a higher defense? And I've just never noticed.
Nah, it's probably just like clock tick cycles. We're just hitting them at weird times.
Yeah, I believe more defense makes it hurt you a little bit less over time because it's just like your overall HP
really?
is higher.
Alright. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you would think it'd just be half a heart every time, but no, it can sometimes just not if you have a ton of defense, I'm pretty sure. No, is it the same every time, Wob?
Oh, no.
What? It always does that on Sluice. You ever notice
I know,
that?
right? It's always Sluice. Something about Sluice. Also, take a nice gander at this level. This is one of my favorites to look at. It's so pretty. It's got a bunch of water pools with waterfalls flowing into each other. Ugh. Gorgeous. It also kind of has that Pikmin 2 vibe to it that I also enjoy.
Yeah, it does look a lot maybe like the perplexing pool.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, hello, lizard. Yeah, I see you. Ooh, for me? Thanks.
Woohoo!
Oh yeah, Bard. The music in the stage and the rest of the game is so good.
Right? What a 10 out of 10 backflip from me. Get hit, then backflip dodge.
Okay, damage is based on tribe. Okay.
Oh, interesting. Maybe that's why we're noticing the inconsistencies with how much we've changed tribes. Whoops, I pushed you off. I'm so sorry. Alright, we're gonna try and go around the griffin. I'm gonna aggro them up this way. Ooh, nice dodge. Nicely done.
Dude, let's go. Yeah, that section can get really hairy if you're not fighting all the stuff. It can get really weird.
Ooh, okay.
You know what? I'll kill the jelly.
I need to eat the meat. Okay.
Oh, I need meat as well. Whatever.
It's fine.
Yeah, just beat it up.
Ooh, watch it. Maybe need a cure?
No.
Nah, we're fine. Okay, cool. Let's get a little borderline, but it's not.
Yeah, but you're doing so much damage with that master weapon right now that it just
Right.
kind of like makes it a non-event a little bit.
All right, so you have one heart already. I have one heart already. This is where we can see a second. And if we do, I kind of want you to snag it.
All right. I'm
Oh,
kind of
neat.
really wanting to grab another strength when I can. Oh,
Oh. Oh, neat. Neat. Yes, okay. Let's go. 3 and 10. Oh. 2 strength for me. You got another strength over there. Oh, another 2 strength. Let's go.
yeah, that's just good luck. We like that.
Actually, you should check and see if you can just do the master weapon real quick since we're here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
90% sure we lost the alloy, but you didn't. Oh, okay, well, whatever. Glad to check.
Let's go. Hello. Oh. Sometimes it's weird. It just like won't let you move for a moment after you finish an interaction. I don't know what causes it.
I think I'm starting to suss it out. I think it's holding a direction that you want to move and then swapping to the GameCube. So, like, the input's
I
technically
gotcha.
not there. You know what I mean? Yeah, because I've been noticing that too.
I don't need any more strengths for this whole run unless we wanted to be more strength anyway,
I
just
mean,
for
if it's there, it's there.
right.
Here we go. And yeah, you
Alright,
can
now
have
we're
a
doing
master weapon for this. Oh, beauty. Those balls explode.
Yeah, so now we're doing River a second time. There are a few levels that are repeated in this run. The reason for that is every 5 levels, a level sort of restocks its supply of myrrh. Oh my god.
Did you get it? Yeah, you got it.
Bro, what is it? Move!
Oh, it's moving all right.
Oh yeah, he was moving. All right. Okay, this time I'm gonna intentionally let you go around this corner by yourself,
That makes sense.
so that I
Yeah.
don't get pushed through
I got a little scared. Sorry.
at that griffin. No, that was fine.
Cool. Let's go.
Nice.
All right, crab. Come here. Slow. Down. Dodge the laser. Okay. Now. Where to? Oh, me slowed again. On. Stop jumping. Just go, just go. Ooh, you got double hit. Scary.
Oh, meat.
Okay.
You used meat. We're good. Never mind. I was like, oh no, we're weaker than I thought.
Oh, you used the meat? Okay. Make sure you put another one on.
Actually, I don't need another one on. I'm not in bracket.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Yeah. I agree with that statement. Rabina Tara has amazing music. I think the name of the track is When the northern skies are clear. Gorgeous song. Unfortunately, we aren't visiting that level in this run, but very cool run. It has a really cool skip in it as well, actually. One of the few levels with a massive skip.
Oh, can't get that. I guess I'll get myself a defense. Hey, that puts me in a defense bracket. Now I just need to get your defense up.
Nice.
Okay, give me a little wind action. You got your master weapon, so we're good to
So
go.
the reason we keep switching elements, by the way, is you need to have the correct element to get through these streams that we go through in order to get from like different sections of the map to another section. Yeah. Every year the element required to pass through changes. Keeping up with it is not that hard, but it's a very easy thing to forget. I did get magic bracket, yes. Completely useless in this instance, but hey, whatever.
All right, we don't need to go to Mars Path. We got what we need. Every now and then the game's just like, hold on, I can't find the Game Boy. Give me a moment. And you just can't move.
It has to load its little connection to it.
Yeah. Oops, sorry about that. Not my fault. My finger slipped and then I just like kept going with it. All right.
Big worm guy is gonna be a little weird with a master weapon, but not that bad.
I deal with it. You can too.
Yeah, I'll be okay.
I believe it.
So what we're doing now is we're crossing the river.
Beautiful water graphics. All the reflections and everything.
Oh, yeah. So good looking.
GameCube truly was a marvel what it could do.
All right, now this is, what's the full name of this level? It's like Seleptaton Cave or something like that. Seleptaton. That sounds like some kind of weird transformer.
I had to dodge that weird. Oh, yeah, hit. So
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I got-
GameCube was a little powerhouse.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that worked out.
Everything is okay.
Bro. Enemies are being a little relentless today.
Yeah. I'm just excited for the marathon.
Yeah. Look at me, Mom. My big moment. I'm gonna ruin this speed
One
run.
swing and off screen. There it was. Oh no, he came back. All right, right here we're gonna do a pretty cool trick. Hopefully we pull it off. But we're trying not to aggro all these enemies, but at the same time we have to solve this puzzle. Let's go.
That is not as easy as that looks.
Both got poisoned, but we'll make it work. Go, go, go. I'm slowed.
Yeah, when you're poisoned, you take damage every so often, which will make you drop the chalice. Very unfortunate. But when you pass through a loading zone, it cures your poison. So we already aren't poisoned anymore. Pretty. Oh wow! Hello.
Yeah.
Open it up pretty hot.
Put myself back in bracket. All right, halfway point, so watch out for slam. Okay, cool. I need that, thanks. Okay. There it is. Okay. Slam does like, I don't even know, like 3 to 4 hearts worth of damage. Okay, cool, we're good.
Yep.
Hold on. That boss can be trouble sometimes. Alright, what are we gonna win? And for meat.
My meat's, oh, there it goes. My meat was still active from from River. It just now wore off.
Oh. Yeah, it's great that the buffs in this game last between dungeons.
A
They're just
lot of
on
the
a
monster
timer.
design, a lot of the monster design in this game is based on monsters from other Final Fantasy games. Some of them are literally just copy paste verbatim as well. Some aren't though.
+2.
It's like a nice reunion.
Oops. Oh,
I made a good choice there.
yeah.
I was thinking
I
about
still
taking the
haven't
strength.
sussed all
but-
the artifacts out. Like who gets what when they pop up. this
It's not
wasn't
that
a
hard to learn
language
the
I
Japanese
knew.
version.
It would be a little different.
There is one section at the end that requires a little bit more brain power in terms of learning the Japanese version. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, though.
Yeah. But we made a pretty good resource for ourselves, which now I think about it, I should probably put it on SRC. Oops. But it's been working out very well for us. Like, neither of us can read Japanese, but what I put together is like condensing a bunch of it down so we can just follow like a little flow chart to get the correct answers we need.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing Gertie a few times through the run. That character there, their name is Gertie. Sort of leads us to how to actually finish the game, lore-wise. All right, so this level is pretty cool.
Yeah.
You're gonna be seeing a really big skip here, actually.
Who has the map? I do. Oh, thank you. That makes it so much easier. Ah,
Ooh, I like it. I like it when the Chimera runs this close.
right.
That's quite nice. It's just free time save. We don't have to deal with the bee, you know.
There. So up here.
So you'll notice I'm running off screen here. And the reason for this is I went to a sign and I've gotten the push glitch. And you'll notice 7th is doing a charge attack into a spot there. And I'm going to push 7th down here. And this is going to allow 7th to go out of bounds. Oh, I placed the chalice in a weird spot. My bad. There you go.
Okay.
And this allows us to skip the entire level. Pretty cool.
Let's
Pretty cool
go.
stuff.
Yeah, right to the boss. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Ow. Whoa.
Unfortunately, that's the last time you're going to see anything like that in this run.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. There are other ones we can do or in the other categories, but in any percent, that is the only skip you'll see in co-op, unfortunately. At least currently. That's not to say there couldn't be more found. You never know. That was very fast for that boss, actually.
That's
Like,
like power of the master weapon.
Unusually fast.
Do I need to? I think it's still on there. Yeah, it's still on there. Good. Okay. Now we don't have to do any more master weapon checks. Let's go. I'm just gonna beat the game. Oh, my points. Another +2. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, lovely. Love getting me some magic upgrades for no reason. Completely useless, worthless in this run. But we'll take a couple for the road, you know. I like having a few extra pounds to lug around.
Those are your support magic artifacts.
We're a little
Give you
past
comfort for the
hour
end game.
mark.
We're past
Okay.
the hour mark.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
a little past the hour mark. Would now be a good time for a break, or?
Actually, kind of,
just-
yeah. We're
yeah.
right
Yeah,
about
this would
starting
be
the year.
Sounds good to me. Go for it.
Whenever you want to pause the timer, just let me know.
We can pause right here on this text box.
Sure.
Perfect. Sounds good.
We'll just chill here.
So, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take a break every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder for all of you. You can go to gamesandquick.com/hotfix to check out our Season 4 schedule. You can check out the schedule for an in-depth look at everything that's going to be going on this week. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games and Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we're doing a bunch of RPG showcases. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles co-op speedrun. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Yep, sure. Here we are. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So now we're going into year 4, and you would think there's only 5 years in the run, so you would think we're getting pretty close to the end game, and that's kind of true. But the end game of this game is quite long. And we got us
Yeah,
another
I would still
encounter.
consider this
Love that.
mid-game. Even all the way up to year 5, like even through year 5, I would consider mid-game. Not until the final level hits. That's when you're in endgame territory.
We're going to see 2 repeat levels here. We're going to be doing Goblin Wall a second time and Mushroom Forest a second time. And then we're going to be going and doing a third level. Normally the route in this year is different in the solo run. We have changed the route a little bit to be a bit more to our liking, but also it comes with the benefit of showing off a level that you normally don't get to see in this category, which I'm kind of a fan of.
All right, we do not
You
need
can
to
just
check.
skip the check, yeah.
Yeah. Woo, no check.
Yeah, normally if we don't have the weapon we need here, sometimes we'll go ahead and check here as well, but since we already have our weapons, we're good to just plow on through to the end. A good problem to have, really.
Yeah. Can you kill this slime on the left? It has the cure. Thank you. I'll just pick it up on the way back. Ooh, don't do it, Ghost. No, no. Oh, okay. That was so close. It almost punched me. Uh-oh. Here, I'm gonna give this to you in a sec. There you go. Oh. Bad spot. Okay. I just want the cure. Thanks. This level can get a little weird sometimes, so I'm just doing the safety.
Ugh. Cool, they got stuck. Love that.
Okay, got it. Also, just
Go
doing
grab
that
that
for
Phoenix
safety.
down.
I don't have a slot, but whatever. Fine.
Why did it aggro me?
I don't know. Thinking that too. Ooh, don't zap me. That still zap me. Okay. Oh no, I keep running. Let me back here. Oh, nice save.
Yeah, this type of enemy here is a ghost enemy, and you have to cast Holy on them to make them out of ghost form and give them like a physical body to attack. Otherwise, you just, no matter what, do 1 damage every time you try to attack it. So it takes forever to kill those things without casting Holy on it first.
We are going to be fighting a couple of them way later in the run as well, without Holy. Which is annoying, but...
It's doable. They eventually go down.
Smack. Yeah, it's not bad. Ooh, big poison. Okay. Okay. Where to? Other side. Okay, right here.
Okay. Bro.
Like we said earlier, sometimes this boss just teleports around. There's not much you can do about it. There we go.
Next, we're going to be going and doing Mushroom Forest for a second time. Normally, on this year, we would have already done it, and Mushroom Forest would be where we end the year. But we've changed our route to be a little bit friendlier, a little bit safer, for one. But it also does show off a little more variety in the game as well. More specifically than that, though, the level that we've added into the mix does give us another opportunity to get the weapon we need. Granted, we don't need it in this instance anymore.
Nice.
Which is good. Yeah, that
Happy
defense
to see
too
that
was...
defense. Yeah.
Yeah. I needed that other bracket pretty badly for the end game. Although we're still 2 hearts down.
Yeah, we are.
Just a thing I noticed.
Yeah, we are. But that is also why we put the other level in, just in case. Because that one has a pretty high chance of giving us a second heart. Nothing like a little marathon safety.
Oh yeah.
I've often wondered how much of this game is just watching the screen scroll and etc. I'd say it's a good 60% of the run.
60%? No way. Oh, how many times are they going to rob us this run? What is this?
Jeez. Wow.
You know what? Here's my wallet.
That's-
Just let me go.
Actually, wait a minute. What are the odds of this? This seems like a very low chance of happening.
All right. I got places to be. Just take it and go. They didn't even take anything again. Oh my. What terrible thieves.
They just like
They're
chilling.
not very good at this. I think they just feel bad and keep forgetting that they robbed you already. They're like, wait a minute, this is the same people. We just robbed them.
You said that right
Like
when I
a
took a
year
drink of
ago.
water. Oh my god, it was like a year ago. That's so funny. Cool. Love it when the second enemy just leaves us alone. Alright, get this for another defense check from our friend. No, save me. Thanks.
There we go.
And everything was okay.
Nice flip in there.
Thank you, thank you. Oh,
Oh,
do I got aggro here? No, you still do. Okay.
it's all good.
You already healed the damage back. What? Crazy. Ooh, damage bracket. Love that. I tank that shot for you. Not that one, though. Whee! Oh,
Oh, what?
that was my fault.
Sniped. Should I cure you?
Nah.
Nah.
Bless you.
Thank you. All right, maybe cure now. Beauty. Oh,
That's fun.
yeah, the charge attack in this game has a little bit of an issue. It can be canceled by tons of enemy attacks, even weak ones. But the worst part is it can be canceled even by a buff, including the cure from your own ally. So when I was flying through the air, just like barely off time with the cure, and I ran into the cure spell and then bounced off of it instead of doing the charge attack. Oh, I need to put a meat.
When did you get that Phoenix down on your bar?
I'm getting better.
Clearly. I didn't even notice it. I was like, wait, what?
I did that at the end of
It
Goblin
happened
Wall.
during master weapon or something. Yeah, master weapon check or something.
Three. Whoa. Oh, on the 3 defense at the top. Oh.
For 3? Let's go. I like them big numbers.
Yeah. Let's go. Oh, okay.
This one's fixed, I think.
This one's fixed?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, gritty.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're 1 defense away from where you want to be, and I'm like pretty close to where I want to be too, actually.
Yeah, my attack's
Well.
already where it wants to be. Oh, cool. It's not another still
Yeah, I
irradiate.
just read that.
Yeah, I want like 7 more of those before this ends.
Yeah, I got plenty
They're
of
just gonna
warriors
l-
weapons from all
they're
those checks.
just they're just gonna live in her carriage by the time we're done.
Yeah, we're gonna turn around and they're just taking a nap in there. I'm like, what?
Let's take them with us.
That'd actually be so funny if you got a bunch more.
It really would. I
Take
mean,
them
there's
with
plenty
us
of
into the
opportunities for it.
endgame.
Yeah, there's a lot of joint spots that you stop at with the potential for another one.
So now we're going to a level that is normally not in this category at all. It's kind of exclusive to the route we've made for this category, I'm pretty sure. We're going to Mount
I haven't
Kalanda,
watched all
which
the
is a
co-op runs, but I've watched a few.
which is a
and I didn't
volcano
see it.
level. We like doing this level because A, it's short, B, it's pretty simple, and C, if we don't have the weapons we need by this point, there is another check we can do here. That was...
Ooh, getting beat up. There you are. I would like one
I
heals
just
up.
duck out of the way. I knew it was pretty close to being dead.
Sure.
Yeah, we like that. That's fun. I thought Kalanda wasn't done normally.
Same. All right,
Yeah, it's pretty
Goblin,
cool that you
please.
guys are doing it.
But then again, when we ran the game, it was like years and years ago. Go smack it. Oh no. Whatever.
Get him to run, yeah.
That's just
all good.
dumb.
It's all good.
I just realized when we practiced this, you were on the other weapon. So, ooh, okay. I just looped. We're good.
Nice.
Let's go. That was a mess, but
Yeah.
okay.
If you hit the goblin, you don't have to deal with the water pot there, but just barely missed it.
Ow.
Oh, I was not in the bracket like I thought I was. That's fine. One heal, please.
This is a fun
Thank you,
boss
thank
to
you.
fight.
This is a fun boss. You can do a lot of cool things
Aw.
on it.
Yeah.
You can
I like
also
that he jumps
move
over
during
the
this scene
swords.
here. So we'll usually take that opportunity to cure up for free. Wow, his iframes last a lot longer than what I would have expected through that.
Yeah.
We can just finish it off.
Excellent. You do not need another defense, so if there's a heart, just take it, because we can get you the defense at the final level.
Yeah, that's my plan. I'd love to see like a +2 or +3 strength. That'd be pretty interesting.
Oh, I gotta put meat. Actually, no, yeah. Go, meat's this way. Go. Okay. Safe. 5. Okay.
Yeah, not hitting that goblin
Hearts,
got me a lot of
yes.
points.
Ooh, 2 strength.
We're in a really ideal stat bracket.
Right.
If I'm being honest, this is like really nice. Super comfy. You're already almost at 60 and we still have a level. Like,
Right.
you could have a 65 bracket if you got like the right artifact drops in the last level, man. This is
That'd be
pretty interesting.
crazy.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I've not seen that, but it could technically happen. Like if we got like a +3 at a sluice, a Masamune, and like a strength 2 or so, like it's pretty meaty.
Hey, you're just trying to get to 63 so you could just take the meat.
Yep.
It could work out.
It could work out to where you don't even need the
about
meat.
what artifacts even come up in the next two stages. I know it's a little different because you went to Kalanda.
All right, so now we're on the final year of the game. Year 5 is weird. We're only going to be beating 2 levels, technically, including the final level.
Well,
But we
actually, I
have to
think
make
it's just
a-
the one. Oh no, yeah, including the final level. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, and then we have to, but first we have to go make a pit stop in the Lenari Desert to upgrade our chalice to have, I guess that's technically the holy element, maybe? Ultima? I don't know what you would call it.
Unknown element. That's how the game calls it.
Unknown. Yeah. It's kind of makes me think of like the mystery airhead flavor or something like.
Oh my, to the right. Not. I don't know why I still have that habit every time we come in here. It's like I gotta go to the left. Nope. I don't even know what started that habit.
All right. So we're going past the volcano. And we're not actually going to be beating the desert. We only need to go there to upgrade the element of our chalice in order to pass through a very specific miasma stream right at the end of the game. This is probably, honestly, a lot of people who never beat the game back in the day, this is probably why, is this whole sequence. If I had to guess.
Yeah.
It's pretty
got stuck
cryptic.
here
It's pretty
casually as
difficult
well.
to figure out what to do, honestly, in order to actually proceed.
Yeah, you get these like poem hints, like song hints, where it somewhat mentions the elements required and what you'd cast it on, but it's really vague. And it's like if you didn't look up a guide back then, you'd be lost. I remember trying to figure this out as a kid and just eventually caving and looking it up.
That's how they got you to buy the strategy guides.
I mean, hey. This game was doing all sorts of stuff to get money out of us.
Well, you know what? Worked on me. Love this game.
And then you do a marathon run and get robbed in game after you've been robbed for your cash in person.
Yeah. So what we're doing here at the beginning of Desert is we're gathering up a few spells that we need to solve some of the cryptic puzzles we've been alluding to that are here. I'm going to be picking up most of the spells because I have more pockets. If you look under my character icon on the top right, you can see I'm scrolling through all the various spells and whatnot. And the reason I can have that many is because I've gotten pocket artifacts throughout the run.
Had to take that off. Sorry.
You're good. 7th is going to get Thunder, though, because in order to do certain spells in co-op, you can't actually fuse spells together like you can in single player, so you actually have to cast spells together at the same time. So we need 7th to have one spell so that we can do 2 specific spells in that regard a little bit later into the level.
Oh, not the cactar. No.
No, I agree the cactar. No.
That's the scariest enemy.
He's still
Oh,
following me.
I know. Okay.
Well, it is a Final Fantasy run. He had to make an appearance.
True.
Go ahead and switch to Blizzard.
All right, I'm keeping them away best I can.
You're good. You're good.
You're doing amazing. Keep it up.
I think I'm going in relatively the right direction. Yeah, well, hi, bird. How you doing there, buddy?
Yeah, we're a little high up, but it's fine. It's fine. We kind of want to be because of the cactar. All right, it's right down here below us. Oh my.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I knew
The
it.
bird followed?
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, you need that. So I gotta cast fire.
Try not to fall in the hole. Cactuar, no!
Oh my, no!
Okay, good.
yeah, the music in this dungeon is amazing.
Whew. Okay. Oh, okay. Careful. The bird almost pushed us
Where
into
did I
the
go?
pit. All right, it's fine. Ooh, okay. This way.
See, this is how you know you have a co-op Crystal Chronicles run going on, is when somebody's just shuffling on the ground, repeatedly not casting a spell.
I love that they allowed that. It's so fun. All right. No, no. Okay, nice.
Ow.
You took the hit for me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right, I think we're good. I don't... Yeah, they're not gonna follow.
And we did all
Yeah, so the
that
whole
random
purpose-
nonsense for this. This one flower.
Yep. And when you cast Holy on it, it allows you to change the element of the chalice to the unknown element, which it's kind of like a null element, if you will, that supersedes all the others. So now we can just pass through any miasma stream we like.
Yep. The master key makes traversing the area so much nicer. Even in casual play, you just gotta get that early on.
Well, we had enough money to finish the run. That's a good... Oh, I don't know. We stuffed across the river one more time.
Yeah, don't say that yet.
We'll see. So we'll see.
But yeah, even though we have the element to get to the final level, there's still one obstacle left, and that's the river. After you
Yes,
do a few years, the river unfortunately dries up, which means we can't take the boat across. So we have to go back to Sluice and figure out why that happened. And we're going to figure out very shortly it's because the population of Sluice doubled and there's way too many enemies.
Pretty much. Yeah, Sluice 2
All right,
has
now I
a
need to go
tendency
get water.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hold on. This person in chat had a real good one.
Yeah.
They said, "No wonder you're seeing a lot of animals. You just walked into a zoo." Because the bird's name is Zoo.
Yeah,
I didn't. I read that
I love
earlier,
that.
and because
good.
it came from Wob, I didn't notice. I didn't know if it was like an actual tip or not until you said it out loud, and now I realize it's a pun.
It's the same
No,
color.
that wasn't Wob.
Oh, it wasn't Wob.
That was a Crustacean
Oh,
137.
I just saw a pink
Shout out to
name.
you.
My bad.
Yeah, the pink names. True.
I also thought it was Wob at
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, so a solid percentage of year 5 is just traversing the world map for the first chunk here. Just in case you haven't seen it enough yet. But rest assured, we're going to see it again as well. Because we got to pass right back through.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Stream pushed us a little weird there. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get it either, Wob, until it was said out loud. I was like, oh, a zoo. Okay. I'd love to get robbed a couple more times.
Oh, well, you know.
Yeah, where are our friends?
Oh, well, you
that needs to happen at least once a year. It's tradition.
There's my yearly getting robbed.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh. I was hopeful.
It's all right, we have more opportunities. All right, Sluice 2. This level can get pretty messy. There's a few spots in particular where we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I didn't re-equip the Phoenix down. I should.
Oh, fantastic.
Great start. I'll
Ooh,
re-equip
that Phoenix
it
down, actually.
in the next gate, I think. We'll have a moment to wait.
That thing never follows us that far. What?
Everything's being, like, chasing us down this run.
Everything's just excited, man. They're like, man, we're on the GDQ channel, man.
We're on camera. Ooh.
So we need to pick up a life spell here.
It got sorted in my inventory. I don't know where it is.
Oh, lovely.
No. Get me. That's fine. Just get it and go.
Oh, no. Okay, if the chalice bear gets away, you're usually okay.
You're good. Yeah.
Usually. So.
Okay. Oh no.
What?
Oh no. Go. Okay.
Move. Okay. That was a good one.
All right, I want to try again here. If I can find it. Where are you? No. Yes. Okay. All right. Good luck, buddy.
Yep. Here we go. So there's a fun little thing you can do here, where when this little cutscene is playing, as I'm casting life on that, enemies are in an inactive state, and that allows me to get over here without anybody. Oh, this is turning into a mess.
Yeah. Got that key right around here for you. Ooh, that's fine. You should be able to get that key. I'm holding the aggro.
Survive. I believe. Okay.
All right, now I'm almost dead. Please help. I'm scared. Okay, thanks.
All right. Yeah, let's kill the jellies first. Get them out of the way. Oh, I need a heal.
I took the hit for you.
Wait, what? Oh, that was life.
Ooh. Okay, you're good.
Stupid slow. Slow, please.
Oh, I got
Oh my
distracted.
god. All right. Good lord. Now I'm in. Let's go.
They run. Need that heal. Ugh. Waiting for it, waiting for it. No, it's not on me. No.
It's all right. We can just finish it off. Yeah. All right. Now we get to go all the way across the world map to the final level.
Let's go.
You what? You aren't wrong, Wob. We need life spell because we're gonna die a ton.
Oh, actually, yeah, thank you for the reminder. I need to take that Phoenix down off, actually. Going into the final level.
I need to switch weapons in one of the streams on the way back as well.
Okay. You can just do it in the first one.
Yeah, that was my plan. I was just reminding myself.
Or you can save it. No, we definitely want it. Never mind. Yeah. You're right. +1. +1. Go for it. Ooh, +2. Oh, should I get that second hurt? Yeah, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay.
Ooh.
It's only a +1 strength, it's fine. A little more marathon safety.
Yeah, if you get up to like 59 strength, you'll be able to bracket yourself up to 60 with meat. So I think we're okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna get at least 4 more, so I'm pretty comfy.
Yeah, and I'm in great shape as well. So this scene here is our first time meeting the Black Knight. The Black Knight is fighting some sort of non-corporeal memory stealer creature that we're gonna meet right at the end of the game.
Why do you have 4 weapons?
I don't know.
There we go.
Really? Oh, baby, let's go.
Let's go.
That's what we were missing in this speedrun. One more Rob.
You have lost unknown element.
You have lost master weapon.
You have lost your master weapon. That'd be great.
They stole nothing again. Oh my.
What if they took my master weapon? Imagine. Because I unequipped it. I guess that's technically possible.
I don't know if they
Super
can take
cursed,
weapons. I know they can take
I don't
materials
either.
and food. I don't know. Can they even take blueprints? They might be able to.
But could we get one final robbery?
Can we get robbed one more time?
Just one more time? Just to round it off?
But the fans.
For the fans.
Oh!
Help us again.
Please.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Well, it is them.
One final appearance.
Well, okay.
Some bonus content.
The year 5 exclusive. Here we go. Perfect.
This is an iconic one, though.
The true villains of this marathon.
But now we fight back.
Run over an old man or an animal? Yep, animal it is. Let's go.
It's fine. The Moogle can fly. We'll be fine.
It's like a Korok with wings, more or less.
I think right at the end, the guy even says, "Oh, I think he always wanted to be a star."
Dreams come true.
Can we get robbed again, though? That's the question.
No way. I'm gonna lose it. My cheeks already hurt from laughing about it.
Yeah, like, what are the odds? 4 times?
I was so hoping we didn't have enough money. That would have been so funny.
Yeah, it would have been pretty good.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, we could have just cloned more. It's only like 100 guild across, but still.
Yeah. How many memories are we at even?
I don't know.
Besides
Too many.
all of
Loaded
them
up
minus
for the
2.
boss.
37.
Yeah, that's the most I've ever seen. Going into the end in one of our runs. That's pretty great.
That's a lot of cutscenes. Oh, and the thieves ones don't count beyond the first time? That's crazy. So it's probably up in the 40s then, how many extra? Wow.
I think the unique events, if it's not the same exact one, will still give you a new memory. As long as it's
Oh,
like
gotcha,
a unique
gotcha.
new event from
Yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
so all the stuff we did in desert was specifically to pass through this stream,
Yeah.
which leads us to the final area of the game.
Welcome to the laggiest room in the game.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
We have one more chance to get robbed. Then that ship has sailed, unfortunately.
If we get anything here, I'm gonna question everything.
Okay, we're good. We're
Like,
good.
how did they get there? Do they also have unknown element? What's going on here?
All right. So this is the final
Good luck.
level. This is Mount Valenge. It is very long. We are going to be here for a bit, folks. Get comfy.
Oh, my fault. Bad aggro.
What?
Okay.
There it goes.
All right. You get aggro. Smack that bowling. Okay. No, cast spells. Cast spells. Oh, careful.
Ow.
Yeah, let's play it safe. You're fine. Okay. One heal, please. That kindly. Ooh. Now I get aggro. That's fine.
I was just a little late. I had to move the chalice.
Yeah, no. And back to smacking. I don't need another heal. It's on you now. Oh, thanks. All right,
I
let's get
healed
it.
you anyway.
Let's see what we win.
So we're going to be picking up a few chests on the way through this level, hoping to get good artifact drops to buff our stats up for the final boss gauntlet. Masamune, let's go! Wait, was that Masamune?
No way.
No, that was a
It
+3.
was.
Oh, okay.
No, it was Masamune.
How do you
Oh,
I
only
was
have
on meat
58
before.
then? Oh, you're on
I
meat
was on
before.
meat.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
got
what
you.
I was gonna say.
I got you.
Sweet.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
Oh.
beautiful.
All you.
Yeah, 60 is ideal. Ideal.
Drop it.
What? I see.
Yep.
I was confused. I'm sorry. Ooh, a +3 for me. All right. Should you get this and a chance of +3?
Sure.
Hug the wall. Do your best. Grab it. Oh, that was a defense. I'm dumb.
Well,
That's fine. Need you to have that anyway. We'll just not do the other defense check. Yeah. My bad. Actually, I need the chalice because you're gonna get this chest.
wait, why am I
I'm
going to
already
get
in-
the chest?
Because if it's a +3, that puts you up a bracket as well.
Well, I'm going to have master. Well, oh, it'll still put me up a bracket. You're right.
Yeah. Come on, +3. Let's go!
Yeah, that's about. This is as good as it gets. I'm going to be a bracket higher than normal
Here,
for
you
the
take.
fight, even, dude. Yeah, go ahead.
Very, very nice.
Wow. That's incredible, actually. Masamune and both chests had +3. What world?
Yeah, it's as lucky as it gets. We get robbed 4 times. 4th try master drop in wall. But we get like the best RNG everywhere else. That's pretty typical. That sounds about right. Yep, you just deal with them.
Damn. This way. Defend. Alright, we're set. What?
We don't even need to grab this chest. It's not even going to benefit us.
That is
Okay.
correct. So right here, we have to walk in a very specific way, or else there's these like spire plant things that will turn off the safety chalice ring. So we're trying our best to avoid out.
The ring stays on. It just casts gravity on it, and it makes sure you can't pick it up.
I thought it turned the ring off. Oh, maybe that was a dream.
That's pretty lucky right there.
Up the ice. All right, let me heal up.
If we wanted to take another break, now is the time to do so. Speak now,
Yep.
forever hold your peace.
All right, yeah, we'll take that break now before we go into the final.
Sounds
area.
good.
Sure.
So, yeah, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour, so just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything you all need to do. Just a quick reminder, if you do like any of the speedrun showcases we put on the channel, these weekend showcases, any of our regular events, subbing, Prime gaming subs, gift subs, all that, it's cheered, all helps us support the Hotfix. It helps us put on any of these showcases. So if you enjoy watching the speedruns, consider subscribing to the channel. It'll get you access to our emotes, and you can chat with other subscribers during our replays. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the rest of the run. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we're showcasing a bunch of different RPG speedruns. We are nearing the end of a Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles speedrun. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick countdown.
Yep, we're going right into the final boss and gauntlet. Woo! Let's go. So here we are. 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo! All right, get comfy, folks. We're going to be here for a little bit. The end game in this game is very intense, very long, very rough. Normally, you'd have a bit bulkier stats by now. But this is a speed run, so we're basically a bunch of glass cannons running through here. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, the game kind of expects you to be bulked up in stats from doing a bunch of different dungeons on repeat. Yeah, we never did that, so we'll do what we can.
So the first part of the final boss here is against Meteor Parasite.
Low. That's just
How are you getting hit exactly?
I don't know. I don't take like a slight pixel to the right. Maybe that'll help. Oh, the pain, it hurts. Get out of here, plant. Throwing off my groove. Alright. Yeah. Oh, being trolled, bird.
Yeah, so this is Meteor Parasite. If you remember, way back at the beginning of the run, lore-wise, this world is filled with like a poisonous mist, or miasma as the game calls it. And
what was it?
This is the source of the miasma, is this... I mean, essentially it's an alien, for lack of a better term.
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting...
Oh, that's
some pretty,
so funny.
Pretty crummy plant luck here.
And back at the action. Oh, I'm gonna get hit if I'm standing there.
All right. You'll notice I intentionally have my weaker weapon equipped here. It's so that I can, given how difficult this fight can be or how unpredictable at times, especially the third phase of this fight, it's a little safer for me to just stand back and do chip damage so that I can always be available to heal or revive if needed. We're going to end up in a weird plant cycle. I can smell it. You go ahead and deal with that. I'll shoot Parasite when he comes out.
Ooh. No, I'm just going to help the Parasite.
Yeah, we're about to the end of this phase anyway. Oh, that's... delicious.
Yeah, Parasite 1 can be very troll sometimes.
Yeah, it's not too hard.
I've never
Sometimes
seen the plant
positioning can just get weird.
Aggro. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty uncommon.
At least it was the first phase.
You aren't wrong, Wob. Fighting aliens at the end of JRPGs is a... I wouldn't say it's very common for it to literally be an extraterrestrial, but at the very least, something adjacent to it.
And yes, to answer any questions, if we die, we go back to the beginning of this fight. It's a long fight.
Yeah, so we're in pretty serious mode here on this boss. to tell you
it's
the
on you.
truth. Why did it aggro me?
Wow. Well, this is just all sorts of unfortunate. I just missed. Oh. You gonna choose death? Or to give me
No.
aggro? Okay.
Just hit the thing.
I'll do my best. Yeah, the cycle's all off. Oh, goodbye. Ooh. Well done. Yeah, usually I get aggro if I run up and hit it a few times. But every now
Sometimes
and
it's
then
just-
that happens.
Sometimes he's just a little ornery. This attack here, if you're too high up, it pretty much one-shots you. But we're, you know, you can just stand here if you're low enough and
All right, what's the aggro on? Still you?
it's still. I'm gonna take
What?
the death. I think.
All right. I'll be prepared.
I don't know why I cured.
Oh, it's on me now. What?
What?
Well, okay. Well, back to business.
Okay.
Back in action.
And now we got what we want. We want the aggro to be on 7th, so that I can just park right here, do some chip damage, and
since I
basically
have to
never have to
melee-
worry.
It's just a lot easier for me to dodge and then charge and then hit. Just keeping it on me. A lot less to keep track of.
Yeah, Wob is right. Being good at this game does not mean we'll survive this fight. And it's worth noting, no offense to us, we're not nowhere near the best at this game either. So we got a long way to go still. This fight's just hard. The first 2 phases, not as much. You can see we're doing pretty okay here, but when we get to phase 3, things get a little weird.
Hold on.
All right, let's finish out phase 2 and go flail around in phase 3 for a while. How's that sound?
Eh, sounds like a plan to me.
I wonder if it aggroed you because you were casting a spell.
Really? That's a thought.
Later. Let's do one thing at a time.
No, we're going back. We gotta find the answer now. Go die. Just kidding. But no joke, there is like a very small chance that we could just instantly die right here at the beginning of this. There's a small chance it can happen. Okay. Ooh, nice. Okay. Wait it out. No. Okay. Set up the chalice. Okay, we should be fine. Oh no, I put it slightly too far. Ew.
It's
Gotta
okay.
fix that. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, here I go. Poison that plant.
Oh, you're poisoned.
Awkward. Wait the cycle, go, bop, bop, dodge, wait the cycle, bop, bop.
So you'll notice on this phase, I'm not going to attack at all. I'm going to stand way back and be safe. How did that miss you?
Right? A lot of weird
And the
stuff
reason
can
for
happen in
that-
this fight.
There are essentially, there's no iframes in this game, and you'll see that attack there he did. That's kind of like a Gatling gun kind of thing.
Like a scatter shot, yeah.
Yeah, like a scatter shot sort of deal. The positions of those are random. They can't go back as far as I'm standing, but that still doesn't mean we're fully safe. This fight can get really weird.
Like that. I just randomly got double hit. No iframes, nothing.
Did you keep aggro? You did.
Miss. Oh, didn't get double hit. Thought I was going to.
Yeah, I thought you were down.
Yeah.
I was about ready to cast life for sure.
Yeah, we've had runs before where we'll just
Things are
both get like
smooth
double or a
and-
triple hit within like 2 seconds and all the way back to the beginning. It's very scary, this phase.
I got lucky that cure even hit you,
Yeah.
honestly.
No. So every now and then, just barely miss. Perspective is not easy to work with for me. Oh, thank you.
So you say that, Wob. We've had situations where I'll try to cure, and Seventh will launch into it and go flying instead of actually doing damage,
Yeah.
which is always a fun time.
I took the risk. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. So that takes care of kind of the scariest part of the run, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
There's definitely other
Yeah.
things that can go wrong, for sure. But in terms of time loss and difficulty, that's definitely the hardest little chunk right there, for sure.
Yeah, this is essentially a checkpoint. Any deaths after this just goes back to what they were going to be on after this.
We're going to be in this area for a while, though. At this point in the game, we get a good old lovely randomized quiz where the game asks us questions about things that happened through our journey. I forget exactly how many total question options there are, but it's quite a few.
I think it's like 20 or 25 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
And if you
I gotta
did more
switch
dungeons,
weapons.
it's even more. Oh yeah, I'll let you switch weapons real quick.
With this quiz here, do you want to take the time, even if you need to think about it for a second, to answer the right question? Because if you answer the wrong question, you have to fight enemies. And that just wastes time. Or if you answer incorrectly,
That's it.
I mean.
Yeah. Wait, you can still menu right now? I see you're still on the Game Boy. Oh, that's news.
I can.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
I should have just waited to do it here. Well, now we know.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, there's 3 more fights, kind of 4, to do, and then there's a quiz as well. We're going to be doing a fight against 2 kind of just regular mobs here in a moment. Very odd required fight.
Okay. And you're going for the cure.
I'm in a great defense bracket. We're probably okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna spam cure. Do your thing.
No. I got double hit. Again, no iframes in this game. Lovely.
No! Well, that's fun. One death for the road. What went? Yeah, it's a pretty good spot to die in the grand scheme. I mean, no place is a good spot, but
Yeah, it's not that
there are
bad
worse.
compared to the
There are
others.
worse places.
Oh, yeah, there's two
they do.
enemies, and they can just like double hit you for all your HP. Because remember, we don't have the stats the game expects us to have here.
I'm gonna be on the wrong spell.
That's all right. Oh no, you are on the right spell. Huh? How about that? All right, this one's after me. Better. It's down. Ow. Oh, I missed a cure. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, that's how that fight is supposed to go.
Yeah, just one of those random things where like we just got unlucky, we just got bodied, pretty
Yep.
much.
It can happen. All right, now it's time for the quiz.
Dang, Axel. Your friends bullied you into being the healer and the chalice carrier, and then you griefed them during a boss fight by getting rid of the chalice or setting it down somewhere.
Let's go. Yeah, one of
That's
the
a
big
funny story.
things with Crystal Chronicles is memories and making memories and having pleasant times, because what this meteor parasite final boss is all about is it came here to feed on the memories of everyone, which is kind of what the miasma does. It slowly steals all your memories until you don't know what's going on anymore. So now we're asked a bunch of questions as like, do you remember this? Do you remember that? I think it's one. I'm feeling one.
Yeah, same.
And if you get the memory incorrect, you have to redo that fight we just did and died on earlier. Because those monsters come, they try and like steal your memory.
All right, question 2. See what we got here. K-at
leaning
question.
towards 2. Yeah.
It's K-at question.
Yeah. K-ats are no longer on my dock, so I think that means it's 2.
Okay. I trust. Nope.
I don't. Okay.
So this is what happens if you answer incorrectly.
Yeah, that's the one that tripped us up on another PB kind of recently. And I think that's just the one that's not in my dock, unfortunately. One heal, please. Before I attempt this again, thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Luckily, though, if you do beat them, you don't have to answer another question as a result. It just lets you continue. I think all of the ones that end with that particular characters are either 1 or 3, 7.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to lean towards as well. This is part of why I haven't put this doc on SRC yet, is because I think there's like 1 or 2 questions that are just incorrect. This is number 1.
Only 2 more questions, and then 3 more fights.
Woohoo!
Yeah, the end game in this game is quite lengthy as far as final boss segments go. I would argue that this whole section is probably a third of the solo run at this point. Maybe not quite a third, but a solid percentage.
L5 is always... Okay.
Yep.
I love how I don't even know what like the characters are. Or what the letters are. It's just like, oh, that one looks like an L, that one looks like a 5.
Oh,
Final
yeah, Guardian
question.
Slayer. I agree. Be cool to have a total remake of this game and then have just like the movement in the towns be completely more.
This is, it has
Explored
1
to
dash,
explore.
so that means it's 1?
I believe so, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it'd be cool to get the Final Fantasy VII remake treatment for this game. But since we already got a remaster of this game, maybe not. Maybe one
Yeah,
day,
they
though.
kind of really missed the opportunity to buff out the co-op experience in this game with that remaster as well.
Yeah, them taking away co-op progression online was an interesting choice.
Yeah.
So it's like you can connect with people, but you can't progress and play together with them. You'd have to just already have a finished character, which is
That's sad.
it's definitely different than GameCube.
It's a choice.
It's different than GameCube.
All right. So here we are at the next boss. This boss kind of has 2 ways it can go. Way 1, things get really weird right at the start and we die. Way two, very uneventful. Obviously, we hope to see the second one. This boss is very, very, very easy if the first, 15 seconds go well.
If.
So this is Rame. Not sure how it's pronounced. I just call it Big Bird.
Oh, that's
And that's Big Bird. Yeah, that's Big Bird. Pretty interesting. Has a really good design. The music here is great too.
Oh yeah. Very cool fight music. Also, something to mention, dying on this fight, it makes you rewatch this entire intro cutscene to the fight.
It does. So it's pretty unfortunate. It's not the worst, but it's still not good. It's
Yeah.
not as bad as dying on Parasite, but
Oh, beauty.
Uh-oh. 7th.
What's up? Uh-oh.
Parsec.
Is it frozen? No, it's not frozen.
It's not frozen, but it's close to it.
Ooh, I got hit from that. Okay. It happens. Do your best.
I will do my best.
We'll get it over quick for you. Oh, my turn. Okay. Oh, nice dodge.
Yeah. I wish I could say that I meant to do that, but I really didn't. All right, we seem to be good now.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, that could be on my end again. There was a little bit of stream issue. I apologize. A thunderstorm just started outside. It's out of my control. But looking at the numbers, things seem alright. Close. Nice.
Oh, okay. Whew. I'll be real. I got scared there for a second. So,
Same.
for those unfamiliar, we're playing remotely through an application called Parsec. Very cool way to do co-op speedruns in today's world. Can't recommend it enough. Unfortunately, though, sometimes you do get a little bit of internet scuff, just depending on where you live, how good your internet is, the weather, you know, all the usual suspects.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This was designed for the fighting game community, but speedrunning community is starting to use it a lot more now.
All right. So here we are at Mimiroa. Some would call this the final boss, but there's really a much harder fight after this. A much harder fight.
Oh yeah, it gets really crazy after this one.
It gets insane. Like, might just have to mercy kill the run, even if it gets too bad.
Oh, that bad, yeah.
Yeah, that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. The way it lays there, you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you're never really quite sure.
It can just look at you funny and the run's dead. I don't even know what happens.
Instead,
Yeah, Meteor Parasite 4. After we come back into reality, that boss is something else.
yeah, it gets really crazy.
See, Wob knows. Definitely the hardest.
Wob, the resident expert.
All right, good luck.
Ooh,
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, I gotta do the thing. Okay, I'm ready.
Uh-oh. Nice.
All right, let's go.
Oh, memory spawned over there. That's unfortunate. I'll have to wait for it to come to me. Oh no! That's a goner memory. Whatever. I'll snag this one real quick. What? Okay. Nice. Okay, wait it out. It's on me. Hey, you don't have any? Okay.
I don't. That first phase went so fast, I didn't.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, that was clean.
I just don't have an opportunity to do the thing in the menu. Okay, nice, nice. Now I should. Gotta wait this out. No, it's fine. Click here back on. So what I'm doing there, and what Kefka is also doing, is those little marbles that drop from getting your memories back out of these memory bubbles. Oh, I didn't get it. They give you a random, like, overpowered ability. So a lot of times you'll see like these Thundargas and ooh, and all sorts of other giant fire lightning spells go off. But the one we're fishing for is invincibility. So that we can just hit the boss non-stop during all those big laser beams. I don't even have one. Alright, that's fine. Oh, opportunity. No, it went high in the sky. It's on
It
me.
also aggroed you.
Unfortunate. It's fine. I'll just make do. Or I'll get hit. That's also fine. Okay, opportunity for me. Grab my marble. Smack it a few times. Wait for a laser beam. I can't menu that fast. I need to wait for the other laser beam. Okay, there it is. That is. Okay. Oh, I die. Oh, barely made it.
Bad timing on that Firaga.
Yeah, that's alright. And I got another memory here waiting for me. I'm gonna try and snag it. Okay.
This boss requires quite a bit of focus, if you can't tell.
Yep. Oh, my marble.
Okay.
Come back. Ah, it's gone. Is it on me again? Oh, it's on you.
I'm dead.
Okay, okay.
Watch yourself,
Gotta
watch
wait.
yourself. Oh!
Yeah. I gotta wait for the other attack. Okay, here we go. Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Do the menu. Oh.
What?
I missed.
Oh!
Why am I only getting cured? That's cursed.
That was a great phase. We didn't do much of anything, but like the things we did do were cool.
I'm so sad.
That was fun.
Oh, I hit you. Okay. Ooh,
I'm dead.
Okay. Alright, be quick. Nice.
Got it.
Okay, snipe by memory.
Yeah, on
Why
the Game Boy
am I
menu,
on life?
the little book icon to the side of it, you can see the memory count lower as he takes your memories.
That's so cool. Such a great game mechanic.
Yeah.
Here's another marble for you.
In this game.
Oh, we got one. Is it on you? Oh, it's on you. Bless. Why is it only cured? No! No. I died.
I had another
another one?
invincibility. Let's go!
I might just give up. Do I have another one? I have one more. It's another cure. What do you mean? That's so funny.
Should be pretty close to dead at this point. One more decent-ish cycle should do the trick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Go. It's aggroed on me. I didn't know. I thought it was aggroed on you.
It's
It went
fine.
to like such a similar spot. You know what I mean?
Woo!
Go.
Nice. Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, man. We got it done. All right. So
All right.
we're coming up on time here in just a moment. You can give a countdown on the time, even if you want 7th. But there is one more fight.
Mm-hmm.
Final boss fight. Let's go.
Yeah, this next fight is really intense.
It's short, but it's intense.
Yeah. Brace yourselves.
Yeah, well played on that fight. We had a few pretty squirrely moments, but
Yeah.
that is one thing I do enjoy about this game and this run is there's a lot of variety as to how things can go, and it's a testament to the player's skills for sure to see how certain situations are handled or not handled. Definitely a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a fantastic speedrun, both co-op and solo. There's plenty of
Absolutely.
resources on the speedrun page for Crystal Chronicles on GameCube, and you can find a lot of information there. If you're ever curious about running this game, would recommend it. It's very cool. It's lengthy and there's a lot of RNG, but
It's a good
you'll have a
vibe.
good time. Yeah,
It's very worth
learning
it.
especially
got-
is a good time.
It's got a nice balance of things that are very easy and consistent and fun to do versus things that are very challenging and has a has a nice high skill ceiling to achieve. Especially for an RPG, a lot of RPGs are usually pretty esoteric in terms of how they're ran. This one's a bit less so. I would argue it's a little more straightforward in terms of how to play it fast.
All right, Meteor.
Yeah, give us a count.
Bring it on.
Yeah, give us a countdown on the timer. 7th.
All right. As long as the boss doesn't get up and just a one-shot me, we'll be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
it gets
gotta do the
intense. You
manip.
better watch it.
Yeah, look at him. He's just staring menacingly.
Yeah. Deep breath.
And we're back.
All right.
Okay, there we go. Almost there. Time.
Time.
Okay.
Yeah, we were joking. The actual final phase is a non-event. You just hit the thing once, and that's time.
Yeah, you strike it once. You get frozen in that fight, and you get pulled out of the fight. To go.
It's worth noting. You
speak
can
with Rain.
die there. By the way, if you just go outside of the chalice.
Yeah, we were just joking around though. Just kidding.
But yeah, that's Crystal Chronicles. The any percent solo run as a single player is quite a bit different. There's a lot more glitches that are utilized throughout the run that are allowed for that particular category. Co-op is definitely more of a traditional, almost entirely glitchless experience, even. Especially for any percent. There's definitely a few glitches, but it's a bit more relaxed in a certain sense in that regard.
get to play more of the game too.
You get to play more of the game as well, yes. But yeah, that's
Nice
Crystal
work.
Chronicles. I'd like to thank Church for asking us to do this. Definitely an interesting time. First time I've ever ran a Final Fantasy game for an event, so that's a pretty
Great.
cool thing to check off the list for sure. Those of you interested in the game, though, and Shamana mentioned it, there is a Discord server for the game, and the community is super helpful. Ton of resources. Yeah. Someone has asked how feasible is getting the any % glitchless world record. I'm not sure.
No idea,
I would imagine
actually.
I would imagine it's pretty optimized, and a lot of the time save is probably going to come down to just luck-based factors. But I'm not as familiar with that run, so don't quote me on that.
Well, that depends on. Is there a glitchless category for co-op?
No.
No. Okay, yeah. So it's just for solo, the glitchless. Yeah, I'm not too
What
sure.
was the final
I haven't
time,
looked
by
at a
the way?
glitchless run.
2:32:01.
Oh yeah, that's
okay.
great.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's solid.
So I know you started with shoutouts. And does anybody else have any other shoutouts you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to Maniclaw.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
shout out to Maniclaw. Super helpful runner of Crystal Chronicles. It's very patient and very cool to help anyone learn. Great guy.
Shout outs to Wob for being in chat, our resident expert. Just
Yeah.
laying down the law, if you will. That's great. As you can see, Crystal Chronicles community, pretty supportive. Good stuff. And if you like what we do, myself and Seventh, you can definitely follow us on Twitch. We speedrun a lot of different games between the two of us,
So
and we do a
many
lot of
now.
co-op stuff
Yeah.
as well. And also, shameless self-plug, but I'll be back on New Year's Eve running some Elmo's Number Journey for Awfully Silly. The
What a
duality
game.
of man, for sure. Final Fantasy and Elmo, good stuff. But yeah, thanks again for having us. This has been great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate the
all of you for
opportunity.
being on. Yeah, I appreciate y'all being on, showcasing this game. This is, I know that a lot of people played this as a kid. I unfortunately did not. This looks like a very fun game, and it was awesome to, watch you both play it, and the commentary is fantastic as well. So thank you so much for showing it up.
Yeah, gladly.
Absolutely.
With that said, we do not have anything else for you tonight. We will be back here tomorrow. We've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Final Fantasy 15 on the docket for you tomorrow. Just a quick reminder before we go that AGDQ 2025 is going to be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from the 5th through the 12th of January. You can go visit a game. Ugh. It's so close to not flubbing all day. Dang. You can visit gamesdonequick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. If you are crafty, prize submissions end in 3 hours. Possibly 5. I think we might be on PST, so you've got 6 hours to get any prize submissions in. With all that said, have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.